Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 7. I just want to be me. The next morning Naruto did everything he would have normally done before Rias entered his life. He woke up, took a shower, made a basic breakfast of scrambled eggs and toast, then left for school after locking up his apartment and rearming his traps. He didn't actually know why he bothered placing all those traps on his home now. Really, what was the point of having a trap that caused his porch to explode and his windows to send several thousand volts of electricity through any would-be intruder when people could just teleport directly into his bedroom? As soon as he reached Kuo Academy, Naruto deviated from his usual course, which would have involved him going to class and then falling asleep until class ended. There were more important things to worry about than grades and lectures by stuffy old professors that he never bothered listening to anyway. Instead of heading towards his homeroom, he went straight to the occult research clubroom. There, he found the situation to be about what he'd expected. Rias was sitting behind her desk. She had her hands laced together in front of her face, her eyes were closed and there was a grave frown on her lips. Standing beside her were both Akeno and Graphia, one of whom looked decidedly unruffled and the other was clearly trying to put on a cheerful front, even though it was more than obvious that she was worried. Rias, Akeno-chan, Graphia. San, Naruto greeted, frowning at the end. He still wasn't used to using proper suffixes. No matter how many times Tsunade had insisted on the need to use proper suffixes, he had never really bothered. A part of him wondered why he was doing so now. Was it this woman's presence? Her regal bearing? He couldn't say. There was nothing about her that screamed, "Speak properly to me," any more than when he was in Ba-chan's presence. All he knew was that not knowing why he was acting on lessons he never used before bothered him. Era, Akeno smiled a patently false smile as she greeted him. Naruto would never claim to be a master of reading body language, but if there was one thing he could do and do well, it was reading another person's smile. Hers was as fake as they came. "How are you doing today, Kitsune-kun?" "I've been better," Naruto responded dryly. "I didn't sleep as well as I normally did last night." He locked eyes with Rias, whose eyes had snapped open at his entrance. She was staring at him with so many conflicting emotions on her face it was impossible to know what she was feeling. "How about you, Rias? Are you feeling any better?" "Yes," she lied and they both knew it. Still, for the sake of appearing strong, neither of them said anything that contradicted this. "Thank you for asking." Naruto gave her a small half-smile. "Anything for my king." Moving over to the couch, Naruto sat down, crossed one leg over his thigh and stretched his arms across the headrest. No one decided to question him on why he was there and not in class. Rias knew him enough to know that he would not be able to focus on class with everything that had happened last night. Akeno likely didn't care, and she wouldn't say anything anyways, since she was also skipping class. Naruto had no clue what Graphia thought, but he wasn't all that sure he cared what she thought, so it worked out. The silence within the room was stifling as they waited for the others to arrive. Naruto was tempted to ask Rias to tell him what was going on, but he knew her well enough to know she would want to tell the rest of her peerage as well. Thus, he was reduced to waiting in tense silence like everyone else. To pass the time, the spiky-haired Uzumaki amused himself by picturing Graphia dressed in cosplay outfits. It was surprisingly easy to do thanks to her clothes. The images his mind conjured of the woman with the regal bearing wearing Neko ears and a tail saying, "NYA," as she held up pawed hands was definitely a funny one. "Something you find amusing, Naruto-san?" asked Graphia as Naruto started snickering. Nothing, hee, I just thought of something funny." Naruto coughed into his hands a few times, trying to calm down. He didn't think the woman would take it well if she knew he was conjuring images of her in naughty cosplay costumes. "Nothing to worry about." Graphia looked at him suspiciously, but did not say anything else. A few seconds later the door opened and a person walked in. Naruto was not surprised that the first person to show up after him was Koneko. As a first year, her last period of the class was free, which was why she normally showed up earlier than him and the others. As soon as she entered the room, her eyes locked onto Naruto. Without offering even a courtesy greeting to the others, she made a beeline for him and unhesitatingly crawled onto his lap before she gave him an expectant look. Naruto just smiled humorously as he began giving the adorable girl his customary treatment. Graphia looked over at Rias after watching the white-haired first-year purring against the male her husband's sister tried seducing last night, a single eyebrow raised. "Don't ask," Rias sighed, her shoulders slumping a little bit. "Just don't ask." "Very well," Graphia said emotionlessly as she went back to standing like a statue. "I won't ask." It wasn't long, relatively speaking, before the other members of Rias' peerage filed in. They all noticed the new addition, that of the gorgeous woman with silver hair and eyes in the maid outfit. Issei damn near died of blood loss when he first caught a glimpse of her. Not that Naruto blamed the boy. Graphia, despite whatever thoughts he had on the woman, was definitely gorgeous, and she gave off that regal aura expected of a queen despite her questionable choice in clothing. "Good, you're all here." Rias stood up from her chair. "Rias-sama," Graphia looked at her. "Would like me to explain the situation to them?" "No." Rias closed her eyes. "It would be better if they heard this from me." Opening her eyes again, her bluish-green orbs locked onto each member of her peerage. Naruto couldn't be sure, but he thought they lingered on his a little longer than the others. "There is something I need to tell you all. It is difficult to explain, but Before Rias could speak any further, an orange glow began emitting from the floor, interrupting the red head from saying any more. There was just enough time to see the magic circle with an unfamiliar crest come to life on the carpet before the entire thing burst into flames. Whoever was teleporting into the room obviously had a flair for dramatics. Before the flames fully dispersed, a figure appeared inside of the fire. There was a gust of wind that put the blaze out, finally revealing the person who had so blatantly disrupted their meeting. The person in question was a man around his early 20s with short yellow hair and dark blue eyes. He was wearing a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right, matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath was a white dress shirt that was not fully buttoned, giving a view of his muscular chest. Naruto did not like him. Just from a single glance, the blonde had already determined what kind of person this guy was, having seen his type plenty of times before. He was the handsome playboy type who had everything handed to him since birth and whose head was so large he could probably power a city the size of Tokyo for years if they learned how to harness all the hot air he had bloating his overinflated ego. In Naruto terms, this guy was a certified douchebag. It's been a long time since I came to the human world," the man said, his eyes looking around the room before landing on Rias. When Naruto saw the delight spring into those eyes, he had to quell the sudden urge to punch the man's face in. The way Rias shuddered in disgust did not help impede this emotion any. "My darling, Rias, I'm so happy to see you." Riser Phoenix, the way Rias said his name did not invoke pleasant thoughts. It was a name spoken with disgust and enough disdain to fill the building. She obviously didn't like him. "I just came here to inform you that the date has been set." Riser walked over to the desk Rias was using a shield to keep them apart. "Now, while I know it's a little sudden, I thought we could go visit the location the ceremony is taking place in." "I've already told you, Riser, I have no intention of marrying you." Married," Issei cried out in shock. "What the hell is going on? Bucho, who the hell is this guy?" All eyes turned to Issei. Riser looked at him like one might look at a bug. "Who are you?" "I'm Hayadu Issei, Rias Gramori-sama's pawn." Wow, that actually sounded pretty formal. Naruto wondered if the boy had been practicing that line. Riser deadpanned in an uncaring manner. "I see. And you didn't answer my question. Who are you?" "I'm surprised you didn't tell your servants about me," Riser said to Rias. "Though I'm even more surprised he doesn't know me. But then, he does smell like a human. That would make him a reincarnated devil, so I guess it would make sense." "I didn't say anything because there was no need to tell them about you," she jabbed at him, her words making him sound like he was nothing more than a pest, something so insignificant he was beneath her notice. Riser gave her a fixed smile. "You're as harsh as usual, I see." "This is Riser Phoenix-sama," Graphia informed Issei and everyone else. "He is a pureblood, high-class devil, and is the third son from the legendary Phoenix family. He is also Rias-sama's fiancé." Fiancé. Issei gawked, his mind unable to comprehend the words coming out of Graphia's mouth. When she gave him a serious nod, completely unfrazzled, unlike the perverted second year, Issei did what all teenagers do when overwhelmed with too much information. He fainted. How embarrassing. Catcharp. Enough, Riser. Rias slammed her hands onto the desk as she glared at the blonde man standing before her. If looks could kill, Riser would have been dead before he even had a chance to utter his last name. I've already told you, I'm not going to marry you. You say that like you have a choice. Riser sounded amused, but there was also a hint of steel in his voice. We both know there isn't much you can do. Both our families have already decided on this and the contract's been written up. Don't forget that your family has been just as hasty to unite our two houses as mine. Don't speak so presumptuously. Rias narrowed her eyes. As the heir to the Grimoire family, I am the one who will decide who gets to be my partner. And regardless of that, I was already promised that I would be allowed to do as I pleased until after I graduated from a university in the human world. I fear you don't quite understand the situation, Rias my dear, Riser said snidely. Your parents and Searzek-sama fear your household may go extinct. In the previous war between gods, fallen angels and devils, many pure-blooded devils lost their lives in the conflict. And that's not even mentioning the number of households that went extinct. It's only natural that our parents would struggle to protect our pure blood and household by joining together. The offspring of two high-ranking, pure-blooded devils is invaluable. Even you should know that. Sitting on the couch, carefully caressing Koneko's ears, Naruto kept his ears open to everything that was being said. He didn't like what he was hearing. Tsunade had taught him a lot about Konoha, including everything she knew about the clans within its walls. This included the Hyuga clan. What this man, this Riser, was talking about sounded far too much like what the Hyuga did by forcing bird-caged seals on their members and putting them in arranged marriages with cousins to keep the blood pure. This wasn't quite as bad as that. There was no incest involved, but forcing someone into an arranged marriage because of superficial fears rankled on his nerves. It was almost, but not quite as bad as someone insulting his ramen, or the color orange. Recently, newly reincarnated devils like your servants have been gaining greater influence. Pretty soon, pure-blood devils like us are going to lose all of our power until we have no standing left. Your brother, Searzek-sama, has left the household, which means the only one who can succeed and become the Grimoire clan head is you. With many of the 72 pillars collapsing on themselves, the future of all pureblood devils is hanging on this marriage proposal. Naruto ignored Issei asking Kiba to explain the 72 pillars to him. He already knew about them thanks to Akeno and Rias. Instead, he focused on what Riser and Rias were talking was the more important information in his mind. In some ways, what the prick was saying made sense. Pure-blood devils were apparently becoming a rare commodity these days. They were sort of like the bloodline clans that were so famous in his world. And just like those clans, they were more concerned about keeping their blood pure and untainted by outsiders than they were about the individuals in their clan. At least, that was what he was getting out of all this. I won't destroy my household, Rias crossed her arms over her chest. I plan on siring an heir when I'm ready. Her eyes sharpened like blades as she glared at Riser. But I won't marry you. I'll marry someone of my own choosing. Even the heirs of old households have that much of a right. Riser gave a long-suffering sigh. His fingers twitched in agitation, a sure sign that he was beginning to lose his patience. You know, Rias, like you, I am a pure-blood devil of an old household. I bear the powerful name of Phoenix. I can't let that name get tarnished. I came all the way out here to the human world just to get you, but I don't like the human world much. Flames erupted from Riser's back, taking the form of wings and showing just why his clan name was Phoenix. The fires from his back spread. The sweltering heat had the members of Rias' peerage sweating profusely, their bodies becoming drenched in salty water and their clothes caking to their skin. Strangely enough, none of them were burned from the incredible heat. Naruto knew what this was, a show of skill. Riser was showing off, and it was beginning to piss him off. The flames of this world are filthy. For a devil who holds governance over wind and fire, it's unbearable. His eyes narrowed. I will take you back to the underworld with me. He looked over at her servants. Akeno, Asia, Issei and Kiba. Naruto and Koneko were on the other side. Even if I have to incinerate your servants to do it. You lay one hand on my servants and I'll put those flames of yours out. Rias clenched her teeth. How dare this man threaten the lives of her servants? There was no way she could let such a threat go unpunished. Riser-sama, Graphia said, I suggest you calm down, or you may find those flames of yours getting doused. Oh, well, if the one who was given the title of strongest queen is getting involved, then I guess there's no helping it. I wouldn't want to have to face Sama's peerage. It has always been said that the Red Satan's peerage is full of indestructible monsters. Actually, I am not the one you should be worrying about, Graphia corrected. That was when Riser and everyone else noticed it. One of the members of Rias' peerage had moved. Naruto stood behind Riser, 2 blades in his hand, one pressing against Riser's back, the other being held so lightly against his throat that Riser did not even realize it was there until he looked down. These blades were much different from standard weapons. They were not solid. They were liquid. Water, to be precise. One thing everyone noticed about the blades was that despite their elemental composition being water, they were not dissipating from the heat of Razor's flames. There wasn't even a bit of steam coming off them. As everyone was trying to figure out when Naruto had moved and Koneko was blinking as she realized her head was no longer being pet, Naruto spoke up in a voice that was very casual but had an underlying hint of steel in it. I would suggest that in the future, you refrain from threatening Rias' peerage. I don't take threats on my family lightly. The blade near Riser's throat came close enough to graze skin, hissing slightly as water met fire. Understand. Riser eyed the blade near his throat, frowning. For a second, he upped the power of his clan's fire, but all that did was cause Naruto to pump more chakra into his blade. Very soon, the heat within the room became overbearing as Riser did his best to dissolve the water blade. In return, Naruto narrowed his eyes and began pumping even more chakra into the blade to keep its form and consistency. His teeth were grit and several beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he was forced to put more chakra than he had originally intended into his water blade. The heat Riser was producing only compounded to his problems. It was getting harder to breathe, and sweat was starting to get into his eyes. He was also beginning to run out of chakra. If this kept up, Naruto knew he was going to be the first one to give in. Riser had more power than he did. For the moment. Thankfully, before Riser could decide to up the ante anymore, Graphia stepped in. Enough, she spoke in a calm, but cold voice that had many of those in the room shivering despite the heat. Riser-sama, I believe I told you to calm down. Naruto, that's enough, Rias added. No sense in adding fuel to this already intense fire. I guess you did. Riser let his flames dissolve while Naruto's water blades dispersed. TCH. With a small tisk of disappointment, the blonde Uzumaki walked back over to Koneko, sat down, and pulled her back into his lap. Pretty soon, the cute first year was purring in delight as Naruto worked her ears over good and acted as if nothing had happened. Needless to say, the sweat drops were in abundance. Sama suspected the situation would become like this. If neither of you can settle this with words, then we will have to resolve this issue with means of a last resort. Last resort. Rias looked at Graphia in bland confusion, which soon turned to shock upon the beautiful woman's next words. Rias-sama, if you're going to be so insistent with your wish to not marry Riser-sama, then you will have to settle this with a rating game. Correct me if I'm wrong, Naruto decided to interrupt. But from my understanding only adult devils can compete in a rating game. Rias has not yet risen to the status of an adult, so how could she compete in one? Naruto narrowed his eyes as a thought suddenly occurred to him. Or is this going to be an unofficially sanctioned game? It is as you say. Graphia bowed her head towards Naruto in acknowledgement. While Rias-sama cannot participate in an official match, it's perfectly legal for a non-adult devil to participate in unofficial matches. That you are even suggesting this option means that father and the others have already thought of the possibility of my refusal and have made all the necessary preparations for the game to take place. Rias' eyes closed tightly. Tell me, how long are they going to keep interfering with my life until they are satisfied? Does that mean you refuse to participate? Of course not. Rias straightened up. No longer was she projecting the image of someone who was lost and unsure of what she should do. Instead she was giving off the aura of someone who had made a decision and was going to see it through to the end. There's no way I'm going to pass up an opportunity like this. She turned to the man who claimed to be her fiancé, eyes narrowed in a tight glare. Riser Phoenix, I challenge you to a rating game in order to settle this dispute. Catcharp. With the challenge thrown down, Riser had no choice but to accept the rating game. Not that he had any reason not to. It was clear to everyone that he was favored to win, not just because he was a fully mature devil, but also because he had far more experience in rating games than Rias. He accepted the challenge with glee, and even went so far as to give Rias and her peerage a 10-day grace period they could use to prepare themselves with. Naruto knew why the asshat had given them those 10 days. It wasn't a magnanimous offer or anything of the sort, but a jab at Rias and the strength of her peerage. He was basically telling her it didn't matter how much they trained, she would still lose. This did not concern Naruto. If anything, it just pumped him up even more. He was not going to let some douchebag who thought he was the biggest thing since Uchiha Madara get away with insulting his king or his friends. When the time came for the rating games, he had every intention of kicking that guy's sorry ass from here to the elemental nations, or his name wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. Come on, Issei. Hurry it up. A snicker managed to escape his lips as he heard his king calling for the perverted second-year student and currently the weakest member among their peerage. The day after Rias issued Riser a challenge to a rating game, the red-haired heiress to the House of Grimori had decided to take them up to a secluded villa in the mountains so they could train without people getting suspicious. Apparently, her family owned the area they would be staying at. Just how rich did someone have to be to own a mountain anyways? Seriously. Rias' family must be loaded. Naruto was actually pretty pleased with this turnout. Having been forced to stay within the city limits, he had not been able to practice his more powerful and destructive jutsu. He had been wanting to see what he could and could not do without worrying about the collateral damage his attacks might cause. Some he knew were still out of reach due to chakra requirements. For example, Naruto did not have enough chakra to use the Rasengan, yet just getting the damn thing to form took most of his reserves. Pumping a constant amount of chakra into the jutsu to let it keep its form was damn near impossible, but with some more intensive training, that would change. He did not believe he would be able to get up to the level he had been at the height of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, but Naruto at least wanted to be at the level of a Jonin. That was his goal for the next 10 days. Train his ass off and become at least as strong as the average level Jonin. Shouldn't we help him? Asked a worried Asia. The young blonde girl looked back and forth between Rias and the nearly dead on his feet Issei. Said boy was currently trying to hike up the mountain they were on. Trying being the keyword in this instance. The poor boy looked like he was about to drop right then and there. I mean, he's carrying all my luggage as well, so it would only be right for me to help out too, right? Don't worry about it, Rias waved Asia's concerns away. If Issei can't even handle that much, then he'll never get any stronger. And speaking of handling a lot of weight, the redhead's eyes turned to Naruto. Just where is all of your stuff? Sealing scrolls. Naruto absently patted the kunai pouch attached to his left hip. One of my specialties is called sealing. With it, I can seal things like items and various objects inside of scrolls. Some people who are really good at sealing can even seal energy, elements and people within a seal, though I'm not that good yet. He had been getting there though. He could seal energy at least, though the seals were unstable and would break at the slightest miscalculation. It was a very good thing he used clones to practice sealing and not himself. The explosion that had literally blew his clone apart when it had first started practicing making energy seals had been no joke. It still gave him nightmares. I've never heard of sealing before. Akeno actually looked very interested in his abilities. What type of magic is that? It's not magic, Naruto corrected. It's jutsu. Fuinjutsu, to be exact. It's a ninja art that some humans can learn. Chakra ability, Koneko added. That's right. Naruto tilted his head back so he could nuzzle his cheek affectionately against Kaneko's. The girl purred in repressed pleasure as she rubbed back. I knew there was a reason I loved you. Rias twitched while Koneko blushed. Akeno did her. And Naruto, well, he wasn't even paying attention to the reaction the others were giving. He was a little too busy lavishing praise and Affection on Koneko. I'm surprised you knew about that. I didn't think anyone here would know about chakra. I see. Rias clenched her fist into a tight ball as she tried to resist the urge to grab Koneko, toss her into a deep pit and then pinch Naruto's cheek hard enough that it became red and swollen. You'd think she'd get used to it after watching it happen so often, but nope, it still bothered her like nothing else. She made a mental note to keep those two as far away from each other as possible during this trip. I take it you did the same thing to the items Koneko was carrying. Yep, I see, Rias repeated. Just one more question. Why are you carrying Koneko on your back? Because I felt like it, Naruto answered with a beaming smile that made Rias grit her teeth in irritation. Naruto was her servant, not Kaneko's. He should be carrying her like that. No, wait, he should be carrying her in his arms. Rias blinked, then shook her head. Where did those thoughts come from? Oh, that reminds me. His fingers gently squeezed the powerful thigh muscles he was holding to keep the girl from falling off. Are you comfortable, Koneko-chan? Fine, Koneko purred as she pressed her face against the back of his neck. Warm. Rias grit her teeth. Neither Naruto nor Koneko noticed, but Akeno did, and she was nothing if not amused. I think I've been told that before. Naruto looked thoughtful. Ba-chan once told me that my body is always running at 130 degrees all the time. It's actually the reason I've never been sick before. I didn't think it was possible for a human to have a temperature that high, Rias frowned. Wouldn't you die long before your body reached that temperature? Probably, Naruto replied cheerfully. He was completely oblivious to the large drops of sweat running down Kiba's, Akeno's and Asia's head. But I've always been different from other people. Even back when I was a human, people thought I was weird. This is just one of those things I sort of accepted that was different about me. I see, Rias said softly. She guessed this was just one of those mysteries that let her know she still didn't know Naruto as well as she wanted to. At least they had a whole 10 days in which she could get to know him better. Come along, Koneko-chan. Our training awaits. If she could separate him and Koneko, that is. Catcharp. The place Rias had them staying at was just as extravagant as Naruto suspected it would be. A beautiful-looking, several-story Western-style mansion with dozens of windows and cream-colored walls. Naruto could not judge how large it was, but it was definitely bigger than the old-school building their clubroom was located in. It was surrounded by a just as gorgeous garden that looked like someone had spent their entire life cultivating and pruning it. From where they were standing, Naruto could see a Greek gazebo next to a pond filled with crystal-clear blue water. Behind the estate itself was a large copse of trees that led into a deep forest of viridian colors, presenting a pleasant background to the majestic-looking mansion. According to Rias, this place was a summer home that her family rarely ever used. It was just another reminder of how wealthy her family was that they could afford their own summer estate and never live there. Almost as soon as they arrived at the estate and put all their stuff away, Rias had them get started with training. She had Kiba work with Issei to teach him how to wield a sword. In her words, giving Issei experience with weaponry would not only help him learn how to fight a weapons user, but also add another means of fighting to his arsenal. Unfortunately, it wasn't going as well as she had probably hoped. Issei was hopeless as a swordsman. He had no coordination, his grip was too soft, his swings too slow, and he completely lacked the grace, power, and speed required of someone wielding a blade. The only thing the young man had going for him was sheer determination, and that could only take a person so far. Naruto had learned that the hard way. He still had the scars to prove it. While Rias Pawn was unsuccessfully trying to learn his way around a blade, Naruto had decided to ask Koneko for a spar. Which was how the two of them found themselves in a forested section several dozen meters away from everyone else. It was here that Naruto realized Koneko was quite the little fighter. He had seen her in action before, when she was fighting that giant rogue devil, but it hadn't quite sunken in just how powerful she was until now. Naruto jumped back as the white-haired first year landed on the ground he had just been standing on, the heel of her left foot smashing into the earth with great force. Large chunks of rock and gravel were upheaved and the ground shook like it had been struck by a mini cataclysm. The surrounding area from the center of impact cratered and several large cracks spread out from where Kaneko's foot had struck, lifting up even more of the earth to create what almost looked like miniature cliff faces. A whistle escaped Naruto's lips as he saw the damage done. Had that attack hit, it would have surely done some fierce damage to him. It definitely would have rattled his bones and organs, and might have even been enough to kill him provided it hit him somewhere his body was weak, like his ribs or his neck. It seemed his thoughts on Koneko's physical prowess were correct. The girl had all the strength of Tsunade. Of course, saying she had Tsunade's strength was a bit of a misnomer. Physically speaking, Naruto would say that Koneko was just as strong as Tsunade physically. With a single punch, Koneko could cause the ground to crater, the earth to split, she could destroy boulders like they were made of onigiri and was capable of lifting and throwing objects that were 15 times her weight and several times her mass. In a perfectly physical sense, they were probably about the same. At the same time, Tsunade would have kicked the cute little girl's small, shapely ass 6 ways to Sunday. While there was no clear difference in their physical prowess, their fighting styles were another matter entirely. As strong as Koneko was, she was also predictable. Too predictable. Her punches were entirely linear, coming in projected arcs that even a genin could see them coming from a mile away. They were also very slow, allowing Naruto plenty of time to weave his way between her strikes and get a few shots of his own in. To put things simply, she lacked the battle experience that made fighting against the woman who would go on to become Godime Hokage such a nightmare. A second after the dust that had been kicked up by Koneko's latest attack began to settle, the girl in question jumped out from the crater she had caused, hopping over the uplifted pieces of earth and landing on the ground close to his position. Almost as soon as her feet touched the ground, the girl with amber eyes charged him. Naruto watched Koneko throw a punch the moment she was close enough to do so. Her execution was perfect. She brought her fist in tightly against her torso, hand clenched into a fist, palm pointed towards the sky. When she released, the fist corkscrewed as her arm extended towards him. It was a textbook chamber punch, executed so perfectly made a guy would have cried manly tears and shouted about how Koneko was in the springtime of her youth. It was also far too slow. Like water as it flowed around the rock in its path, Naruto dodged the attack. His right foot moved as he pivoted ever so slightly to the right. At the same time his left hand came up and redirected Koneko's hand, pushing it wide. The move not only served to redirect her strength, but with her forward momentum being as great as it was, it also did a splendid job of knocking the girl off balance. She stumbled forward while Naruto slid into her guard, his fingers poking her in the underarm, clavicle and her neck at the base of her spine in quick succession. Then he was past her. His stance relaxed as the girl halted her forward momentum, fist still extended, eyes blinking as she realized her opponent was no longer in front of her. She turned around to see Naruto standing there, watching her with eyes that were much sharper than the kind and slightly goofy ones she was so used to. What had just happened? Shaking her head, Koneko came at him again, this time unleashing a barrage of punches, none of which hit Naruto. The last member of the Uzumaki clan was like the wind. He never stayed in one place. Constantly, the young man with the spiky blonde hair moved, weaving and dodging each attack like he knew they were coming long before the attack was even executed. Sometimes his hands would move as well, flashing up and knocking Koneko's strikes away from his body, thereby redirecting and disrupting the flow of kinetic energy and making the girl stumble. When this happened, he would poke her in the areas that would be considered kill points on a person if he were to stab them with a kunai, then move past her. It was only after 6 minutes of this happening over and over again that Koneko stopped attacking and stared at her sparring partner with surprised eyes. "How do you keep dodging me?" It was her longest sentence to date. "That's not the question you should be asking," Naruto told her. "You should really be asking how come you can't hit me." He took a look around at the numerous craters and cracks in the ground from her misses. A good deal of her attacks had left craters that were at least 2 or 3 feet wide, some that were even a meter wide, and the cracks looked like miniature trenches that were caused by earthquakes splitting the earth open. All of your attacks were perfectly executed, textbook attacks. The problem is they're far too predictable to hit someone who is much faster than you. Rather than wonder why he seemed to know so much about fighting, Koneko merely accepted it and asked the obvious question. "What should I do?" "The first thing we need to do is work on getting your speed up." Naruto rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. I have a few ways to do this, but I think the best one is to use weights on your arms and legs to increase your speed. I normally wouldn't suggest this, but as you're a rook and their power is absolute defense and incredible strength, it will work the best for you. You won't ever be at Kiba's speed, but you don't really need to be either. This is just to give you that added oomph, so you can surprise your opponents. Koneko nodded. The second thing we need to do is work on finding you a style that fits your body type and abilities. Looking her up and down for a moment, Naruto nodded to himself. You're very cute. Koneko blushed at the very blunt compliment to her looks. Not that Naruto noticed, busy as he was in his sensei mode, which was, ironically enough, reminiscent of how Jiraiya acted when he taught Naruto. Most people would either be taken in by your cuteness, or underestimate you because of it. You could easily use that to lure people into a trap. Let them attack you first and use your absolute defense to withstand their first blow. Once you do, you can grab onto their offending limb and from there you have a whole slew of attacks available for you to capitalize on. Having been part of the war against Uchiha Madara, Naruto had seen a number of different fighting styles in play. He remembered one of the smaller shinobi he had rescued from the Zetsu clone army fought like that. Trap them. Yes, for example, throw a punch at me in slow motion. Koneko did as asked, once more punching at him, but it moved so slowly that even to a normal human it would look like her fist was going in slow motion. The attack connected as Naruto did nothing to stop it. But as soon as it did hit, he grabbed onto her forearm and stuck his hand to her limb with chakra. You see this? Now that I have you in my grasp, your options are very limited. You could attack with your other hand, of course, but if I were a rook, the only way such an attack would work is if you were another rook. Any other piece aside from maybe a queen would need room to create an attack strong enough to break your defense. And unlike you, I actually have several avenues open. I could hit you with a straight jab to the face, or attack with an open palm to the torso, and because you're already coming towards me, any attack I launch will strike with that much more force. I could also use my feet, kicking you in the stomach or stomping on your kneecaps. If I wanted to, I could even trip you up and attack while you're down. To give her an example of what he was talking about, Naruto's foot suddenly shot out. His toes hooked itself against the back of Kaneko's knee. With little warning he yanked his foot back, forcing the knee to give out at the sudden and unexpected force. Because the knee was a synovial joint that could only bend in the direction Naruto had forced it to without removing the kneecap and Koneko had no time to prepare for the attack, the silver-haired female's entire body was forced to bend backwards. Not even a second later, Koneko found herself lying flat on her back, Naruto straddling her stomach as the knuckles of his right fist just barely touched her nose. For several seconds, the two simply lay there, Koneko blinking up at Naruto with lightly flushed cheeks as the blonde boy grinned down at her. The seconds passed, Naruto waiting just long enough for his sparring partner to realize what had happened before he got off her and offered his hand, which Koneko accepted. You see what I mean? Asked Naruto. Koneko nodded. Take the first punch, grab on, and attack while they're too surprised to react. Exactly. Naruto was grinning widely as he placed a hand on her hair and scratched her right ear. You're a quick learner. It took me many beatings from my old sensei before I learned anything. Koneko flushed from his praise. In the way his hand scratched her ear. It felt so good. Naruto looked up at the sky. The sun was beginning to set. Anyway, it's getting late. Rias should be done training eyes by now. Let's go back. The pair soon made their way back over to where Rias was watching Issei getting beaten by Kiba. Just looking at the boy getting slaughtered as he swung his sword like a half-crazed maniac made Naruto shake his head. Swordsmanship was clearly not Issei's forte. Not that he could say it was his either. The last time he tried using a sword, Naruto almost ended up cutting his own head off as opposed to his enemy's. How's his training going? Asked Naruto as he walked up to Rias, Koneko trailing behind him. As well as can be expected, she sighed as Issei once again tried to hit Kiba to no avail. The blonde pretty boy managed to glide around the swing, launched his way with simplistic ease and attack Issei from behind, striking him lightly in the neck. Had this been a real battle and Kiba using a real sword, Issei would have been a head shorter. I don't think this type of training is going to work for him, Naruto declared. Issei's not a swordsman, he's a brawler. Trying to impose elegance on his movements is like putting udon noodles in miso soup and calling it ramen. Just because you mix noodles and soup together in the same bowl doesn't make it ramen. Without the proper ingredients and additives, udon noodles and miso soup are just that. That's a really interesting analogy. Rias spoke with a large drop of sweat running down her face. She shook her head at the very Naruto comment and tried to get back on track. So what would you suggest? You have him in Asia training with Akeno after this, right? Asked Naruto. Rias nodded. And I'm guessing Koneko is going to have a hand in training him during the afternoon. Another nod. I want to train him after dinner then, when the sun goes down. I suppose I could let you do that, Rias said contemplatively, casting a side glance at him. May I ask what you're going to train him in? Naruto smiled. It was not a very nice smile. Survival training. Issei, who was trying to dodge Kiba's latest series of attacks, shivered, which led to him getting smacked in the face. As he rubbed his nose, the boy could not help but wonder, why did it suddenly feel like the Shinigami had come to claim him? Catcharp, Issei grumbled as he walked through the sea of trees. He'd had a trying day so far, constantly losing to Kiba, conjuring only a tiny sphere of magic while Asia conjured a baseball-sized one, getting his ass kicked by Koneko. There was no end to the tortures he had gone through this day, and that wasn't even the worst of it. No, while all that was humiliating, the worst training by far was what Bucho made him do. She had him running up a mountain, with a boulder tied to his back, while she sat on it, and then she had him do 300 push-ups, and he had still been wearing that damn boulder. His back was killing him. It felt like his spine had been snapped in half. And now, after eating a large dinner, Rias had told him to go into the forest near the estate for his last lesson of the day. What more could they try to teach him? Hadn't he already been tortured enough? Apparently not. While walking through the dense foliage of trees, Issei failed to watch where he was stepping. Because of this, he didn't even realize he had stepped on something until a loud twang alerted him to that fact. Looking down, Issei could see something glinting in the moonlight. It looked like a steel wire. The wire snapped, and suddenly over a dozen kunai whizzed out from where they had been hidden deep within the foliage. Issei dodged the attack by belly flopping onto the ground. This proved to be a mistake as he suddenly felt several sharp, pointy somethings impaling his butt cheeks with incredible force. Gaia. Squealing like a little girl, Issei reached behind him and grabbed one of the sharp objects. A quick yank pulled it out. The pain made him wince, but he tried to ignore the sharp stinging in his ass and brought the object to his face. The object was a very thin, steel needle. Senbon. Used for acupuncture. What the hell? The crunch of booted feet alerted Issei to the presence of someone else coming towards him. He tried to stand up, but his butt was feeling strangely numb. In fact, he couldn't feel much at all around his hind area. Spiky blonde hair came into view, and a pair of amused blue eyes looked down at him. Good evening, Arrow Debigame. You, Issei roared. He tried to stand again, but once more only succeeded in landing flat on his face. What the hell is going on, idiot blonde? I've decided to help you get stronger, Naruto said, smiling a very eerie smile that instantly put Issei on edge. For some reason, that smile was making the hairs on the back of his neck raise. What was this strange fear he was feeling? But you're a new devil like me, right? Issei asked, trying to get over the almost overwhelming sense of, holy shit, I have to get the hell out of here, that seemed to have overcome him. How could you help me get stronger? You should be just as strong as I am. Wrong, unlike you, who grew up living a normal life with a normal family. I grew up being trained to fight since I was a child. I know combat, I know fighting, I know how to kick ass, take names and stick it to the man. And I am going to teach you what I know. Really? Whoa, who knew that Naruto was actually some kind of child super solider? Maybe those rumors he had heard through the Kuo Academy grapevine about the spiky-headed blonde being a former assassin that used to be employed by an Italian mob boss had some truth to them. Despite himself, Issei actually began to feel a bit excited. Perhaps Naruto would be able to help him get stronger. At least he should be able to, if the blonde was as strong as he claimed. What are we going to do? Asked Issei, wincing a bit as he finally managed to stand up now that he had pulled all the senbon from his ass. Feeling was beginning to return, and he was starting to wish it hadn't. Sparring, sword fighting, magic battle, exercise. I suppose you could say this is an exercise of a sort, Naruto answered vaguely. You see, I am going to try to kill you. All you have to do is not get killed. Catch up. Early the next morning, Naruto took Koneko out to the same forested clearing they had been sparring in the other day for some more training. It looked much different now than it had yesterday. The previous day it had simply been full of craters, upturned rocks, and large cracks. Now it was also littered with sharp, pointy objects and blood splatters on the ground and trees. What happened here? Asked Koneko. I was training eyes. Since this was caused by Issei getting trained, Koneko decided to ignore the blood and weapons. They were simply signs that Issei was still weak, which she already knew. I managed to get the weights for you. Koneko looked at Naruto in surprise. Already? Yep. The blonde grinned as he handed her 2 pairs of bands, one pair that went on the wrists and another that went around the ankles. What are these? Sealed bands, Naruto answered. See those seals right there? He pointed out the strange kanji and symbols that went around the entirety of the bands. These seals add weight, though it would be more accurate to say they seal away the speed you can attack at. They will make it feel as if your arms and legs are wading through jelly and will force your muscles to work harder in order to compensate, thereby increasing the speed you can attack with. Just by keeping these on you can increase your speed nearly 2-fold in just under a week. Naruto had never told anyone this, but Jiraiya had used these seals when he had been refining the horrid mess the blonde Uzumaki called taijutsu. They had only used this type of training for 2 months. The human body was not made to withstand that kind of abuse, but 2 months had been enough to bring his taijutsu up to par with most Chunin and Jonin. The rest of his hand-to-hand talent had come from experience. Useful, Koneko said as she slipped the bands on. I know, Naruto grinned. Anyway, I want you to wear these everywhere you go except when taking a bath. This way, you'll get stronger even when you're not training. At the end of the first 5 days, we'll take them off to see how far you've progressed and get you accustomed to your new speed, then put them back on the last 5 days. Sounds good. Okay then, hold out your hands. Koneko did as told and watched as Naruto channeled chakra into the bands. At first Koneko did not feel anything, but after several seconds her arms dropped to her side without warning. She tried to move them, but found that just making them move at all it was very difficult. It felt like they were stuck in a very thick, quick-drying cement. And then he did her legs. Just making them move after that became a task in and of itself. She could hardly even lift them. There, Naruto stood back up and clapped his hands together once. Once you're capable of moving around in those, we'll start sparring again. Okay, Naruto-senpai. Koneko began to walk around, looking almost like a spaceman on the moon except without the near-zero gravity to make her float. Each movement she made was incredibly slow, as if someone were watching a movie at a mere 20th of its normal speed. Naruto thought it was one of the funniest things he had seen in a while. Not quite as funny as watching Issei flounder about while he threw kunai at the boy, but definitely up there. Catch-up. Rias sighed as she sat up in her bed, unable to sleep. Ever since coming to this place she had been feeling restless. Despite how upbeat and optimistic she had been acting for the past few days, the truth was she had been very worried. Even though they had 10 days to get ready, there was simply no way to know if that would be enough time to prepare her peerage to face off against Riser. She didn't even know if she would be ready to face Riser when the time came. Deciding that if she couldn't get to sleep, she would at least try and do something productive, Rias slipped out of bed and put a sheer nightgown over her naked form. Slipping on a pair of slippers and grabbing her glasses and a folder of documents that were sitting on her nightstand, she walked out of her room and made her way downstairs. She found a surprise waiting for her there. Naruto. Sitting on the couch with a calligraphy brush in one hand and several sheets of paper splayed out across the table was her most enigmatic servant. He had a serious expression on his face, not as grave as the one on the night she tried to make him take her virginity, but definitely stony enough that she could not help but think it didn't belong there. She couldn't tell what he was doing, but it looked like he was studying something. Naruto looked up, a grin crawling onto his face when he saw her. Good evening, Rias. Couldn't sleep. Unfortunately not. Rias shook her head as she finished walking down the stairs and moved over to the couch he was sitting on. I thought you were training eyes. I am, Naruto told her, making her blink. How could you be training eyes if you're here? And just where is eyes anyway? Naruto opened his mouth to answer, oh god. Make it stop. Make the pain stop. BWAHAHAHAHA. Run you scurvy perv. Run. BWAHAHAHAHA. When a shrill yell of imaginable horror and pain made itself known along with what sounded like the insane laughter of the damned accompanying it. Issei is currently training with my clone, Naruto informed the red-haired beauty, who was looking around for the source of the scream in worry. It was so loud she couldn't tell where it had come from. Clone. She shook her head and stepped behind him to see what he was doing. It looked like he was writing something. Hundreds of strange squiggles lined the paper in conjunction with a very old dialect of kanji. The squiggles looked like they were forming some kind of pattern, a spiral perhaps. It's one of my abilities, he elaborated. Rias watched as he set the brush down and brought his hands into a seal that looked similar to a cross. He muttered a quick, shadow clone jutsu, and Rias watched on in surprise when a burst of smoke appeared to her left. When the cloud dissipated, it was to reveal a perfect replica of the blonde sitting on the couch. The clone gave a cheeky grin, blew her a kiss, then dispelled. It's a chakra-based ability. Ninjutsu. What I do is split my chakra evenly. The half that was split is used to make a corporeal copy of myself. What an incredible ability. Rias could only marvel at how useful such a thing was, especially if he could make more than one. They're not very strong, Naruto added as an afterthought. One good hit will cause them to dispel, and right now I only have enough chakra to make 5, so I have to use it sparingly. They're mainly used for reconnaissance and stealth operations. Rias nodded as she listened to him, curious to learn more about his abilities. She had heard of chakra, of course, but generally it was a type of energy found in yokai, not humans. How Naruto could use chakra was beyond her. So what's this? Asked Rias, gesturing towards the strange symbols he had drawn. She had to admit, Naruto had great calligraphy. Each stroke of the brush appeared to be masterfully done, reminding her of some of the greatest calligraphists she had read about in her history class. I asked Akeno about what she knew of the Phoenix clan's power, he said. She told me how they're able to regenerate near instantly from even fatal wounds. This, he gestured, is my attempts at trying to create a seal that will take away that healing ability. Sealing can do that? Asked Rias, amazing. Sealing is nearly limitless in its application, Naruto told her, paraphrasing something Jiraiya once said to him many years ago. A true master of sealing can seal away anything. Items, power, elements, you name it. With seals, one could even seal away certain aspects of the world, like time for instance, or alter the very reality upon which the world was built. I never knew such a powerful technique existed, Rias whispered in awe. Can you do that? Seal away time? Ha 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 ha. No, Naruto shook his head as he laughed a bit. I'm just a novice in sealing. My godfather taught me what he could, but we had focused more on my fighting potential than seals. I see. Do you think you can do it, then? Seal away Riser's ability to regenerate? Maybe. Naruto bit his lip as he studied the sheets in front of him. It's hard to say. Sealing is all about finding the right combination of kanji and combining them with various symbols and lines of power in order to seal something away. In some ways, sealing is almost like its own language. For example, if I wanted to seal a specific item, the kanji would have to be something like, to seal a steel broadsword of 54 inches in length and weighing 5 kilograms or something like that. In order to seal Riser's ability to regenerate, I have to come up with the right combination of kanji and combine them with the correct symbols of power and various lines that will direct the flow of that power into the seal. It sounds pretty complicated, Rias said honestly as she slid next to him on the couch, placing her own documents on the table. It is, Naruto agreed, and unfortunately, the only thing I'm positive is correct about this seal are the symbols. He pointed to 2 very specific shapes that Rias would recognize anywhere, even if the kanji used was really old. Fire and wind, yes. Because Riser is from the Phoenix clan, He specializes in fire and wind. They are his elements. Thus, if I want to seal his regeneration, I need to seal his elements. I'm sure you'll come up with something, Rias told him. He looked at her and she smiled. I have faith in you. Thank you. Naruto offered a smile of his own before gesturing towards the folder. So what's that? This is Riser's official rating game record, Rias said, putting her glasses on before opening the folder and grabbing the sheets inside. She turned to Naruto to show him the records, only to blink as she found him snickering at her. What? She frowned. What's so funny? An amused smile touched Naruto's lips. What's with the glasses? Rias blushed. I feel like wearing glasses helps me think better, okay, she mumbled. Naruto chuckled, causing her face to heat up. I'm not making fun of you or anything. I think it's cute. Her face heated up some more. You do. Oh yes. Naruto nodded sagely. You're very attractive in glasses. You give off that sexy librarian vibe I remember reading about in this book once. Ika Librarian. A classic. Why he didn't get into his godfather's literature until later on in life Naruto would never know. And here I thought you weren't a pervert, Rias muttered slyly. I'm not. Then what you? A healthy and virile young male. Rias' lip quirked upwards. Isn't that the same thing? No. Naruto shook his head. A pervert is someone who shamelessly peeks on women, whether that's looking up their skirts on the train ride or peeking on them when they're changing in the girls' locker room. They have no respect for a woman's privacy in their quest to see a nice pair of tits. So, like eyes then? Yes, like eyes, Naruto nodded. I, on the other hand, would not peek on women while they're changing, bathing, or getting dressed. You stare at me when I'm getting dressed plenty. And you get dressed right in front of me, Naruto shot back. I would also like to add that you're the one who sneaks into my room at night and snuggles into my bed naked. Would you rather I not? I didn't say that. This light-hearted banter continued on for some time before Naruto decided to switch topics. So what are we looking at? Nothing good, Rias sighed, knowing exactly what he was talking about. Riser's been in 10 official games. Of those games he only has 2 losses to his 8 wins, and those losses were on purpose as favors towards certain clans for past services rendered. He's essentially won every single game he's played. Of course, the reason he won isn't due to the strength of his peerage, but rather his immortality. She narrowed her eyes. Really, that's what it comes down to. He uses his servants to gauge the strength of the people facing him, then once all his members are defeated, he uses his immortality granted to him as a finesse to overwhelm them. I knew a guy kind of like that once, Naruto said thoughtfully. He didn't have any regenerative powers or anything, but he was immortal. Really? Oh yes. I remember how hard it was to beat him. You could chop his head off and he'd still come after you. Nothing we did seemed capable of bringing him down. So how did you beat him? Blow him up and bury his remains in a hole, Naruto said bluntly. Rias' sweat dropped. I was wondering, Rias. I know you don't like that Riser guy much. Honestly, I just met him and I can already tell he's a douchebag in need of a good ass kicking. But your dislike of him seems so much more personal. Naruto looked at the girl who had given him a purpose again, his azure eyes meeting her bluish green. Is it because of the marriage contract? Rias sighed. Her lips turned down and her eyes seemed to dim in sorrow as she remembered why she hated Riser. It's because he only sees me as a Grimoire. She brought her knees up to her chest and looked down at the table. No matter where I go, the Grimoire name always seems to follow me. I get it, Naruto said in sudden realization. Even though you're proud to be the heir of the Grimoire clan, you feel like you're trapped by the clan name. Everywhere you go it's Grimoire this, or Grimoire that, or heir to the Grimoire household. Everyone only ever sees you as Rias Grimoire, not just Rias. When Riser looks at you, he only sees the Grimoire clan heiress. Naruto looked at Rias, grinning widely as she gave what she was sure was an expression of dumb amazement. Am I right? Yes. Rias breathed, shocked. How did you know? I knew someone like you once, Naruto smiled with a hint of nostalgia. He was a little boy by the name of Konohamaru. His grandfather had named him after the village we lived in, Konohagakure no Saito. The village hidden in the leaves. Rias raised an eyebrow. Your village sure makes up some unusual names. Oi, Don't be dissing on my home village's name. Naruto scowled in mock anger, causing Rias to giggle. The blonde dropped his scowl and grinned before continuing. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, Konohamaru. I bet you think it's an odd name, right? One that would be easily recognizable. Rias nodded. And it was, but no one ever remembered his name. Everyone always called him Honorable Grandson. This is because Konohamaru was the grandson of the third Hokage, one of our most celebrated village leaders, who ended up retaking the position after the fourth died. So in spite of his name being something that people should remember out of principle, it being such a weird name and all, no one even knew it. All they saw was the grandson of the honorable grandson of the third Hokage. So what happened to this boy? He wanted people to remember who he was, and decided the only way to do that was to step out from underneath his grandfather's shadow. He decided that he was going to become Hokage, and he worked tirelessly towards that goal. Day in and day out he trained for the sole purpose of becoming the village leader so people would stop looking at him as the honorable grandson and start seeing him as Konohamaru. Did he ever become Hokage? I don't know. Naruto shrugged helplessly. I left the village when he was just a brat. By now, he's probably only around 14 or so. Oh, Rias sighed. You seem disappointed with my story, Naruto observed. No, it was a good story. I was just hoping for something more. Like, Rias gave a wistful smile. Oh, you know, something like Konohamaru triumphing over all the odds by succeeding in becoming Hokage, or something to that effect. Her smile left and she sighed. I guess I was hoping to hear something that would let me know that what I want isn't hopeless. That maybe, just maybe, I can get people to see me for who I am and not what house I come from. In response to her words, Naruto reached out with a hand. And flicked her ear. Ouch. Rias rubbed her ear and cast him a mild glare. What was that for? For being stupid, Naruto told her. Rias gawked at him. I feel like you've forgotten all about me. Huh. It was not the most elegant statement she had ever made, but then, she was confused. Some slack must be given in this instance. Naruto rolled his eyes. I don't care if your last name is Grimori. I wouldn't care if your last name is Phoenix either. To me, you've always been Rias, the girl who found me when I was just going through the motions and gave me a new purpose in life. He gave her a smile that reached his eyes. And let me tell you, that Rias is pretty damn awesome. It was probably one of the only times Rias had ever felt herself become this speechless before. For the longest time she had searched for someone who would see her as just Rias, not Rias Grimori, or even Bucho, simply Rias, with no titles or last names attached. Even if it was just one person, she wanted to find someone who would see her for her. For who she was rather than what she was. She had almost given up hope. And here was a boy whom she had rescued from death, who told her that he saw her as Rias, that he saw her. That he didn't see the titles attached to her name, or the famous clan that came with being who she was. That he didn't care about what she was, but rather who she was. That he liked just Rias. Thinking on it, Naruto had always called her by her name. He never called her Bucho like the others, never called her by her last name. Because in his eyes, the only thing that mattered was Rias the person, not the clan heir or the club president. Rias felt her face warm up. A heat like never before spread across her cheeks. She was sure her face had reached a shade of red never before seen on her or any being, be they devil or otherwise. Her heart began beating faster. It felt like a war drum was pounding a frantic beat in her chest. Her breath hitched in her throat and her chest felt like it was about to burst. And as these things happened, Rias began to wonder. It had not even been a month since Naruto joined her peerage. He was still such a mystery, perhaps even more so than ever before with all the new discoveries she was making about him. It shouldn't have been possible to feel this way for someone she had just met, someone she had only known for a grand total of 3 weeks. Yet the feelings in her heart were undeniable. Rias was falling in love with Uzumaki Naruto. Catch-arp. The rest of the training period passed by in a blur. Naruto helped Koneko by sparring with her once she had gotten used to the sealed weights. They had decided not to take them off even though her training had come to an end, and instead have him teach her how to deactivate the seals so she would be able to catch her opponent off guard. As a devil, Naruto figured she should be capable of withstanding the intense weight of the seals, and it worked out well since she was the only one aside from him who could use chakra. Issei's training was going as well as could be expected. He wasn't progressing by leaps and bounds, but that was okay. Everyone moved at their own pace. The important thing was that a late-night talk Naruto had with the boy after one particularly violent beating had inspired Issei to do better. Rias did not know what was said, but the results from it were more than obvious. Naruto had no clue how Asia's or Akino's training went. He wasn't as good of friends with them as he was with Koneko. Asia hung out with Issei most of the time and Akino tended to do her own thing. Kiba did as well, but Naruto wasn't sure he needed any training. At least, not in his night abilities. The few spars they had together showed that the boy knew how to play to his strengths well. His late-night talks with Rias continued. After their first heart-to-heart, they had taken to meeting in the living room, just sharing stories about their childhood. Naruto told her about the pranks he had played and how he had always been getting into trouble at the academy. Rias had a good laugh at some of his stories and shared some of the things she had done when she was younger. Of course, Naruto did not neglect his own training either. He just trained farther away from the others. Much farther away. He didn't want anyone getting caught in one of his techniques. Naruto felt like he had just finished running 400 miles without stopping for food, water or rest. His body hurt in places he didn't even know could hurt. His legs felt like lead and his arms were probably broken in several places. Not to mention his knuckles looked like they had been shattered by that last punch he did. None of that mattered. Grinning as he ignored the pain caused by raising his arm to keep the sweat gathering on his brow from falling into his eyes, Naruto looked at the gigantic crater in the ground before him. A crater that was over 5 meters across. A crater that he had made with his own hands. It was strange. Despite the amount of effort he put into learning the secret to Tsunade's and Sakura's super strength, he had been unable to get it right. No matter how hard he worked, he just couldn't get the proper amount of chakra necessary to use the strength technique. He always ended up causing the tenketsu on his knuckles to burst in a most painful manner. However, Naruto had always been an unconventional fellow, and from his many failed attempts, he'd managed to create something just as good. Well, maybe not just as good, but pretty damn close. It would not be ready in time for the fight with Riser. Unfortunately, the technique was too unstable and did more damage to him than it was worth. That was okay though. He had other aces up his sleeves. One day he would master this new ability, and then he would use it to push his way onto the path of becoming the strongest devil in the world, no, the entire universe. Ha! I did it. I finally did it. Grinning, the young man with spiky blonde hair and sky-blue eyes pointed a single finger up at the sky above. Just you guys wait. With this technique, I'll become the strongest devil ever. Datbeo. I'm gonna. His eyelids started to droop, along with his shoulders. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Exactly 1 second later, Naruto fell backwards. He didn't even stir as his head smacked against hard, tightly packed dirt. Not even a groan. Uzumaki Naruto slept the day away in a large 5-meter crater. Rias would be very displeased when he showed up 10 hours later, looking like someone had buried him alive. Catcharp. Deep within a castle located in Hell, a meeting was being held between two individuals. These two people were beings of incredible power, ultimate class devils who were considered the pinnacle of their kind. One stood in front of the other, who was seated on a large dais with a throne-like chair. Graphia stood before her master and husband, her hands clasped in front of her as she gave her report on the events that had transpired between Rias and Riser. I see, Sirzek smiled as he sat on his chair, his head resting on the butt of his hand. So it went down exactly as I thought it would. Yes, I expected nothing less from my little sister. It's just like Rias-tan to act like that. Sirzek was silent for a moment. What do you think of her chances? I don't think she has any chance of beating Riser, Graphia answered immediately. He has too much experience over her and his pieces are much more powerful. Only the Lightning Queen would be able to put up a true fight against Riser's peerage, but she's just one person. Do not be so sure that Rias will lose, Sirzek told his wife, the smile on his face growing wider. My sister has one ace up her sleeve that could prove to be the deciding factor in this rating game. Graphia frowned. You are referring to Uzumaki Naruto, yes. What's so special about him that you would think he might actually be the key factor to Rias' victory? If anything, I would have said the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor Gauntlet would be the deciding factor, were the one wielding it not so weak. Naruto is a rather unusual case. His name does not appear in any records within our archives, nor does he appear in any records in the human world. He is not an angel or a fallen angel either. It's almost as if he just appeared out of thin air. I'm not sure I follow. He seemed to appear out of thin air because he did appear out of thin air. Searsx watched as realization began striking his wife's eyes. With a smile large enough to show teeth, the Lord Satan spoke again. To be more specific, he tore a hole straight through the gap between dimensions and appeared in hell almost 4 months ago to this day. So that's why you had me personally register him for school. Graphia's eyes widened. Does that mean? Yes. Searsx just barely managed to withhold a laugh as he looked at his wife. He did, and anyone who can survive the dimensional gap with Great Red and come out intact is bound to hold a few surprises. Chapter 8. The rating game. Naruto stood by the open window in his room, staring out at the moon. Ever since the Fourth Shinobi War, the moon had been a bad omen to him, a sign of possible destruction, the symbol of the ambitions of a man who very nearly destroyed everything he held dear. The reason he had been so helpless since coming to this world. Still, even though he hated the moon, even one such as him could not help but find the scene before him beautiful. Gentle beams of silver moonlight caressed the earth below, bathing the small cityscape of apartment buildings and convenience stores in an iridescent light. It was a tranquil sight, calming and gentle. The calm before the storm. 1 hour to go. A red light alerted Naruto to the use of a magic circle in his room. He did not turn around to see who it was. It was obvious that she would come here sooner or later. This would be their last chance to speak before the rating game commenced. I'm guessing all the preparations for the rating game have been made. Yes, the feminine, lovely voice of Rias came from behind him. He heard footsteps draw closer before a beautiful figure with crimson locks of hair falling around her body like an undying flame appeared in the left-hand corner of his eye. All the preparations for the rating game have been made. All that's left to do now is for us to go over there. Naruto gave a noncommittal nod. Are you nervous? A little, Rias admitted quietly. This is the first rating game I've ever played in, and our opponent is someone who has never lost without intending to. To top it off, if we don't win, she trailed off, not wanting to even speak of what would happen if they lost. There was no need to anyways. Naruto knew what was at stake. It's okay to be nervous, Naruto told her. We all get a case of jitters during our firsts. I remember the first time I ever saw combat. A mildly self-depreciating chuckle escaped his lips. I was so frightened that I ended up having to be saved by my jackass of a teammate. I don't think I've ever felt so humiliated before or since. Rias smiled at his attempt at brevity, though the frown soon returned. She looked back out the window, her lower lip getting worried between her teeth. Do you think we can win? It was a testament to how much his opinion meant to her that she would ask that. None of the other members of their peerage, except for maybe Akeno, had ever seen this side of her, the vulnerable side that needed to be reassured by someone else. All they ever saw was the strong and confident Rias who never backed down and treated her peerage like family. Naruto felt privileged to know that he was one of the few who would ever get to see this side of the normally strong woman. Naruto turned away from the view out of his window so that he could look more fully at the woman beside him. He contemplated her for a moment, not saying anything. In return, Rias did not speak. She knew him well enough by now to know that he was consciously choosing his words. It just took a while for him to actually speak because Naruto had a really bad tendency to blurt out the first thing that came to mind. Do you trust me? He finally asked. Rias just looked at him with wide eyes, as if she had not anticipated him asking such a question. Of course I trust you. It was almost surprising how quickly the answer came from her lips. Even though she was caught off guard by the question, she still answered without a second's hesitation. There was just something about Naruto that made her feel like she could trust him with anything. This may come as a surprise, but out of all the people in my peerage, it is you that I trust the most. And it was a surprise, but mostly to Rias. She shouldn't have been so shocked, she knew. Hadn't she spent nearly every waking moment with Naruto since reincarnating him? Despite this fact, the amount of faith she had in him still came as a great surprise. Perhaps a part of that was due to her. When he'd first became a member of her peerage, Rias had been intrigued. She wanted to learn more about this mysterious figure who seemed so open and yet so distant and enigmatic at the same time. He'd become a mystery she wanted to solve. To that end, she had spent more time with Naruto than anyone else in an effort to unravel the person behind those bright blue eyes. In hindsight, it was only natural that she would end up trusting him more than anyone else. He was just the kind of person that people who really knew him placed their trust in. Despite being a little rough around the edges, Naruto was a person who gave his all for the people he cared about. And he cared about her. For her to do any less than give him her absolute trust was an insult to him. She wouldn't do that, not to him. Then trust me when I tell you that we will win, Naruto told her. There was a small smile on his face, nothing at all like his normal, large grins. This one was softer, more real. All of us have trained hard for this moment. Each member of your peerage stands behind you, dedicated to winning this game so you don't have to marry that jerk. Trust in those who serve you and they will never let you down. His blue eyes stared into her own green-blue orbs intently. I will never let you down. I believe in you, Rias whispered, causing Naruto's large, almost cheesy-looking grin to appear on his face. As you should, he nodded, his chest puffing. I'm completely awesome. There's no way I'd lose to some peacock who likes to shoot flames out of his ass. He then proceeded to smash the fist of his left hand into the open palm of his right, a resounding smack echoing throughout the room. I live for kicking the ass of self-righteous pricks like him. Wasn't that the truth? His entire career was made from him kicking the ass of assholes. Kiba during the Chunin exams, Neji back when he was a prick in the finals, Gaara before he became cool, Kabuto even though he got his ass kicked as much as he kicked ass during that battle. Still, he hit that sucker good when he surprised the douchebag by completing the Rasengan. Every single battle he fought had been a battle against some kind of self-righteous douche who thought they could do whatever the hell they wanted because they were strong. Assholes. Every one of them. Risers going down. Rias giggled at the blonde's antic. In response, Naruto's grin widened, not just showing his pearly whites, but also stretching from ear to ear and making his eyes squint and his whiskers stretch. It was actually a rather endearing look, even if Rias thought he looked kind of goofy. Feeling bold, she walked up to him and pressed her body against his. Her arms came up and wrapped around his torso, pulling her body even closer, so close she could feel her bosom pushing against his pectorals. She tucked her head underneath his chin, her nose resting against his collarbone and allowing her to inhale his comforting scent. Earth and ramen. Strange, but somehow comforting. Don't ask why. Rias. Naruto sounded confused, which he was. Even if this was not the first time they had shared an intimate moment together, the circumstance between now and then were different. Actually, now that he was thinking about it, it really was just like Rias to randomly hug him. Satan knows did it often enough, hugging him, that is. Hearing his voice caused Rias to press herself deeper against him. With her cheek now resting directly over his heart, she could hear the steady, thump, thump, of his heartbeat along with the comforting warmth she had come to associate with Naruto. And much like his warmth, the sound of his beating heart gave her solace. Let me stay like this until we have to leave, she murmured softly. Her eyes involuntarily closed as she allowed Naruto's presence to encompass her. Sure, we've got time enough for this. The muscles of Naruto's chest rippled before his arms came up and wrapped around her. His warmth engulfed her, making Rias feel secure in ways she had not felt since she was a child. It was different from the way she felt when her father or brother held her. Better, but it was still similar enough that her mind drew up a comparison between now and those simpler times. Nuzzling her face against his chest, Rias sighed, content, feeling that if only she could stay like this for the rest of her life, everything would be better. Too bad life sometimes has a way of getting in the way of such things. Catcharp. They were all there. The entirety of Rias' peerage had gathered in the clubroom. Each of them was doing their own activities to help them keep calm, or as calm as possible, as the time before the rating game continued ticking down. Rias sat behind her desk, eyes closed, elbows propped on the wooden surface and hands clasped together in front of her face. She was the picture perfect of calm, at least on the outside. On the inside she was a boiling pot of anxiety and emotion. Standing beside her was the ever-faithful and sadistic Akeno, who appeared unusually tense despite the serene smile on her face. Over by the pair of couches that surrounded the coffee table was the bulk of Rias' peerage. Kiba was checking his blades, even though he knew they were perfectly sharp because he had made them with his sacred gear. Asia and Issei sat together, the blonde nun sitting as close to Issei as possible without actually holding onto him. She looked about ready to climb onto the boy's lap in her desire to receive some comfort. Meanwhile, Issei was clenching his pants with his fists, a nervous look on his face. On the other couch was Naruto and Koneko. Despite them having the couch to themselves, the two were sitting even closer together than Asia and Issei. Which would make sense considering Koneko actually was sitting on Naruto's lap. The cute, white-haired first year had her rear plopped on Naruto as she tightened the straps on her black and pink fighting gloves. As she turned her left hand over, the hardened leather surface along the knuckles gleamed slightly in the lighting of the room. While hard leather would not be as damaging as, say, brass, they would still increase the amount of damage dealt with each blow. Sometimes that was all the difference between victory and defeat. The fact that they were covered in seals to increase their durability and damage potential notwithstanding. The gloves had been a gift from Naruto. He had given them to her just a little while ago and she wanted to make sure they looked perfect. While she did this, Naruto had his arms wrapped securely around her waist and his chin was resting on the crown of her head. Unlike the other members of Rias' peerage, who were doing something to keep themselves busy, he was not. Instead he sat there, eyes closed and breathing so slow that it was only thanks to her enhanced hearing that Koneko knew he was still among the living. The atmosphere was definitely apprehensive, nail-biting even. Everyone knew that in just a few short minutes they would all be fighting in their first ever rating game, one in which the stakes were far higher than they could have ever expected. Their president's livelihood was on the line. That was a lot of pressure to put on a group of newbies. Needless to say, the tension was more than thick enough to cut with a knife. Not even Naruto was willing to break this silence, suspenseful as it was. Brevity would not help them here. Only by confronting their anxiety head-on would any of these people in this room be able to move forward. And if they couldn't, well, better that he not give them a false hope by making claims he couldn't keep like he used to do as a child. Naruto had plenty of confidence in himself, but he couldn't carry the whole peerage on his own, nor would he. Naruto wasn't their babysitter. Bucho. Issei broke the stillness that pervaded the room. Rias opened her eyes and looked at him. What is it, Issei? I was just thinking about this, but you mentioned having two bishops. Why isn't your other one here? Kiba's and Kaneko's expressions turned grave. Akeno did not react outwardly, but even her demeanor seemed to shift, looking a little more downtrodden than before. Rias sighed. She did not like to think about her other bishop. Not because of anything her bishop had done, but rather, because being reminded of her bishop reminded Rias of her own shortcomings and failure as a king. Unfortunately, my other bishop will not be participating in this round. I will explain his situation eventually, but not now. Whether Issei would have responded or not became a moot point when the ground of the clubroom lit up with silver light. A magic circle appeared on the floor, from which Graphia emerged, looking as composed as she always did. There are only 10 minutes left until the battle starts, she informed them. Have all of you finished your preparations? When everyone nodded she continued. Please remember that the great devil, Lucifer-sama, will be observing the battle. Rias raised an eyebrow. She also looked more than a little annoyed. Oh, so my dear Oni-sama is going to watch us, then? Issei looked confused. Oni-sama. The president's older brother is none other than the Demon King, the Great Mao, Lucifer-sama, Kiba supplied helpfully. Thanks for stating the obvious. WHAAT. Issei's reaction was very much an overreaction. But I thought Bucho was from the Grimoire household. The original Demon King died during the war between the three factions, Naruto informed a surprised Issei, who did not know Naruto had this knowledge. Rias was just as surprised as well. However, the devils need their king, thus, it was decided that the devil with the greatest strength would be crowned the new Demon King. The one given the title of Mao is considered the strongest alive, having succeeded the 4 founding Maos, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan and Asmodeus. So, basically, what you're saying is that Baku's brother was chosen as the next Demon King. More or less. Naruto gently rubbed his hands up and down Koneko's arms, earning a pleased noise from the girl in question. Thanks to his sensing abilities he could feel her anxiety, and his comforting chakra was enough to ease at least some of that. Sears X Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, is Rias' brother. Era, Akeno smiled as she held a hand to her cheek. It seems you've been paying attention to all those lectures I gave you. Of course, Naruto smiled at the sadist. Your help was invaluable. Era, I'm so pleased. Wait, Rias furrowed her brow as she looked between her queen and Naruto. What do you mean you've been giving him lectures? Kitsune-kun asked me to teach him more about the underworld and its history, Akeno said pleasantly, her eyes opening very slightly as she gave Rias a challenging smirk. He looked so cute and delectable, practically on his hands and knees, begging me to help him. The buxom Ravenette actually shuddered, a soft moan escaping her throat. Both Issei and Asia blushed at the noise, while Rias and Koneko glared at the girl. I simply couldn't refuse him. When Rias glared at her, the lightning priestess' smile widened. Jealous? Hardly. Rias grit her teeth. Still, why didn't he simply come to me instead of you? Because I prefer talking to you about non-devil related things, Naruto answered for her. I enjoy talking to you as a man would to a woman, not a student to a teacher. Rias' cheeks became suffused with color. Akeno saw this and giggled, placing her cheek in her hand. Kitsune-kun is such a romantic. I think I'm beginning to feel a tad envious of my king. She looked over at Naruto and licked her lips sensuously. Would you ever consider having an affair with me? As Rias once more returned to glaring at her queen, Naruto chuckled. Kind of hard to have an affair when I'm not dating anyone at the moment. Being the still slightly oblivious idiot that he was, Naruto did not notice Rias wilt slightly at the comment. He did feel Kaneko's shoulder slump, but assumed she was just relaxing into his embrace. Besides, he gave the Yamato Nadeshiko a challenging look. I'm not sure you would be able to handle me. Oh, I can handle you all right. Akeno's smile matched Naruto's almost to a T, almost because her smile was tinged with just a touch of what could only be described as sadism. And yes, sadism is a facial expression. I just might break you in the process. Okay, that's enough you two, Rias snapped. We don't have time for you to be flirting. Akeno smiled pleasantly. Sounds like someone is jealous. Rias glared at her second in command. Thankfully, before the situation could degenerate further, Graphia stepped in. The time is near. Everyone, please step into the magic circle where you will be transported to the arena that the rating game is taking place in. Everyone got up and walked into the glowing red circle that appeared on the ground. Naruto kept one hand on Kaneko's shoulder as Rias walked up to him. She did not do anything, but she was still closer to him than everyone barring the small, white-haired first year. There was a flash of light before Naruto and the others became suffused in color. Their forms dissolved only to reform seconds later as they found themselves standing exactly where they had been before. What the? Issei looked around in confusion. We're still in the clubroom. Did the spell not work? Greetings everyone. The familiar voice of a certain maid sounded from the speakers. I am Graphia, a servant of the Grimoire family. I have been charged with the honor of refereeing the match between Riser Phoenix and Rias Grimoire. Please note that my master, Sears X Lucifer Sama, will also be observing this match. After taking in the opinions of both Riser Sama and Rias Sama, we have decided to use a replica of Ku Academy, the school that Rias Sama attends in the human world, as the battlefield. What does she mean by replica? Asked Issei. Take a look outside. Issei looked at Rias oddly for a moment, but soon followed her advice, opening one of the shutters that kept the window closed. What he saw would forever be engraved in his mind. The ground of Ku Academy looked the same as always. The beautifully crafted Western-style building sat in the middle of a grassy field surrounded by a fence, lush trees and more buildings. Everything looked exactly as it always had. Except for one difference. The sky. It was completely white. As far as the eye could see, stretching across for miles, was a pure white sky. It didn't even look like a sky, just a blank canvas that God had forgotten to paint on when he made the world. That sky shows that we are in an alternate dimension created by devils to host the raiding game. Impressive, Naruto whistled as he took a look outside as well. Creating an alternate dimension is very difficult, at least for humans. That devils can do so and make it look so realistic like this is pretty damn amazing. Does that mean there are humans who can create alternate dimensions? Asked a curious Kiba. Some, Naruto answered, but it's a very rare ability, most often limited to those with bloodlines, or genetic traits that are carried through the blood. The Sharingan had been particularly good at creating alternate realities. It had also been Obito's specialty. Both parties have now been transferred to their respective strongholds, came Graphia's voice once more. Rias-sama's team is in the occult research clubroom. Riser-sama's team is in the student council room. To promote your pawns, you will have to proceed to the opponent's stronghold. Naruto. Rias grabbed the blonde Uzumaki's attention. She held out her hand, showing a small earbud resting on her palm. This is a communicator. It will allow everyone to keep in touch at all times. Thanks, Naruto said as he put his hand in hers. It lingered for a moment longer than necessary before he grabbed the communicator and put it in his ear. So all I need to do in order to get promoted to queen is enter the new schoolhouse. Issei pounded a fist into his open palm. Then I can become the strongest piece in the game. He was so ready for this. After all the tour training he had been through, there was no way he could lose now. This was his moment, his time to shine. Just you wait, harem, he was coming. Era, you make it sound so simple. Naruto responded to Issei's words much more bluntly than Akeno. He smacked the boy in the back of the head, causing the poor pervert to nearly fall flat on his face as he stumbled forwards. Ouch. Don't think it will be that easy, Naruto chided the boy. You have to remember that in order to get to the new schoolhouse, you will more than likely have to go through at least several of the douchebag's servants, each of which will most likely be a bishop, knight, or rook. They'll be guarding against intrusion. You also have to remember that Riser's pawns will also be trying to enter our territory, Kiba added. And seeing how Riser's got a full set, it means we'll have to deal with 8 pawns as opposed to our 1 that he'll have to take care of. A cloud of depression formed around Issei. Asia took a weary step back as black steamers leaked out of his body like a gas line that had been perforated. I see your point. Don't worry too much, Naruto grinned, slapping the boy hard enough on the back to make him stumble. Issei glared at the blonde, who pretty much ignored it. Rias has likely got a plan for dealing with the douche's harem. He also ignored the way Issei began crying at the mention of Riser's harem. Have a little faith in her just like she does in you, alright. At the mention of their president, everyone turned to Rias, who had taken to sitting behind the desk. Our first task will be to take out Riser's pawns, she told them. He has 8 of them, and it will be problematic if he manages to promote one of them, much less all 8 of them, into queens. You seem awfully calm about all this, Issei mumbled, obviously not seeing how someone could stay so calm when they were on the cusp of a battle that would determine more than just who won and who lost. Rias was fighting with her hand in marriage on the line. How could anyone be calm with that kind of pressure on them? The battle has just started, Rias said, sipping at a cup of tea that Akeno had prepared for her. Raiding games like these tend to take a long time. There is no point in worrying right now when we have only just begun. As she spoke, Naruto walked up to the desk and placed a sheet of paper, which displayed a map of the school, on it. It was a very simplistic map, using different colored blocks to represent sections of the academy. The enemy base is the new school building, Rias began, pointing out the large block that represented the building in question. She then began moving her finger across the board until it was pointing at a patch of yellow. Going through the quad is the fastest route to get there, however. It's in clear view of the new school building, Koneko pointed out. Yes, Rias nodded, and because of that, the risks are far too great to go through there. Then maybe we should go through the track and field grounds behind the new school building, Issei suggested. A sound idea, but one the enemy is likely expecting, Naruto spoke up. I wouldn't be all that surprised if they stationed both knights and rooks at that clubhouse right there. He pointed towards the orange block with the word clubhouse written on it. Kitsune-kun brings up a good point, Akeno sounded a lot more serious than usual. That's a very obvious first move. We would be walking into a trap. Bucho. Kiba got everyone's attention. We could get closer to the new school building by going through the gymnasium. Perhaps we should head there first. His index finger landed on the 2 purple squares that had the word gymnasium written inside of them. It's close to our base, and at the same time, we can gather more information on our enemy. Intelligence on our enemy is something we're lacking right now, Naruto informed Rias. As someone who'd been apprenticed to a former spy master, the young Uzumaki was well aware of how the information game worked. He just tended to act like he was ignorant and stupid because it made people underestimate him. And it was more fun. Information is something we'll need if we want to have any hope of fleshing out a plan. Rias considered all the thoughts being given to her. In chess terms, the gym is at the center of the board. The first side who takes control of it will certainly have an advantage. She leaned over the desk. It's decided then. However, I think a powerful rook, rather than an agile knight, would be best suited for this test. In an enclosed space, a heavy hitter will definitely have an advantage, Naruto agreed. This war seems very difficult. This isn't war, Naruto said. Although he spoke quietly, everyone heard him. Naruto. Rias looked at her servant in worry. There was something about the expression on his face that unnerved her. It reminded her of the night he had killed Danesik. This is nothing like a real war. Naruto closed his eyes. He managed to resist the urge to grit his teeth, but only just. Thinking about war and anything involved with the subject never failed to rile him up. War is hatred and pain. Suffering and death. It's unspeakable atrocities and unimaginable horrors. This. Naruto snorted in derision, an act that was so not Naruto it actually scared the other peerage members. This is a farce compared to a true war. Naruto. 2 hands touched him. One slid into his hand, the other cupped his cheek. Naruto's eyes fluttered open to find Rias' beautiful greenish-blue irises staring at him in concern. A look out of the corner of his eyes showed Koneko holding his hand. She was also looking up at him in worry. He squeezed Kaneko's hand reassuringly and smiled at them. Sorry you guys, I got a little sidetracked. Are you okay? Asked Rias, her thumb stroking one of the whisker marks on his cheek. She had found during the 10-day grace period that they were very sensitive and that just by touching them, Naruto would become putty in her hands. She had used this knowledge to great effect then, and it would serve her well here she was sure. Fine. Naruto leaned into Rias' hand, even going so far as to bring his free hand up to hold hers in place. The act her hand on his cheek, her thumb rubbing his whiskers, served to calm him down. Thank you. He let his thumb caress the back of Kaneko's hand. Both of you. Bastard, Issei muttered darkly. If looks could kill, the glare he threw at the spiky-headed blonde would have surely caused instant death. I suddenly have this incredible urge to strangle that blonde bastard. Hogging all Bucho and cute little Koneko-chan's attention like that. Standing beside him, Asia took his hand. You shouldn't begrudge Naruto-san for something like that, Aiz-kun, she admonished him lightly. I guess. Issei's cheeks became stained red as Asia stared into his eyes. Fine, I won't strangle him. He pouted a bit. I'm still mad though. Asia's response to his words was to giggle. Era. Issei then stiffened and his face burst with color of the red variety when a pair of large, bouncy opie were pressed into his back. To go along with the ginormous melon smashing into him from behind, a pair of arms went around his neck. There, Aiz-kun. Akeno's hot breath washed across his ear, making him shudder. There's no need to be jealous. Issei would have said something, but his brain had shut down. Asia just puffed up her cheeks as she glared at the Yamato Nadeshiko, tears gathering in her eyes. I don't want to be left behind by Akeno-senpai. Thus, she quickly pressed herself into Issei's front, making steam starting coming out of the boy's ears. Over in a corner, Yuto quietly pouted. He felt like a seventh wheel. After a few more seconds, Rias disengaged her hand from Naruto's cheek. She walked back over to the desk and faced her servants. Koneko had not let go of Naruto's hand. To start things off, we need to protect our front line. Yuto, Koneko, I want you to set some traps in the forest surrounding the clubroom. Yes, Bucho. Hi. Before Koneko took off to do her assigned duty, Naruto stopped her. As she looked up at him with her large, amber eyes, the blonde carefully reached into her hair and found her ears. After her initial stiffening from the contact, the first-year student eventually relaxed and let out a soft purr. "You'll be careful out there, right?" asked Naruto. "Don't worry." Koneko nuzzled her head against his eyes. "I'll be careful." "All right then. Good luck." Rias frowned as she watched Naruto staring worriedly after Koneko. She now knew why the amount of affection Naruto always showed her rook bothered her. While she would never admit it out loud, Rias was jealous of how close the two were. As far as she could tell, there was no discernible reason for their closeness. Koneko and Naruto couldn't be more different from each other. Naruto was loud, brash, and obnoxiously cheerful. Koneko was quiet and unobtrusive. Two such different people should not be able to get that close, at least not that close that quickly. And yet from the moment those two had met, a bond had been formed somehow, someway, even though no one could see why. Yeah, that bothered her a lot. She spent so much time trying to get close to Naruto whereas Koneko hadn't done a single thing and seemed to earn more affection from the whisker-marked blonde than everyone else in the room combined. How could that not bother her? Shaking her head in irritation, Rias dispelled those unhelpful thoughts and turned her head to look at her queen. "Akeno, after the traps are set, cast some spells around the perimeter of the forest and in the sky." "Very well." Akeno bowed before walking out of the room, leaving Asia, Issei, Naruto and Rias as the only members left. "I should get going to," Naruto informed them. "If I'm going to get my surprise for the Phoenix douche ready, then I'm going to need time to prepare." "Oh, I see." Rias looked disappointed, but quickly drew herself up. Naruto's task was important, quite possibly the most important task of all. It was literally their ace in the hole. She knew that it was best he get started as soon as possible. He couldn't spend his time with her. "Good luck, Naruto, and, please, be careful." Naruto offered her a smile. "Hey, it's me." He flashed her a grin and tossed her a wink before leaving the old school building. Rias watched him go, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of worry, concern, and faith. As the door closed behind her blonde servant, she sighed and sat down heavily in the chair. "That's what I'm afraid of. Catcharp." Naruto listened to the chatter over the communicator between his friends. It seemed they were all done setting traps, and Koneko and Issei were now preparing to confront the enemy in the gymnasium. He wished them luck. And since the action was about to get started, that meant it was all the more imperative that he complete the first phase of his own task. Sneaking past all the guards outside of the new school building had been a cinch. None of them were ninja or even had remote sensing abilities. The new school building was pretty much empty. Obviously, that douchebag Riser had sent all of his pieces out to counter Rias' own peerage members. It was just as Rias said, Riser had so much confidence in the power behind his Phoenix abilities that he had left himself exposed. Naruto would make sure to teach him the price of his hubris soon enough. He walked down the hall with stealth earned from years of pranking a village filled with shinobi. No noise came from his feet as they touched the ground. His movements were beyond silent, like a ghost. Instead of simply walking along the floor, it was more like he was gliding across it. Eventually, Naruto reached the room that would best suit his purpose. After closing the door behind him just in case Riser or one of his servants came down this way by chance, he walked further into the empty classroom and stood in its center. The first thing Naruto did was make exactly 4 clones. He winced as he felt the drain on his chakra. He had put a good deal of chakra into each clone, an estimate of 5 clones worth each, meaning he had just created an equivalent of 20 shadow clones. His limit was 30. Since they were him, they already knew their orders and quickly disappeared out of the room. Those clones were essential to his plan to beat Riser. Hopefully, they wouldn't get caught or his plan would be ruined before it could even begin and he would end up letting Rias down. He wondered how long it would take them to finish the hand seals for his newest jutsu. Part of the reason he had moved out so soon rather than stayed with Rias was because the jutsu had 156 seals needed to activate it. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, he sucked at doing hand seals. That was why all of his jutsu were simply variants of the Rasengan, which required no hand seals. Only the henge, sexy jutsu, shadow clones, and his water swords actually required hand seals. And they only required a single hand seal, so it wasn't like doing them was difficult. His clones would need a good deal of time if they were going to do all those hand seals correctly. Hopefully none of them would mess up. With his clones off on their assigned tasks, there was only one thing left for him to do. Sitting down in the center of the classroom, Naruto assumed the lotus position. His breathing slowed until his chest was practically still, his body stopped moving entirely. He was, for all intents and purposes, a statue. He didn't know how much senjutsu chakra he would be able to take in, but every little bit helped. Catcharp, there's the gym, Issei, Kiba, and Koneko all saw the gymnasium looming overhead. It was a large, rectangular building with a rounded roof similar to a military barracks that housed soldiers. The walls were cream-colored and made of brick, while the roof was made from steel instead of tile. "I'll go on ahead while you two head inside," Kiba told them, getting a nod from both Issei and Koneko. As the knight of their group sped away, the pawn and the rook made their way inside of the gym. "Man, this is a really good replica," Issei murmured as they stepped inside. It was dark, most of the lights were out, but he could still make out enough of the room to see that it looked exactly like the original gym it was made to resemble. It had everything his gym had. Even the items strewn about the inside looked just like all of the stuff Kuo Academy's gym possessed. "We can get up to the stage from here," Koneko pointed to a set of stairs. Saying this, she walked up the stairs and towards the curtains that usually hid the stage from view. Issei followed her, but was forced to stop when Koneko halted at the edge of the curtains and crouched down. "Koneko-chan. There's someone here. The enemy. We know you're there, servants of Grimoire. Not very good at stealth, these two." Since hiding was useless, the pair decided not to hide anymore. They walked further onto the stage, out into the open, and took note of the four standing below them. 3 pawns and a rook. Koneko studied the 4 in great detail. "Issei-senpai, you get the pawns. I'll take on the rook." "Got it." Issei held up his arm. "Boosted gear. Standby. Boost. It's demolition time. Gaia." Issei almost took a step back at the sound of a pair of chainsaws activating. The loud vroom that emitted from the 2 pieces of lawn equipment turned weapons damn near scared the crap out of him. And just what the hell were they doing wielding chainsaws anyways? Little girls should not be using such dangerous equipment. The duo holding the chainsaws were twins. They were a pair of very young-looking girls with turquoise hair, which they kept tied to one side with a yellow ribbon, and blue eyes. Both of their outfits consisted of a gym uniform. A pair of white t-shirts with blue accents, black leggings, and blue sneakers over knee-high socks. Their clothing was similar to the girls' Kuo Academy gym uniform, only it did not have the logo. The loud thudding sound followed by a just as harsh snap let Issei know that Koneko had engaged the rook. Despite his curiosity, he did not look at the battle. Blonde bastard sensei had told him to never let his eyes leave his opponents. During his training, every time he had looked away from that damn sadist, the blue-eyed Uzumaki would make sure he paid for it with blood and pain. If Issei didn't know any better, he would say that bastard took joy in his pain. And people said Akeno was the ultimate sadist. In either case, it was a damn good thing he refused to take his eyes off the ball, so to speak, because it meant he saw when one of the pawns moved. It was the one who had nearly done him in during the time when he and the other members of the peerage met Riser. His stomach was still smarting from when the quiet and unassuming girl knocked him through the ceiling with that damn stick of hers. She was another young girl. Her hair was a light blue in color and done up in 4 short ponytails, 2 of which were pointed up while the other 2 were pointed down. The front of her hair featured a split across the forehead, so her bangs framed her face. Her eyes were a light brown. Her clothing consisted of a white haori with a red obi, which was worn under a red happy coat. She had bandages on her forearms and shins, and wore black guards over her hands. For footwear, she was wearing a pair of zori. The girl, Issei couldn't remember her name, came in, swinging her wooden staff at his head. Issei stumbled backwards, falling on his rear as he just barely avoided the tip of the staff. He could actually feel the air ruffling his hair, it was so close. Continuing to press the attack, the staff-wielding pawn swung her weapon downwards. Her attack rent the air, a loud whistle accompanying her swing. Letting out a startled exclamation, Issei rolled over to his left, avoiding the attack that ended up hitting the ground instead. He scrambled to his feet just in time to be met with the chainsaw-wielding twins. Let's tear him to pieces. What the hell was wrong with these two? They were so violent, talking about tearing him apart so joyfully. They came in at him from either side. A pincer attack, which meant he had two options. Forwards or backwards. Issei did neither. Taking a quick step to his left, he dodged the downward slash of the crazy psycho chainsaw-wielding twin on the right. He took another step forward, allowing her to stumble past him as she tried to get over her surprise at missing. Issei then proceeded to smack the girl in the ass with a loud slap that resounded throughout the gym and caused all the fighting to stop on a dime. Issei looked a lot more thoughtful than someone should be after slapping a girl's ass. It's quite soft, but also kind of firm. Is this what they call a great ass? Boost. Oh, and I'm at level 2. Nice. Gee, that pervert. The girl whose ass he slapped just blushed. Eki. Hentai. He just slapped my ass. Several feet away, Koneko sighed as she and the rook she was fighting halted their own fight to face palm and gape respectively. Perverted senpai. That does it. The one who didn't get her ass slapped growled as she revved up her chainsaw and charged at him. Issei, seeing the girl bum rushing him with her chainsaw held high overhead, did the only thing a man like him would do when faced with such a situation. Kya, he ran away screaming. Get back here, perverted baka. I'm going to chop you into pieces. I'll make mincemeat out of you. What soon followed was Issei dodging around various attacks made by the chainsaw sisters and the staff wielder. Unlike most people, who tended to try and dodge gracefully, Issei had no sense of grace at all. In fact, it would almost be more accurate to say he stumbled around like a blind man and the attacks coming at him just so happened to miss. A chainsaw set to bisect him was dodged when he tripped over his own 2 feet. He managed to tuck his body into a forward roll and come back up, which consequently allowed him to miss getting split in half as the other girl drove her piece of lawn hardware down, striking the floorboard with enough force to shatter and shred the wood into tiny wood chips. The whooshing sound of a staff alerted him to another attack. His body stumbled to the side as he spun around, just barely managing to dodge the blow by caving his stomach inwards. More and more attacks were dodged in the most unusual of ways until, several minutes later, the 3 pawns were left huffing and puffing. Damn it. Why can't we hit him? This is so annoying. We can't seem to get past his guard. Boost. Alright. Issei cheered as his gauntlet charged up another boost. Thank God he was finally charged up. All that dodging had been getting annoying. Time for level 3. He grinned at the chainsaw wielders. This is the end of the line for you two. Before the twins could even question the boy, Issei was in front of them. Kya, the one on the left was his first victim. With a quickness that surprised even himself, he thrust his hand out and hit the girl in the chest. He also managed to steal a quick grope, but that was besides the point. Her breasts may be small, but even though he preferred larger boobs, there was something to be said for the small ones too. How dare you do that to my sister? Turning his head, Issei saw the second chainsaw girl lashing out with her spinning buzzsaw of doom. He moved to the left, sticking out his foot. The girl, unprepared for him dodging so quickly, kept moving forward. She tripped over his foot and began falling to the ground, allowing Issei to smack her in the ass, again. What could he say? It was a very nice ass. Reacting to the loud shout, Issei turned in time to see the staff girl thrust her weapon forward. He took a step back, allowing the staff to zoom past him, then gripped the weapon with his gauntlet-covered hand. His other hand came down and struck the weapon, breaking it in half. Before the girl could get over her surprise at losing her weapon, Issei followed through with a strike to the girl's shoulder. A frown came to his face as the girl he sent flying backwards landed on her butt several feet away from the other 2 girls he had struck. He had meant to grab her boobs. Damn, how could his aim be so far off? He touched my butt. He touched my chest. He ignored the maniac twins, as he had come to think of them, and looked down at his hand in silent contemplation. That had been really easy. Before the training trip he wouldn't have even been able to keep up with the staff wielder. Now he was fighting her and the 2 maniac twins with ease. He wasn't even winded. Looks like all that training actually paid off. You're finished. Issei looked over to see Koneko sitting on top of the rook she had been fighting, holding one of the woman's arms behind her back in a painful-looking grappling technique. The pained grimace on the other rook's face really only confirmed his thoughts. She's already beaten her opponent, as expected of Koneko-chan. His grin looked positively lecherous as he turned his attention to the trio of pawns he had defeated. So then, shall I finish you girls off as well? Finish us off? No way we'll let you do that. Riser-sama would be pissed if we lost to a guy like you. We're definitely going to cut you up this time. The staff wielder didn't say anything. She was busy crying over her now broken staff. Foo. It's time for me to unleash my newest attack. For some reason that was beyond all those present, the perverted high schooler began going through several weird sentai poses. There didn't seem to be any reason for it, other than maybe personal enjoyment. That's your pawn. Despite being in pain, Riser's rook looked up at Koneko sympathetically. He's really stupid. Issei-senpai is a perverted idiot. The boy in question didn't hear them, busy as he was making poses. Good thing too. Kaneko's words might have depressed him. Eat this. Issei held up his gauntlet-covered hand and snapped his fingers. Dress break. There was a loud tearing sound, followed by 3 sets of dismayed cries as all the girls he had defeated had their clothing ripped to shreds. Issei grinned, blood gushing out of his nose like a fire hydrant as he saw the unhidden female flesh. None of these girls were endowed like Rias or Akeno, but naked girl was naked girl, and Issei planned on enjoying this sinful view for as long as possible. Wahahahaha. Issei's laugh was eerily reminiscent to those cliché evil villains found in anime. The now naked girls, hearing his laugh, glared up at him, their faces lighting up with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. How do you like that? That's my new only useful for stripping girls' clothes with my tiny bit of magic power special move. Dress break. He held himself in a stance of victory, one hand on his hip, his other hand clenched into a fist and raised high into the air. As Issei allowed himself a chance to revel in his moment of victory, he recalled how this attack, this gloriously beautiful attack, was made possible. Catch art. Issei was sent rocketing backwards with all the speed of a freight train as he was hit by a fist that seemed to pack more power than a rhino when it was in full rampage mode. His back crashed into several trees, tearing right through them like they were made of paper and compounding to the amount of pain he felt before his backwards momentum was finally stopped by a boulder that he hit. Even then, the boulder very nearly broke apart on him as he was slammed into it hard enough to crack it. He fell to the earth and ground, vomiting blood as he hacked and coughed. Issei had been through a lot in recent weeks. He'd been stabbed by spears of light, he'd had to deal with Rias torture sessions under the guise of training, and he had fought against the likes of Kiba and Koneko. None of that had been anywhere near as painful as what he felt right now. It was as if his body had been smashed by several boulders, like he had been tossed into the ocean with a lead weight keeping him down and sunk so low that the pressure literally crushed him. Issei was almost positive that nothing this world had to offer would hurt as much as getting punched by Uzumaki Naruto. Come on, Arrow Dabagame. That can't be all you have. Get up. Speak of the devil, Issei groaned as he tried to push himself to his feet, only to fall flat on his face once more. His arms had finally given out on him and now all he could do was lay stomach first on the ground, his face lying in a puddle of his blood. A sigh was heard above him. There's no way you can be finished, Issei. Come on, give me one more round. I can't. Issei tried to shout, but it came out much softer than he wanted. His arms gave him enough strength to finally roll over so at least he wasn't inhaling the coppery scent of his own blood. Damn it. Yes you can, Naruto insisted. I refuse to believe that someone Rias has put enough faith in to sacrifice all 8 of her pawns as this worthless. Now get up. What's the point? Issei whispered, tears now beginning to stream down his face at the reminder that Rias believed in him. She believed in him and he was proving her faith had been misplaced. He couldn't hold his own against Kiba, he couldn't do magic to save his life, all Rias exercises exhausted him, Koneko kicked his ass on a daily basis and even Naruto, another new addition to the peerage, was tossing him around like a rag doll. There's no way I can match up to any of you. Riser and the others were right. I've got nothing. I'm not fast like Kiba, or talented with magic like Asia. I don't have Koneko's strength or your skill at fighting. I've got nothing. There was a long moment of silence. The only thing Issei could hear was the chirp of crickets and his own, panted breathing. The silence lasted for several seconds more before footsteps could be heard. Naruto came into view just a few moments later and sat down next to the rock Issei had been embedded in before falling to the ground. Issei, you may not be as fast as Kiba, as magically inclined as Akeno and Asia, as strong as Koneko, or even as talented in combat as myself, but you have something that none of us have. Everyone has something that they are good at, something that makes them unique. You just have to find that something that you are good at. At Naruto's heartfelt words, Issei began to feel hope arise inside of him. Could the blonde really be right? Could he have a power that no one else did that would help him get stronger? Well, technically, he did, but he wasn't counting his boosted gear at the moment. Do you really think I have something I'm good at? Of course, I even know what it is. Really? Issei perked up, eager to hear what his talent is. What is it? You, Issei, are a pervert. If Issei had not been lying down, he would have face planted. How is that supposed to help me? You obviously fail to understand your worth, Hyudo Issei. Naruto spoke with the utmost seriousness. Issei could not help but stiffen at the formal tone the blue-eyed devil used. I'm going to let you in on a little secret, one that only Rias knows. My sensei, the man who taught me everything I know and was considered one of the strongest people where I come from, a bona fide badass who had graduated with top grades in the art of ass-kickery, was the biggest pervert I have ever met in my life. Really? Issei's eyes widened to the point where they looked almost anime-ish. Really? Naruto nodded his head. He was a man whose lecherous intentions were so well known that even goddesses trembled at the mere mentioning of his name. He was an undying wanderer with an unquenchable lust for big breasts and tight butts. His title as a legendary sage with unquestionable power was only eclipsed by his infamy of perversity and legendary peaking habits. Issei, the blonde's voice was as serious as the young pervert had ever heard it. If my sensei can become a man who was hailed as one of the strongest people in my land, then you can become just as strong. Wow, Issei had really misjudged Naruto. All this time he had been cursing the blonde for being a bastard who stole Koneko-chan and Bucho from his lustful intentions, but hearing the blonde speaking so highly of him, showing such confidence in him, really brought the truth home. Naruto just wanted him to be strong and had enough faith not to hold back. It almost made him want to cry. Do you really think I can be as strong as your sensei? Of course, Naruto smiled, standing up as Issei's muscles recovered enough that he could at least sit up, even though he had to lean against the rock to do so. And to help you become as strong as you can be, I'm going to give you something that my sensei left for me. A legacy that I sadly have not been able to follow, but one that I think you will be perfect for. After saying this, Naruto pulled out a small package wrapped in parasol paper. It didn't look like much, but the way the blonde held it so reverently told Issei it was very valuable. Go on, eyes. Naruto held it out to him. Take it. Feeling a sense of anticipation, Issei unwrapped the package to find a little orange book. It was a rather plain book, with a basic cover that held the image of a rather poorly drawn man chasing a just as poorly drawn woman. Ika Ika Paradise, the title read. Curious as to what a book with a name like that could contain, as well as why Naruto thought it was so important, Issei opened the book. And when he did, angels began to sing and a golden light emitted from within the pages contained inside of the small object made of paper and bindings. Issei gasped in shock as he saw what was within those hallowed pages. Shock soon gave way to manly tears while at the same time blood began gushing out of his nose like Niagara Falls. This is perfection, Issei cried, his eyes staring at the book like it was the greatest invention since ever. And in his mind it was. Not even the most exclusive and top-rate porno mags and erotic movies could compare to this compilation of orgasmic fantasy. I've never seen something so beautiful in my entire life. The attention to detail, the amount of descriptions, the sex, the opie. It's so beautiful. My sensei was a great man, a shameless man, Naruto continued. He was a man whose lust knew no bounds and was willing to risk life and limb for the sake of seeing a beautiful pair of breasts. There were 2 legacies that he possessed, and because of certain circumstances, I was only to fulfill half of that legacy. I became a powerful warrior, but I was never able to earn the second title he possessed, and the one he was most proud of. The title of Super Pervert. The legendary Super Pervert. Issei stopped his crying long enough to look shocked. You mean he's real? I thought the tales of the legendary Super Pervert were only myths. No, they are very real, my friend. Naruto knelt down next to Issei and placed his hands on the other boy's shoulders. He also filed away the knowledge that Jiraiya's perversity had apparently been felt across dimensions. It didn't mean much, but it was definitely funny. Issei, take up the half of my godfather and sensei's legacy that I could not fulfill. Find your true calling as the legendary Super Pervert. I'll do it. Issei, once more crying tears that only a man can cry, clamped his hands over Naruto's. It was a total bromance moment, where two men bonded through their shared love of woman, perversion and opai. I'll take up your godfather's legacy. I'll become a super pervert. I knew I could count on you, eyes, Naruto said, grinning, kuku. Had Issei been paying more attention to the blonde next to him instead of thinking about how he would make the title of super pervert proud, he may have heard the sinister laugh that Naruto emitted, and not been so eager to take up the title and all that came with it. Then again, maybe not. This was Issei after all. Catcharp. That's right, everyone. Feast your eyes on the legendary super pervert. Ha 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 ha. Koneko, still sitting on the rook she had defeated, did not even bother to keep the deadpanned expression off her face as she stared at the perverted teen currently laughing his figurative ass off. I misjudged him. Issei senpai is the worst. Issei did not even hear her, busy as he was laughing like a certain lecherous old man. Up in the heaven of another dimension, said lecherous old man also began laughing when he sensed someone else was following the ways of the super pervert. Unfortunately, because he was peeking in the hot springs at the time he started his laughing antics, he ended up getting beaten half to death for his lack of discretion. Some things change, others remain the same. Issei, Koneko, can you hear me? At the sound of Rias' voice, Issei stopped laughing. There was a time for basking in his accomplishments and perversion, and there was a time for business. Now was the time for business, most unfortunately. He pushed a finger against the communicator in his ear. We hear you. What's up? Akino's preparations are complete. The two perked up. If Akino was done, then it meant things were about to start heating up. Literally. Continue with the plan. Already knowing what the plan was, Issei and Koneko quickly bolted out of the gym, ignoring the angry shouts of the servants they left behind. Hey, get back here. We aren't done yet. My clothes. My staff. Yeah, those. Neither Issei nor Koneko felt like responding to the taunts of people who already lost. There wasn't much point, and they really didn't want to be inside of that building when the fireworks started. As soon as they cleared the imaginary safety line, Akino, who had been floating above the gym waiting for them, raised her hand high into the air and let loose with an intense blast of lightning. Issei watched in awe and more than a little shock as the brick and cement that made up the replica exploded outwards, along with millions of glass shards as lightning rained down on it in an almost unending bolt. If he had to describe the scene, he would have to say it looked like Zeus or some other lightning god had gone to town on the building after it offended them due to its lack of aesthetic appeal. By the time Akino was satisfied that her job is done, there was nothing left of the gym but a crater. A really big crater several hundred meters wide and a couple meters deep. The entire school building was destroyed. Decimated. In other words, it was reduced to less than a pile of rubble. 3 pawns and 1 rook belonging to Riser Phoenix Sama have retired. As Issei stared at the smoking crater that signified the distinct lack of remains to the school gymnasium, he made a solemn vow that he would never get on Akino's bad side. Unless getting on her bad side served the greater purpose of seeing her wonderful boobs. He had to keep the legacy going, after all. Catcharp. Naruto ignored the sounds of raging battle. The young Uzumaki blocked everything out. He was even oblivious to the loud explosion that rang out just seconds ago. To him, nothing mattered except for the act of gathering as much nature chakra as his body could maintain. Senjutsu was the drawing of the natural energy of the world inside of oneself and blending it with their own chakra, which added a new dimension of power to the sage's chakra called Senjutsu chakra. In order to properly gather the Senjutsu chakra, the user was required to balance their physical and spiritual energy with the chakra they gather from nature. While gathering natural energy, the gatherer had to remain completely still in order to become one with nature. If the practitioner could achieve a perfect balance between the physical and spiritual energies of their own chakra, and the energies of nature, they could produce a chakra that was many times stronger called Senjutsu chakra. That was the basic lesson that Naruto had been taught when he had been at Mount Myoboku to train as a sage after Jiraiya's death. It was one of the few lessons he understood, after it had been explained in terms of ice cream and toppings by Gamakichi. According to Old Man Fukusaku, using Senjutsu required insane amounts of chakra. Basically, cage-level reserves. This was something of an euphemism. Technically speaking, you did not need high levels of chakra to gather nature energy or even enter sage mode. It just wouldn't give much of a boost if someone's chakra was smaller, and the sage mode would not last as long. Naruto likened it to a bowl of ramen. If the broth was Naruto's spiritual energy and the noodles were his physical energy, then the bowl was the amount of chakra he had to use. Following this analogy, as inane and stupid as it sounded, if the broth was his spiritual energy, the noodles his physical energy, and the bowl the size of his chakra, then the toppings were the amount of natural energy he could gather. This was because of the perfect balance one needed between the three energies in order to enter sage mode. Too little natural energy gathered and nothing would happen. Too much and he would turn into a toad statue. Not a pleasant thought. Back when he had first mastered sage mode, Naruto's reserves had been humongous. Going with the ramen example, his reserves would be considered the special super-sized Uzumaki Deluxe. Now it was only a medium-sized bowl. At a guess, Naruto probably had about as much as Sasuke had after their 3 years apart. Decent-sized. Definitely around the level of a Jonin, but certainly nothing to boast about. It would have to be enough. As soon as he entered sage mode, Naruto felt the telltale signs of his change. Unlike Jiraiya, who had not mastered sage mode and been forced to become more amphibian because he could not properly balance his physical and spiritual energy with nature, the only change in Naruto were his eyes, which he knew by now would have a reddish-brown pigment markings around his eyes and horizontal, golden-slitted pupils. With a deep breath, Naruto stopped gathering chakra and stood up. It was nearly time. The others must be coming closer by now. A frown marred his face. There was someone missing. Several more explosions rocked the replica of the academy as Naruto finally exited the building. Once outside, he found his comrades easily enough. Akeno was fighting Riser's queen. Kiba was dishing out speedy moves against another swordsman. Women, and Issei looked like he was surrounded and trying to survive against someone with a bit more combat experience than him. The frown on his face grew ever more prominent as he dashed towards Issei, his speed so great that he literally tore up the ground as he moved. Within seconds he was within range to attack the masked female attacking his perverted companion and did so without hesitation. A loud bang, like the sound of a cannon going off, pervaded the grounds as Naruto unleashed a devastating straight right into the masked woman's face. The female in question was blasted backwards at speeds that were so fast the air around her literally created a funnel as she was thrown straight through the tree line. Trees were felled, snapping and splintering like twigs. They hit the ground with a loud crash. The woman tore a path straight through the tree line. Talk about a devastating attack. Damn, it was good to be back in sage mode. One of Riser Phoenix Sama's rooks has been retired. One hit. A little blonde girl who couldn't be older than Koneko shrieked out in shock, clearly surprised by such an unexpected turn of events. He took out Isabella in one hit. What kind of monster is he? Naruto ignored the girl as he turned to look at the stunned Issei. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Issei shook himself out of his stupor as he looked at the devastation caused by Naruto's punch. There was a large path that had been blazed through the forest by Isabella. It looked like God had taken a razor blade and decided to shave a straight line through the forest. That attack was incredible. Blonde bastard sensei, I had no idea you were so, What's up with your eyes? Just a small power-up I thought I might need, Naruto reassured. There was no need to explain the mechanics of his new abilities to Issei, nor would he understand even if Naruto did explain it. Well, maybe if he used his ramen analogy, but that was neither here nor there. Nothing to worry about. The blue-eyed devil looked around and frowned again. More importantly, where is Koneko? Last I remember she was with you, but I can't sense her anymore. At the mention of Koneko, Issei grimaced and looked away, his arms shaking as he clenched his fingers into a fist. Naruto did not need more than a second to understand what the expression and actions meant. His fists clenched and he grit his teeth. "I see," he said, breathing heavily through his nose. For a second, something flashed across the blonde's visage, something terrifying. Issei almost backed away in fright. But when the golden-haired youth with the spiky locks opened his eyes again, his expression was calm and composed, if a tad cold. "Who did it, Issei? Who took out Koneko?" "It was Riser's queen." His queen. Naruto looked over at the battle going on between Akeno and Yubeluna. He wanted nothing more than to go over there and beat that woman to death for hurting his precious friend. Just looking at the woman caused his desire to rip her flesh from her bones and rip her internal organs out one by one was almost overpowering. Naruto did not like it when people hurt those precious to him, game with a low chance of death or not. It didn't help that there was an annoying voice in his head telling him to kill everyone there. "Issei." He turned around and faced the crowd of Finek's servants surrounding them. "It looks like Akeno is having some trouble. Please lend her a hand." Issei looked confused. "I cannot help Akeno as I am," Naruto continued, "so I'll need you to avenge Koneko in my place." Okay. He would not lash out in anger. Revenge was not his way of doing things. It never had been. And Naruto would not allow himself to stoop so low that he would destroy another person for the sake of revenge. Issei sucked in a breath, then nodded. "You got it, Naruto. Good luck." As Issei began to run off, one of Riser's servants, a knight, judging by their speed, launched herself towards Issei in an effort to stop him. The woman was on Rias' pawn in nearly a second flat, her form solidifying from the streak it had been to a full-bodied figure on Issei's left. "Oh no you don't." With speed that was unprecedented, Naruto vanished. A second later, the knight, a young woman with dark black hair arrayed in 5 ponytails around her head that was being held up by a golden accessory on the crown of her head, was suddenly sent flying into the air as something hit her with enough force to shatter her jaw like it was made of glass. What hit her? Naruto, with a classic, if nearly earth-shattering, uppercut. Up the woman soared, flying high into the sky at speeds that were close to breaking the sound barrier. At the apex of her flight, the knight forced herself to act through the pain she was suffering under and open her eyes. She promptly wished she hadn't, as the last thing she saw was a pair of leather heels descending towards her face. Naruto landed back on his feet as the knight he heel stomped crashed next to him with enough force that a large indent was borne into the ground. The earth fractured, cracks and fissures tore the ground apart, large chunks of gravel were upheaved with startling violence. In the center of that crater filled with spider-web-patterned splinters was none other than the knight, who had been rendered mercifully unconscious when Naruto heel stomped her in the face. And the knight soon vanished into light particles. Riser Finek's Sama's knight has been retired. Cold yellow eyes with bar-like pupils glared at the rest of Riser's peerage, peering out at them from underneath golden bangs. These eyes, which appeared to be made from chips of ice, surveyed the prey surrounding him. There were only 4 left. 2 cat girls, a young woman wearing elaborate purple robes, and a blonde girl with her hair in twin, drill-like curls and dark blue eyes. All 4 of them took a step back in fear and hesitation when they spotted the glacial gaze that settled upon them. "I apologize in advance," Naruto slid into the frog kata stance. "But since it seems taking my anger out on Yubeluna is not in the cards, I'm going to have to take it out on you. If you want to blame someone for the ass-kicking you're about to receive, blame your master for forcing this game on my king." Catcharp. Akeno could have sworn if she were the type who was inclined to swearing. This battle had gone on for way too long as far as she was concerned, and the Yamato Nadeshiko was more than ready to end it. There was no doubt in her mind about who was the better fighter between her and Riser's queen. The woman had put up a good fight, but the superior skills Akeno had displayed proved that she was the stronger queen. This battle should have ended the moment Yubeluna lay on the ground in crater of her own making, her powers exhausted from their magic-intensive battle. She would have been defeated too, had she not pulled out her trump card, Phoenix Tears, a rare liquid that only the Phoenix family could create. With those tears all of the wounds someone received and all the magic power they lost would be restored instantly. It would be as if all the damage they had received never happened in the first place. And Yubeluna drank it. Talk about tough luck. It was just like Riser's servants to resort to such devious and underhanded tactics. Now Akeno was caught between a rock and a hard place. She didn't have much magic left, and what little she did have left was being used to shield herself from Yubeluna's attacks. That wouldn't be enough to win. Her shield would eventually fail and she would be defeated. Akeno didn't want to fail her king, but it was looking more and more like she wouldn't have any choice in the matter. Dragon shot. 2 sets of eyes widened as a large surge of power erupted from below them. Yubeluna was barely able to dodge out of the way, swerving to the left just in time to avoid the giant beam of red, destructive energy that nearly defeated her in a single blow. The conical beam of sheer destruction ravaged through the air space, the heat emitted from it singing the atmosphere and leaving a heavy tang of burnt ozone in the air. Akeno looked down at where the blast originated from, and surprised to see a figure standing there, his gauntlet-covered arms still extended in a semblance of a punch. Only what had just happened was no punch. No way, no how. Eyes. Akeno-senpai. Issei shouted up at her. I'm here to help you get rid of this woman. Allow me to lend you my strength. Akeno held a hand to her chest. Why was her heart beating so fast at his words? It was such a strange feeling, one she had never felt before. Strange, but also wonderful. Perhaps she could explore this feeling later on after the rating games. TCH. It's that useless pawn. Yubeluna scowled at the intruder. You might think I'm just a useless pawn, but this useless pawn would show you what he can do. Issei held out his gauntlet-covered hand out. He glared at the red-scaled sacred gear with a fierce will and unbreakable determination. If you're listening to me in there, then listen to this. I need you to give me more power. Allow me to show her my resolve. Dragon Booster. More. I need more power. Dragon Booster Second Liberation. At the gauntlet's proclamation, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet changed. A second gem appeared near the elbow as the gauntlet's scale-like mail lengthened, covering up more of Issei's arm. The gauntlet took on a tad more streamlined look, no longer bulky and unwieldy, but smooth and sleek. Now it truly looked like a dragon's clawed arm. Akeno-senpai. Unleash as much lightning as you can. Era. Akeno smiled deviously. If that is your wish, I can certainly oblige you. She didn't have much magic left, but she had enough for this. The sky above darkened as thunder clouds gathered. Flashes of lightning flared within their tumultuous depths. The flashes grew brighter and brighter until a blinding blue bolt of lightning struck Issei, who had thrust his gauntlet-covered hand into the air. Rather than turn him into a crispy cinder, the lightning was absorbed into the gauntlet, which began glowing a bright blue. Sparks emitted from the sacred gear, electrical surges that arced and skittered across the surface of the red scale mail, creating light blue refractions that bounced off the armored gauntlet. Transfer. What happened next was unprecedented. The entire world around them lit up in a brilliant display of power. Arcs of arcane energies surged around Issei's body as all of Akeno's magic from the attack she had hit him with was boosted to several times its normal strength. Let's do a little math so you can get an understanding of how powerful the attack was now. When Issei uses his boosted gear, each time he does his power is doubled. So if Issei had 10 pennies, then he now has 20 pennies. When Akeno's attack was absorbed into Issei's boosted gear, the attack was not tripled in power because he was at level 3. It was factored by 3. So if Akeno's attack had 100 pennies, then it now has 1,000,000 pennies or x equals 100x 100x 100. In other words, Yubeluna didn't stand a chance. A large cone of lightning flew out of Issei's hand and struck Riser's queen, Yubeluna, full on. Her scream of agony went unheard beneath the roar of the lightning attack. Even her body disappeared within the brilliant blaze of cackling electricity that had morphed into a beam. When the powerful attack finally died down, Yubeluna was gone. Riser Sama's queen has retired. Ha! I did it, Issei whispered in shock, his shoulders heaving as he tried to regain his breath. He couldn't believe it. He had just beaten Riser's queen, the most powerful member of his peerage aside from Riser himself. Sure, he'd had Akeno's help. Without her lightning magic, he would have not been able to do anything on his own. But, still, it did not change the fact that he had beaten a vastly superior opponent in a single attack. That you did, and just like that, his small moment of exultation died a horrible death is too big, soft, round things pushed themselves against his back. The feel of those lush, bountiful opie pressing themselves against him served to derail all thoughts on his victory, not just halting them in his track, but ensuring they would disappear entirely. Akano-senpai, Issei squeaked as the woman in question wrapped her arms around the boy's neck and began nuzzling the curve of his jaw with her nose. The perverted second year shuddered at the feeling of her nose gently rubbing against him. How something like that felt so good was beyond him. "You have no idea how hot watching you blow that woman up made me," Akano whispered lustfully. Issei's body began to shake as he was hit with both arousal and fear. Of course she would be turned on, she was a sadist. "You know," her voice purred, oozing with lecherous and most likely painful intentions. "I've always been hoping I could find someone who wanted to do a little S&M. How about it? You can be the M." Issei whimpered. Catcharp. Ravel Phoenix could do nothing more than watch the battle taking place in front of her with horror-filled eyes. No, she couldn't truly call this a battle, for calling it a battle implied that there was a chance of victory for either side. There was no such chance here. Massacre was a much more apt term for what was happening here. The members of Riser's peerage went against this strange devil with the golden-colored eyes and bar-like pupils and were defeated like wheat falling before the scythe. He cut them down without hesitation or mercy. They simply didn't stand a chance against this strange blonde-haired man. The first girl to fall was Mahai, the last of Riser's rooks. She had long raven hair with 2 tassels that went on either side of her hair behind her ears, and was wearing an elaborate purple kimono that covered almost all of her body save her face. Being the last piece that was not a pawn aside from Ravel herself, and the only one with any hand-to-hand combat skills, she was the first one to break out of her fear and attempt to take this strange blonde down. It was a mistake that would prove to be her undoing. She closed the distance between the two of them as quickly as she could. Because she was a rook and not a knight, she was not very fast. Where a knight would have gotten to the blue-eyed male within the blink of an eye, Mahai took several seconds to close the distance between the two of them. When she did get within range of Naruto, she lunged towards him, pushing off with her back foot and punching with the opposite arm of the leg she used to push off with. Naruto didn't even bother moving away. He simply raised his hand and caught Mahai's fist as easily as he would catch a styrofoam ball that had been lobbed his way with an overhand toss. Mahai's eyes barely had time to widen before he retaliated, yanking her forward so brutally that her arm was pulled from its socket. Her shriek of pain was cut off mid-cry when Naruto followed through with the first part of his attack by striking her in the gut with a knee. There was a loud whoosh as all the air escaped Mahai's lungs, followed by her body soaring away from the blonde. She was launched backwards for several meters before striking the ground hard. Afterwards, her body tumbled across the dirt like a rag doll that had been thrown by a rampaging giant. Each time a part of her body struck the earth, it left indisputable proof that she had been there. It wasn't until she crashed through a boulder that Mahai's momentum was finally stopped. Riser Phoenix Sama's rook has retired. This proclamation was followed by Naruto attacking the last remaining members of Riser's peerage. The 2 pawns. They didn't stand a chance. One was struck in the head, her face planting itself into the ground. The other received a punch to the gut, which caused her to get blown backwards with enough force that she too was sent into the tree line, mimicking what happened to Isabella. 2 of Riser Phoenix Sama's pawns have retired. Riser Phoenix Sama's knight has retired. Ravel did not even hear the announcement that proclaimed her as the only remaining member of Riser's peerage left. Her entire being was focused on the man who had just decimated a good majority of her brother's peerage and was now walking towards her. His steps reverberated clearly ominously across the ground. Each step he took further hammered the sense of despair and fear that washed over her. Stay away, Ravel shrieked in fear, tumbling to the ground as she stumbled backwards. Naruto did not heed her words and continued marching towards her, forcing Ravel to crawl backwards in order to keep the distance between them. This stopped when she found her back against a tree. "Please," she whispered, tears beginning to stain her cheeks as she felt her fear overpower her pride. "Please don't hurt me." The blonde paused, then, with a sigh, crouched down so that they were eye to eye. "Hurt you?" Naruto looked genuinely confused, causing Ravel to blink. "How could I possibly hurt someone who's so cute?" Ravel didn't even have time to truly register his statement before she found herself being pulled into a monstrous hug. However, after the shock of his words left her, embarrassment felt it, not just at his words, but at the fact that he was hugging her. Not just hugging her, but actually rubbing his cheek against hers like some kind of cat showing affection to their owner. "Ah, you're so adorable. Who knew that douchebag had such a cute sister?" Ravel didn't know what was more embarrassing, his words, or the fact that he was giving her far more affection than anyone else ever had. "GGG, get off me." Finally, after who knew how long, Ravel finally managed to overcome her embarrassment by activating her Tsunere protocols, which really just involved her shoving Naruto away by placing a hand on his face and prying him off her. When he was no longer holding her, she glared at him, though the effect was ruined by her red face. "Don't you know who I am? I'm Ravel Phoenix. Why you can't just get so close to me like that?" "I can't." Naruto tilted his head and looked at her with a confused stare. "Why not? Why you just can't?" "Okay," Ravel shouted. She then looked away, trying to hide her red cheeks. "Besides, I don't even know you." "In that case." Ravel blushed when Naruto grabbed her hand and began shaking it in greeting. "Hi, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, training, ramen, Rias, ramen, Koneko-chan, ramen, cute things, ramen, anything with orange in it, and ramen. I dislike people who try to take my ramen, ramen haters, people who don't like the color orange, idiots who think killing people is fun, and douchebags who hurt my king. My hobbies are trying different flavors of ramen and training, and my dream is to become the ultimate badass of the universe. Your turn." I'm Ravel Phoenix," the blonde girl started before she even realized what she was saying. "And I like wait, why the hell am I telling you this? I don't even know you." "What do you mean? I just introduced myself, didn't I? That's not enough to say you know someone." "Of course it is." "No it isn't, and let go of my hand." "No, what? You're bleeding, eh?" Ravel looked down to where the blonde was looking to see that she was indeed bleeding from a small wound on her left index finger. She must have cut herself against a rock when she had been trying to escape from him. It will be fine," she murmured. "My powers aren't fully mature yet, so they take a while for them to activate." "Well, while it does, why don't I help you with that?" Ravel's cheeks flared to life with the brightest shade of red ever known to man when Naruto stuck her finger in his mouth and began to gently run his tongue over the wound. What are you doing?" Ravel squeaked, almost instinctively. Her hand jerked itself out of his mouth so that she could slap him. Before it could escape, however, Naruto caught her hand again and brought her wounded finger back to his mouth. "Even though this place is a replica, the dirt is still real," Naruto told her. "I don't know if you guys are immune, but if your powers haven't matured yet, there is a chance your wound can get infected. My saliva has very strong healing properties and tends to kill bacteria instantly." Turning her hand over, he showed Ravel her finger. Where once there had been a thin line leaking blood, now there is nothing, just perfectly pink, healthy-looking skin. "See? Oh, what did she say to that?" This guy, who had destroyed nearly 3/4 of her brother's peerage on his own, had also just healed her injury, however small a wound it may have been, and was treating her very kindly, if a tad creepily. She wasn't really sure how to take it. An explosion rocking the area caused Naruto and Ravel to look over at the new school building's roof, where they could see a battle taking place between Rias and Riser. "It looks like it's time for me to go." Naruto stood up. "I would suggest you stay here. I would hate to see you get injured by one of my friends." As Naruto began to walk away, Ravel threw him the question she wanted, that she needed to know. "Are you going to kill my brother?" "No." Naruto didn't even pause as he continued walking. "I detest killing, and would never kill someone unless I had no other option, but I am going to kick his ass for what he put Rias through. If you don't want to watch, I suggest retreating to a safer distance." And just like that, the strange man who had mercilessly tore through several of her brother's servants and treated her with an unusual amount of kindness was gone. Slowly, a blush began to form on her fair cheeks. Catcharp. Rias winced as another of Riser's flame attacks bashed against the magical shield she had created. Fire licked at the edges of the red barrier that was shaped in the form of a magic circle with the Grimoire family crest in its center. Even though the attack was blocked, Rias could still feel the heat coming from it. The intensity was enough that she was almost afraid of getting burned despite having blocked the attack. When the attack died down, the shield dropped and Rias gasped for breath. The act of blocking one of Riser's attacks had taken a lot out of her, more than it should have, were it not for the fact that this was only one of nearly a dozen such attacks she had already blocked. She was tiring, her body was running out of energy and her magic pool depleting. If this kept it, she would undoubtedly lose. Bucho-san, Asia whispered worriedly behind her red-haired king as she looked for injuries. Rias had certainly seen better days. A good portion of her clothing had been burnt off, much of her left breast was exposed, her skirt was burned up one side, revealing all of her milky thigh and black lace panties. The left sleeve on her arm was gone while the right was in tatters. The state of her clothes truly reflected her own inner state. "That's a good look for you," Riser said with a lecherous grin as he blatantly ogled Rias' exposed chest. Despite not having much, if any, modesty to booze, the redhead quickly crossed an arm over her breast to cover it. Having Riser stare at her like that made her feel dirty and tainted. "Shut up, Riser." A dark reddish-black orb of pure destruction formed in front of her. With naught but a thought, she sent it hurtling towards the arrogant blonde. The attack struck him in the face, burning straight through his head. "How long are we going to continue this pointless battle?" asked Riser as flames erupted along the half of his head that got destroyed. In less than a second, all the muscles, bones and organ had regenerated and the skin re-knit itself until it looked like her attack had never hit him. "Rias, just give up. You know that you can't beat me." Rias grit her teeth, frustration and hopelessness mixing within her. She hated the fact that she was beginning to think Riser was right. None of her attacks had done any lasting damage. While they may have been on equal grounds at first, Riser had long since gained the upper hand. Despite this, she opened her mouth to give a retort. Whatever she was about to say died in her throat when another voice spoke up. "Then it's a good thing I can." 3 sets of eyes widened as a blonde-haired figure glided onto the school roof, his devil wings extended. The person who had spoken was easily recognizable. If the spiky blonde hair didn't tell everyone who he was, then those whisker marks on either side of his cheek certainly did the job of informing those present of his identity. As he alighted onto the roof, standing directly in between Rias and Riser, his wings retracted into his back. "Naruto," Rias exclaimed with a relieved smile parting her beautiful face. He was certainly a sight for sore eyes. Despite having confidence in his strength, she had always been worried that something might have gone wrong on his end, that he might have been hurt. Seeing him standing before her made her feel like the world had been lifted off her shoulders. "Hey," Naruto turned his head to look back at his king. His face was set into a rather famous Uzumaki smirk, which was something of an infamous look back in the elemental nations. Many an enemy had run across that smirk right before being defeated by Rasengan to the face. Not that Rias would know this. "Sorry I'm a little late, but you know how these things go. The hero always arrives at the last second." Rias could not help but give a giggle at Naruto's casual attitude even in the face of battle. It is just like him to say something like that when he was about facing off against a potentially stronger opponent. The moment of casual brevity ended when Riser gave a slow, mocking clap. The blonde turned his attention to the arrogant-looking man, glaring at him with narrowed eyes and a serious frown. "Bravo, bravo, you guys managed to defeat my peerage and only had a single casualty. It looks like I greatly underestimate how much can change in 10 days. But, just because you guys have gotten stronger, do not think it means you've won. Compared to me, my peerage is weak. I can take all of them on by myself. Even if all of your peerage was here and in perfect shape, you would still lose." Riser Phoenix, Naruto intoned, his lips thinning. "I am going to give you one chance, just one chance to resign." Riser looked almost amused by the statement. "And if I don't? Then I am going to kick your ass so hard you'll never be able to shit again without needing a bedpan." "How crass," Riser scoffed. "You don't have what it takes to beat me, but you're welcome to try. Maybe your defeat will get Rias to finally see reason and accept our marriage." Naruto's glare hardened for a moment before he turned to his king. Rias, I need you to take yourself and Asia away from here. This place is about to become a battlefield, and I would rather you two not get caught in the crossfire. I really don't think that's a good idea, Rias told him, looking worried. How could she not with what he just said? Riser's powers are incredible. Even after all this time none of the damage I've given him has lasted for more than a second. If we're going to beat him, then you'll need my help. Naruto was silent for a moment. Do you trust me? You know I do, Rias said. There is no hesitation in her voice, and it filled with him joy to know that she trusted him so much. Then trust that I know what I'm doing. Naruto looked at her, willing her to understand his thoughts and desires with eye contact. I can beat Riser, but I can't afford to have anyone else in my way. You and the others would only be a liability at the moment. Rias frowned at his words. She knew he wasn't saying them as a slight against her abilities. There was something else going on here, something she wasn't quite getting. It was at the edge of her mind, and as she tried to puzzle out his words, she remembered a conversation they had several nights ago when she had let him into her confidence. Sealing is nearly limitless in its application. A true master of sealing can seal away anything. Items, power, elements, you name it. With seals one could even seal away certain aspects of the world, like time for instance. Her eyes widened. Naruto, did you? I did. Naruto gave her a confident smile. Slowly, Rias found herself smiling back, until she realized something. But wait, if you completed that seal, then wouldn't it be better if we attacked him together? No. There was a complication with the seal so I had to change it, Naruto said before looking at her with steel in his eyes. Trust me when I saw that it will be better if everyone else is as far away from this building as possible, and trust me when I say that I will defeat Riser for you. Rias nodded slowly. I trust you, Naruto, which is why I'm going to leave it to you, but please, she added in a pleading tone, be careful. I don't want to see you get hurt. Her answer was a slowly formed half-smile. I'll do my best. Knowing she wouldn't get anything else out of her servant, Rias grabbed onto Asia and flew off the building. You don't think I'm going to let you get away, do you? Asked Riser as he took aim at Rias. Just as fire began forming on the tips of his fingers, a chain wrapped around his arm and jerked it off course. The fire flew off wildly, disappearing in the air after it reached a certain distance. Riser's eyes widened as he looked at the chain, then followed it along its path until he saw it disappearing underneath Naruto's sleeve. This fight is now between you and me, Riser, Naruto intoned seriously. There was none of the usual playfulness in his voice. This wasn't the time or the place for light-hearted banter. No one else is going to be involved. HMPH, Riser scoffed. Fine then, I'll just defeat you and then force Rias to submit. Maybe if I kill you, it will make her realize how hopeless her situation is. Naruto scowled as he slowly began making hand seals. I wouldn't talk about killing a person so easily in my presence. It tends to make me very angry. Like I care. Riser laughed. What are you going to do? Pantomime me with those strange hand gestures of yours. No, I'm going to do this. Sealing art. Divine sealing of the four elements. After saying this, Naruto slammed his hands into the ground. From underneath his fingertips, thousands upon thousands of strange symbols and lines spread across the ground. A never-ending pattern of elegantly drawn markings that worked their way around the building, until the entire surface became covered in black, inky lines. What is this? Riser frowned. Naruto did not answer. Instead, he simply watched as, quite suddenly, a purple, four-sided barrier sprang up around the dome. The lines, which had stopped flowing across the school grounds, suddenly began crawling up the purple dome, encasing the entire area in a giant sealing matrix with the new school building at the center. Activate. Naruto winced as he felt the last bit of his senjutsu chakra leaving his system. He had hoped it would last a little longer, but considering he had not been able to gather much guessed he should have expected this. With his sage mode no longer strengthening and empowering him, Naruto felt exhaustion creep over him. It was a deep-seated fatigue that made even lifting his hand feel like a chore. That was one of the disadvantages to using sage mode. It granted the user incredible strength, speed and perceptions, but left the sage exhausted once it deactivated. Thankfully, Riser was in much the same position. What the hell did you do? Riser cried out in shock and fear. No doubt he was feeling the effects of the seal. Naruto gave a dark chuckle. What's the problem, Riser? Naruto chuckled some more as he stood up. Feeling a little weak, perhaps a tad tired. Riser was glaring at him, but if anything, that look he was giving only made this moment that much more sweet. It helped that behind that glare, Naruto saw the first signs of panic entering the older man's eyes. Are you scared? Riser sneered. There's no way I would be scared of you. Even if you no longer have your famous Phoenix regeneration anymore. What? Riser's whispered word was just barely audible, but Naruto still heard it. He grinned darkly. That's right. This seal. Naruto gestured around at the most complex sealing array he had ever created that surrounded them. Seals off all devil powers, even ones that are genetically inherited. He grinned darkly at Riser, whose eyes had widened. Right now, you're no stronger than a normal human. That's not possible, Riser shouted, his eyes wide in denial, shock and fear. What you say is impossible. No one can take away my powers like that. You're just trying to psyche me out. Well, it won't work, you little. Riser's words were cut off when a kunai whizzed past his face, slicing into his cheek. Blood began trickling down his face and dropping from his jaw. The wound didn't heal. You're looking a tad pale, douchey, Naruto said, grinning a death grin as he saw Riser begin to shake at the sight of his own blood. The words were enough to snap Riser out of his fear-induced freak-out and glare at the blonde. This is nothing. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to kill you. I won't be defeated by some low-class, no-name devil like you. Naruto just smiled. We'll see about that, Cacharp. Even though she had said she trusted him, Rias was still very worried about Naruto. When the barrier went up, that worry increased phenomenally. Was Naruto going to all right? What if he got injured during his fight with Riser? What was going on inside this barrier? All questions without answers. For someone who cared so deeply for her peerage that they were more like member of her family than servants, and who would admit that Naruto was quite possibly something more than that, it was a nerve-wracking experience. Naruto-san will be okay, Asia assured Rias. The redhead blinked, then looked at the blonde girl, who gave her a bright smile. I'm sure of it. Naruto-san is really strong, right? He'll be fine. I know he will. Rias smiled at the girl and ruffled her hair. Thank you, Asia. I needed that. She then turned back to the barrier, deciding to wait until Naruto defeated Riser, because she knew he would. He had promised her. While she was willing to just stand there and wait, one of them wasn't. Arg, I can't see anything, Issei complained as he and the others stood outside the large, square barrier. What's going on in there? He moved forward to touch the barrier, maybe to try and push his way through it, when a hand grabbed his wrist. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Akeno warned him. Issei just looked at her blankly for a second before the sadist of their dysfunctional little family picked up a rock and tossed it at the barrier. The rock burst into black and purple flames before dissolving entirely. I don't know what kind of barrier spell this is, but it looks like it destroys whatever it touches. Issei gulped and quickly backed away from the purple barrier. Gee, thanks, Akeno-chan. You. You're welcome, Cacharp. Despite his thoughts to the contrary, the battle between himself and the heir of the Phoenix clan was a hard-fought one. Despite Riser being far too reliant on that regeneration ability of his, it did not mean he had completely neglected other aspects of fighting. Sure, he wasn't the best when it came to hand-to-hand combat, especially with his devil powers, including the physical ones, gone, but Naruto wasn't in much condition to fight either. Physically speaking, the last Uzumaki was fine. He hadn't taken a single injury since the raiding game started. Then again, technically speaking, neither had Riser. The difference between their conditions lay less in injury and more in spirit. To be more precise, Naruto was exhausted. With all the senjutsu chakra he had gathered used up, he was feeling extremely tired. To top it off, he could not use chakra to augment his strength because he just didn't have enough anymore. Like his senjutsu chakra, almost all of it had gone into creating the seal and that barrier. If he used any more, it was likely he would simply pass out. Or die, whichever came first. That being said, even physically exhausted and unable to use chakra, it was clear that Naruto was the better fighter. So far he had managed to stay on even grounds with Riser, who had the advantage of not suffering from any form of physical ailment. Ducking down, Naruto felt the wind ruffle his hair as Riser's fist sailed by overhead as the man unleashed a straight hook. It was a very basic attack, one that was easily dodged. He was very lucky that whatever style his opponent had been trained in was extremely predictable. So far he had been able to dodge all of Riser's attacks just by watching the minute twitches in his muscles. Coming up from his couch, Naruto tried to shoulder ram Riser, but was unsuccessful when the man in question backpedaled. Not deterred, the spiky, golden-haired teen followed up his failed attack by moving into a forward shoulder roll. Halfway through the roll's completion, he placed his hand on the ground and used the muscles in his arms to help push his legs into a strong mule kick. This attack landed. Riser, unable to dodge due to how quick the attack came at him and the unpredictability of the move itself, was forced to cross his arms and take the hit. There was a loud bam, like the sound of a gunshot going off his boot-med arm, and the child of Phoenix stumbled back several steps. Twisting his body like a gymnast, Naruto landed on his feet and retook his stance. "You're looking tired, douchebag," Riser twitched at the insult. "What's wrong? Can't continue." As if, Riser shouted back, "The only one who looks like they're unable to continue is you." Riser charged forward. Naruto took a step back as the man tried to get in his guard. The straight jab Riser sent towards his face was deftly avoided by subtly moving the arm away by bringing up his left hand and pushing the appendage aside. This left Naruto in the perfect position to counter-attack, which he did with extreme prejudice. Cocking his fist back, Naruto lunged forward and threw a powerful straight at Riser's nose. It was blocked by a forearm. The attack was followed by a loud cracking noise as flesh met flesh, yet Riser did not flinch. Naruto frowned. So far, whenever the Phoenix member had been forced to block or take a hit, he had always winced from the strength behind Naruto's blows. If he was no longer doing so, it could only mean that Naruto was weakening as his muscles began to give out. He would need to end this fight soon or his body would just end up quitting on him. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, Riser's arm twisted and his hand grabbed a hold of Naruto's sleeve. The blonde Uzumaki suddenly found himself being pulled into a powerful punch that smashed into his face. Naruto heard a loud crunch and felt a stinging pain along with something wet flowing down his face that let him know his nose was broken. He stumbled backwards, blinking his eyes to refocus them, only to double over as Riser put another fist into his gut. "Hee, I see," Riser chuckled. "Despite those bold words earlier, you're actually pretty tired. I'm going to enjoy making you eat those words, by the way." Riser threw a straight punch at him, easy to block and easy to dodge. Naruto should have been able to avoid taking damage with relative ease. Which was why Naruto became shocked when the attack broke his guard and struck him in the face. The force put behind the jab was minimal. Riser was only as strong as a professional athlete without his devil powers, but that was still enough that when the attack struck, it stung. Before Naruto could move, the front of his shirt was grabbed by Riser, who yanked him forward and struck him in the stomach with a knee. The young human turned devil would have doubled over were it not for another strike smashing into his face that sent him backwards. Disoriented and unable to put up much of a fight due to his exhaustion, Naruto was left wide open. What followed next was a beating like no other, at least for this world. Naruto may have gotten worse beatings in his life. That time when Kabuto had nearly killed him came to mind, but that did not change the fact that it hurt a lot. Riser put all of his strength into each punch and Naruto, whose body was beginning to give out on him from the amount of chakra he had expended, could do nothing more than take it. The beating ended with Naruto dangling above the ground, Riser's hand clasped around his throat. The older male's muscles trembled as he was forced to rely on his purely human strength, but it seemed he was still stronger than Naruto had given him credit for. "This plan of yours is quite good," Riser complimented. Even his compliments sounded condescending. "But not even a plan as sound as this one could be enough to defeat me if my opponent is too weak. You played a good game, but it ends here." Damn it," Naruto swore as he saw Riser cock his fist back with what was left of his darkening vision. "I can't let this bastard defeat me." Rias. In his mind's eye, Naruto saw an image of the red-haired beauty. She had put her trust him in, believed that he could defeat Riser. Now it was beginning to look like that trust had been misplaced. How will I ever be able to look her in the eyes if I lose here? Kuso. Perhaps I could lend you a hand. Naruto's eyes widened as a familiar voice resounded within his soul. Warmth surged through his body before a sudden influx of incredible power coursed through his system, spreading to every cell in his body and giving him more energy than he could ever remember feeling in this world before. What the hell? Riser screamed in shock, dropping Naruto as a red coat of bubbling chakra erupted around him. He winced as he looked at the hand that had been holding Naruto, his skin an ashen black, having been burnt from whatever that vile energy was. Looking back up at the blonde he had been beating just moments ago, his eyes widened in a mixture of shock and fear. What the hell are you? What I am doesn't matter. Naruto growled, his voice sounding harsh and grating. The whisker marks on his cheeks soon thickened, becoming jagged, like someone had taken a serrated blade to them. His already spiky hair grew even more pointed and sharp. But the biggest change to Naruto was his eyes. What had once been bright, azure blues were now two bloody red orbs that were glaring at Riser out from underneath his hair. All that matters is I'm going to kick your ass. Riser did not have a chance to say anything, or even blink before a powerful fist met his face. As a loud crunch resounded from his now shattered nose, his feet were lifted into the air as he began sailing backwards. He didn't get too far as a hand grabbed onto his leg and jerked him back. There was just enough time for him to see the bloody red eyes of his foe before Naruto plowed his fist straight down into his stomach. The attack not only smashed him into the roof, but caused him to crash straight through it. Large chunks of tile and concrete shattered as Riser's body fell through the roof and second story of the building. He landed on the first floor with a loud crash that was loud enough to be heard by those outside of the dome. As his body smacked harshly into the ground, the cement underneath him indented, cratering and cracking from the impact. Unable to do anything else, Riser was forced to lay there on the ground, groaning out his agony to the world. The pain was indescribable. He had never felt so much suffering before in his life. It was as if every fight he had ever been in, all those times he had simply taken an attack when he could have dodged, was suddenly coming back to let him know those injuries still existed. Putting him through a meat grinder would be more merciful than this. Unfortunately for him, the pain didn't stop there. As he was lying on his back, staring at the hole his body had made, a certain blonde jumped down through the hole and two booted feet drilled into him with the power of gravity and physics. With the wind knocked out of him from the attack, Riser could do nothing as the blonde cloaked in vile red energy grabbed his hair and began punching him in the face. Each attack hurt more than the last as his skin cracked and burned under the assault from the fiery red chakra. His face felt like it was beginning to cave in from Naruto's punches. Already he had lost several teeth and his nose felt like it had been turned into paste. Naruto. Naruto, stop it. The sound of his name being called by a familiar voice was enough to snap Naruto out of his stupor. The blonde boy turned his head and saw Rias and the other members of her peerage staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. The barrier must have come down from his unprecedented surge of power. Rias, he noticed, was crying. Realizing what was happening, Naruto took a deep breath, willing the power away. Slowly, the red energy that was bubbling around disappeared. Brother. Ravel flew in from the sky on her wings of fire. She took up a position in front of her brother, shielding him from Naruto, who pointed at them both, even though one was completely unconscious. Behind him, Rias and the others were running his way. Listen up, Naruto shouted, his half-lidded eyes glaring down at his fallen foe. This is the only warning I'm going to give. If you want to mess with Rias or any member of the House of Gremory, you're going to have to get through me first. And I won't play as nicely with you as I did this time. Touch my family again and you're going to be in for a world of hurt. Ravel's eyes widened at the declaration. Right before a blush bright enough to outshine the stars spread across her fair cheeks. This boy, Naruto. Turning around, Naruto grinned when he saw Rias and the others running towards them. He lifted his arm and gave the group a thumbs up just before all the adrenaline from his power rush left his system. His vision began to fade and he thought he heard screaming, but couldn't be sure. All he wanted to do right now was take a nice, long nap. The last thing he saw was red hair and greenish blue eyes crying for him. Chapter 9. A time of foxes and parties. Naruto woke up to find himself lying on his back. Up above him lay an infinite well of darkness. He couldn't tell if he was inside of a building or not. There were no stars out, and it was simply too dark to see the ceiling, if this place even had one. Only the hard surface underneath him, which reminded him of granite and contained trace amounts of water, gave him a hint as to his possible whereabouts. A frown grew on his face. He wondered how he got here, and just where here was. The last thing he remembered was Rias' bluish-green eyes shedding tears before darkness had claimed him. Tears. Rias had been crying, and those tears had been for him. I made her cry, he sighed, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath before a self-depreciating smile came to his lips. I must be the biggest bastard in the world to hurt one of the few people in this world who I really care about. I wouldn't call you a bastard. Naruto's eyes snapped wide open. But I would certainly call you an idiot. Scrambling to his feet with all due haste, the blonde's eyes shot towards the source of the rumbling voice. A voice that was as familiar to him as his own. The voice of someone who had been with him since the day he'd been born. Kurama. Resting on his haunches sat a large kitsune. Its fur, a reddish-orange, stood in stark contrast against the darkness of the room. Surrounded by black rings were a pair of startling blood-red eyes. The fox was monstrous, taller than the Hokage monument back home, towering over Naruto like he was an ant standing before a giant. The kitsune's upper body looked very similar to a human's in structure, even his arms and clawed hands looked human. Naruto knew that the creature before him was even capable of making hand seals like a human ninja could. Two large, pointed ears stood high on his forehead. The inside of the ear was completely black, which extended well past the ear and moved to surround his red eyes. Two sharp canines poked out from beneath his upper black lips, which were pulled back in a grin that showed off the large array of sharp teeth he possessed. "It's good to see you, brat." Kurama's deep rumble resounded throughout the inner world that Naruto now knew was his seal. "You don't know how long I've been trying to oi. What the hell do you think you're doing?" Kurama cut off what he was originally going to say as Naruto bulldozed into him and began hugging his clawed hand, which, by the way, was nearly as big as Naruto was, maybe even bigger. "Damn it, Naruto, get off. I can't." Kurama stopped himself from trying to shake his crazy partner off his hand when Naruto's whispered words reached his ears. "I can't believe you're actually here. I thought that. Are you crying? I thought you had disappeared too. Oh gods. You are crying. I kept trying to reach you. But no matter how many times I tried channeling chakra into the seal, I could never get in. I couldn't even use chakra and you weren't healing me and I thought it meant you were gone because I remember you healing my coils back when I first used my Rasenshuriken. I didn't. Kurama sighed as his first and only human partner, or was that devil now, cried against his hand. He couldn't really blame Naruto for being so emotional and, even though he would never in a million years on pain of death admit to this, it actually felt nice knowing that his partner had missed him so much. There was this strange, fuzzy feeling in his gut that Kurama was sure was happiness. Or indigestion. That was also a possibility. A loud sniffle brought his attention to Naruto again. He looked down and what he saw made his eye twitch. "Brat." The ancient kitsune roared as he flicked Naruto off his hand. The blonde tumbled onto his backside as Kurama began wiping his hand against the ground. "Log damn it, Naruto, look at this. You got snot all over my fur coat. Do you know how long it takes to make my fur coat this soft and shiny? Months. That's how long. And now it's covered in your disgusting, putrid nasal excrement. I can't believe this. Ah ha 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 ha." Naruto scratched the back of his head as he gave his closest friend, literally, a sheepish grin. His tears were also inexplicably gone, as if he'd never been crying in the first place. "Sorry about that, Kurama. I didn't mean to get so, emotional. It's just, I've really missed you, ya know." Kurama sighed and sat back down on his haunches. "The feeling's mutual, kid. You don't know how long I've been trying to reach you. This entire past year I've tried calling out to you, but you never heard me." Speaking of which, Naruto frowned. "Why couldn't you reach me? I mean, I've had my coils damaged before. I kind of expected them to heal within a few weeks after arriving in this strange land." "There were a number of reasons why I couldn't heal you this time," Kurama answered him, his tail swaying about in an almost lazy manner behind him. The first is because of the amount of damage done. When you damaged your arm with that Rasenshuriken, the chakra coils there were severed. That type of damage is easy for someone like myself to repair. However, the damage you received after that insanely stupid and reckless stunt you pulled was far, far worse. Your coils were not severed, they were destroyed, demolished almost to the point of disrepair. I think, of the 360 tenketsu you possessed, only about 13 of them were still left. You cannot restore what's no longer there. Even I don't have that kind of power. Naruto's eyes squinted shut as he tried to work his mind through what Kurama was telling him. While not exactly an idiot, and pretty quick on the uptake these days, Naruto still wasn't one for theoretical stuff like this. So it wasn't that you couldn't repair my coils, he said slowly, but just that my coils were no longer there for you to repair. That's only part of the problem, Kurama told him. Looking at the giant fox in front of him, Naruto could only stand there and look stupid. What do you mean? Do you remember what happened during your final battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya? Naruto grimaced. No. The last thing I remember was, oh. Right. The last thing I remembered was using my sexy, reverse harem technique to land a sucker punch on her. Kurama stared at Naruto, deadpan. That's it. Naruto nodded. Yep. That's it. Why? He looked at the big fox inquisitively. Did something else happen? Kurama sighed. His friend was such an idiot. Okay. Naruto, listen up. Naruto immediately perked up, listening to his friend intently. You and Sasuke tried to fight against Kagaya, however, she ended up teleporting Sasuke to a different dimension so that she could kill you two individually. Kurama paused to see if his friend was listening. This actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Without Sasuke around, you were able to go all out and bring your full might to bear without fear of your friend getting caught up in your techniques. Unfortunately, Kagaya proved to be every bit as powerful as legends claimed. The two of you fought through the various dimensions she had created, destroying everything in your path. You were nearly killed several times and only managed to survive because our chakra had become completely in sync with one another, to the point where we could actually pull in the surrounding chakra in the air through a technique similar to Sage Mode and use it to help regenerate any damage done to your body. During your last clash with Kagaya, you attacked her with all 10 of your truth-seeking balls. She attempted to match your strike, however, in doing so, the combined power of your attacks overloaded her dimension and caused the entire thing to implode on itself. This caused both you and Kagaya to be thrown into the void, the gap between dimensions. But what about Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's eyes widened. They were also in those dimensions, weren't they? I don't know what happened to your friends, Kurama admitted. I was more focused on what was happening to you. I assume that, with the dimensions collapsing on themselves, your friends were thrown back into your original world, but I can't be sure. Naruto bit his lip, before shaking his head and smiling a false smile. Yes, of course. I'm sure they're all right. They have to be. Indeed. They both knew they were lying. There was a good chance his friends had died during the implosion, but neither wanted to say it. Kurama coughed and got back on track. Anyway, we were sent hurtling through the void, and your body began to deteriorate. Humans are not meant to travel through a void. The very concept of a void is that nothing can exist within it. Only those whose power reigns supreme would ever be able to live in a place like that. And so your body began to vanish. Even myself, Shukaku and Gyuki, along with the portion of chakra you received from the other six-tailed beasts, were unable to do anything but watch. So what happened then? Naruto asked, frowning even more. How am I still alive? Luck and Kagaya's own foolish arrogance, Kurama said, grinning. While your body was dispersing, Kagaya tried to reclaim the last of your chakra. Most unfortunately for her, she did not realize that her own chakra had not fully assimilated with her body, which is how the other tailed beasts were able to manifest inside of your subconscious. Kurama paused again and looked down at Naruto. The young devil's eyes were now completely focused on him. When she attempted to take us back into herself, the other tailed beasts rebelled and fought against her. They tore her apart from the inside out and traveled into you. That's how I'm alive, isn't it? Naruto said suddenly, his eyes widening in realization. I'm alive because the combined chakra of you and the others saved me, Yes. Kurama nodded, pleased to see Naruto using his head. The boy was quick, even if he was still dumber than a brick wall. The combined might of all 9 of us, along with your own impressive chakra and the power granted to you by Hagoromo, managed to restore your body and keep you alive. I imagine that is also what finished off my chakra coils, Naruto said. It is. Regrettably, in our haste to keep you alive, we overloaded your body with our chakra. The combined power was simply too much for you to take in, especially when you had not even grown accustomed to it. As a result, what few tenketsu you had left were destroyed, along with the rest of the coils themselves. Had we been a little more cautious, maybe we could have restored them, but, well. It's fine. I'm alive and well, so I'd say everything worked out in the end. I suppose it has, Kurama said, admiring Naruto's unwavering optimism. Even in times like this, the young man he befriended refused to let himself get down. Speaking of the others, where are they? Naruto began looking around. I don't see Shukaku, Matabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Koko, Seiken, Chome, or Gyuki anywhere. That is because they are no longer here, Kurama said, grimacing. What do you mean? Did they leave? Kurama blew out a large breath. No, he said, they did not leave. They are simply no longer with us. When Naruto just looked confused, Kurama began to elaborate. Even working together, we were still unable to keep you alive. Too many consciences all trying to accomplish the same task in different ways, you understand. It was decided that we would combine to form a single entity in order to wield our full power with a single consciousness. As you can already guess, I was the conscious chosen to become the wielder of that power, due to my being with you since birth. I suppose, in a way, you could say that I am the new Jyabi. The new Jyabi? Naruto blinked. That's right. It was only now, after Naruto got over the shock of seeing his friend alive and hearing about what happened, that he saw something he hadn't noticed before. He looked at the tails waving about behind Kurama, their forms arching in lazy patterns that followed no sense of rhyme or reason, moving about with a mind of their own. Naruto held up both hands and began counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Naruto frowned, his face scrunching up. Kurama, I might be seeing things, but I could swear you have 10 tails now. You're not seeing things, Kurama told him, grinning. When myself and my 8 brothers and sisters combined, I gained another tail. He looked back at his tails, then shrugged and looked at Naruto again. I don't know why, but I assume it has something to do with our powers being the combined power of Kagaya and the Shinju, which manifested as the Jyabi, though that's only a theory. So what do you think, brat? Kurama asked. You're looking at the new Jyabi. Pretty impressive, right? Naruto stared at the giant 9-tailed or as the 10-tailed now, Kitsune, blinking stupidly as his mind tried to comprehend the words spoken to him. Kurama sat there, grinning and puffing out his chest for several seconds, before he began to feel worried. Oi, say something, damn it. The staring continued for all of 10 seconds, no sound, not even a peep emerged from Naruto's mouth during that time. Just when Kurama was about to hit the blonde over the head with one of his tails to see if that would snap the idiot out of his stupor, the young devil's eyes rolled up into the back of his head and he crumbled to the ground in a heap. Kurama stared down, blinking as Naruto's body dissolved into spirit particles. A second passed, then 2. Finally. Biwahahaha. I can't believe the brat passed out. Kurama snorted and chuckled in a manner that was most unbefitting of a being as awesome as himself. Good to see that idiot still, well, an idiot. Laying down and using his massive, clawed hands as pillows, Kurama decided to get some shut-eye. He would allow Naruto to adjust to the new knowledge he'd given the boy, as well as the changes his Jinchuriki would be going to go through now that they had made contact before speaking with him again. If Kurama was lucky, he would get some more entertainment from the brat during that time. With one last snort of amusement, Kurama fell asleep. Yeah, he was lazy like that. Catcharp. When Naruto opened his eyes again, it was to find himself staring at a familiar ceiling. He was back in his bedroom, which was good to know as it at least gave him a frame of reference to figure out what had likely happened after he passed out. Someone had most likely dragged his sorry, unconscious ass back here after the raiding game. Remembering how he had passed out made Naruto remember the tearful eyes that had been the last thing he saw before entering the seal and meeting Kurama again. He scowled a bit as he recalled that meeting. No doubt the ancient Kitsune was going to make fun of him for fainting like that. Kurama would never let him live that down. Ah well, that was a small price to pay to have his friend back. And speaking of friends, Naruto suddenly became very aware of the body that was lying pressed against his own, as if the person doing so wanted to meld with him. He could feel her large breasts as they smashed into chest and her legs as they hooked over his own limbs. Her arms were wrapped tightly around his waist and her head had made itself at home on his shoulder, where he could feel her hot breath hitting his neck, which actually felt very nice. If the familiar feel of her body did not tell him who this was, then the red hair that he could see in his peripheral did. Naruto's first thought was to wake her up, but after a moment his growing sensing abilities detected how much power she had. That is to say, her energy levels were in the red, making him realize that Rias had probably been using her own power to fix all the damage he had suffered during his fight with Riser. That also let him know that only a few hours had passed since his battle, but that wasn't really something he was concerned with and just noted it as a passing thought. After realizing that the girl was exhausted, Naruto decided that it may be best if he just let her sleep. It wasn't even light out anyways, and besides that, he was just too damn comfortable to want to move. He could always talk to her tomorrow. Naturally, just as he was about to let sleep claim him again, his bladder decided to shatter his dreams of sinking back into the gorgeous redhead's embrace and letting Mobius take him. Swearing within the confines of his mind, and nearly growling when he heard a mild chuckle echo in the back of his skull, the blonde tried to solve this new dilemma. He couldn't wake Rias up, that would just be cruel. At the same time, he really had to pee. Trying to simply sneak out of bed proved to be an effort in futility. Rias was not only hugging him so tightly that even the slightest hint of movement jostled her, she also seemed to sense his intentions instinctively. The moment he made to crawl out of her embrace, her arms clamped onto him like a vice. She held him so tightly that his ribs actually creaked in discomfort. Easing himself back into her embrace, he sighed in relief as she relaxed and tried to come up with another means of escape. As he saw it, there were really only two options available to him. He could make a clone and replace himself with it. This had a problem of Rias possibly popping his clone with her insanely strong grip and waking up. Or he could simply disable her arms by tapping the pressure points in her shoulders to relax her muscles. Of course, she could still wake up from missing his body heat, but at least then he had a chance of making it to the bathroom and back before the warmth from his bed dissipated. A quick squeeze from Rias told him which option would be best. Tapping the pressure points in Rias' shoulder caused her arms to become limp. He carefully began easing his way out of her grasp, and felt his eye twitch when her legs suddenly hooked themselves around his hips and clamped down. After tapping on the pressure points in her legs as well, Naruto finally made his way out of the bed, got dressed in a pair of pants, and headed towards the bathroom. It wasn't long after he had relieved himself that the blonde was about to head back to bed when a thought occurred to him. Checking the clock on the nightstand, he saw that it was nearing 3 a.m. It was a bit early, but maybe he should make them some breakfast. He was pretty ravenous due to all the chakra he had used during the raiding game, and he felt positive that Rias would be hungry when she woke up as well. That decided, Naruto made his way to the living room kitchen, where he promptly stopped as he took in the sight before him. Wah! What the hell is everyone doing in my apartment? Naruto had to fight back a scream of surprise as every member of Rias' peerage plus Graphia was in his apartment. Only Graphia was awake at the moment, and she looked up at him when he entered. Rias-sama and the others brought you here. She stood up from the chair she had been sitting in. After Rias-sama decided to heal you herself instead of letting Asuya-san do it, the others decided to just stay here and wait for you too. She gave him a curtsy. It pleases me to see you up and about, Naruto-sama. Thank you, Naruto said uncertainly, returning her curtsy with a small nod of his head. He had never been one for formalities. It was only then that he registered what she called him and adopted an expression of confusion. Wait, Naruto-sama. Of course, Graphia replied, anyone who can defeat a high-class devil on Riser Phoenix's level is worthy of my respect, thus, you are now Naruto-sama. I see. Naruto furrowed his brow. Is this a Japanese custom? He blinked, then furrowed his brow. No, I think we did that in the elemental nations too. The Hokage is given deference because he's the strongest, after all. He made a face. All this etiquette is so damn confusing. Graphia's sweat dropped at the sight of the person her husband and now herself were so interested in, mumbling to himself about something so nonsensical, but quickly shook her head, and with it, her worry for the young man's sanity. In either event, it is good to see you are awake. I take it that Rias-sama is still asleep. Yes. Naruto walked further into the room and took careful note of where everyone was. Kiba was laying on the only couch, his body stretched out across it. Koneko was curled up in one of his two easy chairs. Graphia had been sitting on the other one, her knees drawn up to her chest and looking very much like a cat. Naruto was incredibly amused to note that Akeno, Asuya, and Issei were all sleeping together. They were on the ground, lying in a futon that had been set up for them. Akeno and Asuya were on either side of Issei, snuggling against the boy much like Rias often snuggled against him. The perverted first year was also wide awake and looked like he was struggling between letting his, admittedly large humongous inner perverted out, or was that outer pervert, and keeping his lustful desires to himself. Deciding on what he should do first, Naruto brought his hands up and made a cross seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A physical copy of himself appeared beside him in a haze of smoke. Graphia watched on in interest as the clone walked into the kitchen half of the room and began getting out several pans from the bottom cupboards. I saw you use that during the raiding game. What kind of spell is that? It's not a spell, Naruto informed her as he walked over to the chair that Koneko was occupying and knelt down. It's a jutsu, ninjutsu to be exact. By splitting my chakra evenly, I can create corporeal copies of myself. I see, Graphia murmured, her eyes watching Naruto as he began to gently stroke the girl's hair. I had heard that chakra was a gift only yokai had. It's not. Naruto smiled as Koneko nuzzled her head against his hand. He absently worked out her ears and began messaging them. All humans have chakra, but from what I've seen of this place, they only have enough to survive. At that moment, Kaneko's eyes fluttered open and almost immediately locked onto Naruto's. Hey, Koneko-chan. Naruto-senpai, Koneko purred as trailed his fingers through her hair. Her body unfurled itself and she let her legs dangle off the armrest of the chair. Are you okay? Asked Naruto. I should be the one asking that. Koneko gave him a blank look. Or as blank a look as she could give him when she was blissed out. Naruto smiled, but it left a second later in favor of a frown. Issei told me you had been defeated by Ubeluna. I had been really worried. He knew that death in a raiding game was rare unless the people in charge of pulling the players out were being negligent. That still didn't mean it hadn't killed him to hear that Koneko had been retired. I'm really sorry I wasn't there to help you. It's okay, senpai. Koneko reached up with a hand and began patting him on the head much like someone would a dog. Naruto sniffled a little, pulling all his tears back into his tear ducts. He'd already bawled his eyes out once inside of the seal. There was no need to do so again. Thank you. Naruto's head snapped up at that exact moment as a clone that his clone made dispelled. He looked back at Koneko. Would you mind waking everyone up for breakfast? I need to go wake Rias up. Of course, senpai. As Koneko moved to wake up the others, Naruto stood back up. He headed into the kitchen where he saw Graphia dishing out portions of scrambled eggs and bacon onto the plates. Thank you for doing that, Graphia-san. It is no trouble. I am simply doing my duty as a maid to the house of Grimori. Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly, but decided not to say anything about her strange maid fetish. Are you going to be staying for breakfast? I cannot. I must go back to the underworld and inform Surzek-sama and Grimori-sama that you have awoken. Both of them have been waiting for you to awaken with great anticipation, so I will need to make haste. Okay. Naruto shrugged. That's fine, I guess. I'll see you later then. Indeed. Farewell for now, Naruto-sama. As the silver-haired maid disappeared within a silver magic circle, Naruto decided it was about time to go wake up Rias. Unfortunately, Rias decided to wake up on her own. Naruto. All those who were awake turned their heads to look at where the sound of the voice came from. The loud, thump-thump, of running feet grew louder and louder before Rias burst into the living room. There were several cries of, "Bucho," mainly from Asuya and Kiba, but the red-haired devil was not focused on them. Naruto. Wah oof. Naruto soon found himself lying on his back as Rias bodily tackled him to the floor. He sat there, blinking for several seconds before he felt the bare skin of his torso getting wet. Rias was crying. Rias, how could you leave like that? Rias looked up and Naruto flinched as if struck by a physical blow. Crystal clear tracks of water were falling across her fair cheeks and down her jaw, where they splashed against his skin. I was so worried when I woke up and you weren't there. She placed her head on his chest again. Don't leave like that again, okay? Great. Now he felt like a complete jerk. How could he hurt someone he cared about like that? Why hadn't he just stayed in bed? Come to think of it, that was a good question. Why hadn't he stayed in bed? Oh, right. Bathroom and hunger pains. Damn you bodily functions. Sorry, Rias. Naruto placed a hand on the back of her head and began threading his fingers through her long, silky tresses of crimson hair. I didn't mean to leave while you were still asleep. I just really had to go to the bathroom, and then I got really hungry so I thought I would make breakfast. I didn't want to wake you because you looked tired, so I was going to let you sleep and wake you up when breakfast was ready. It's fine, Rias mumbled into his chest. I suppose I'm overreacting a little because of what happened during the raiding game. Naruto winced. He was likely going to have to talk about that later on. Not a conversation he was looking forward to. Just, don't do that again, okay? I was really worried about you, and when I woke up and you weren't with me, I assumed something bad might have happened. Right, sorry, I won't do that again. Good. Rias sat up and straddled his stomach, her hands pressed against his shoulders as she looked down at him while continuing to ignore the scene she was causing for the others. She was, after all, still naked. On a side note, Issei had already passed out from having been blown into a wall by a nosebleed and Asuya was kneeling by him, trying to wake him up while Akeno poked him with a stick that she had gotten from somewhere. Don't ask where. No, really, don't. What's this I heard about breakfast? Rias finally asked. Naruto blinked. Maybe you should get dressed first. Now Rias blinked. You know, that way Issei doesn't pass out again when he wakes up. Huh. Rias looked down at herself, seemingly realizing for the first time that she was naked. She looked back into Naruto's azure eyes, then over at where a frantic Asuya was trying to unsuccessfully revive Issei, who had taken to mumbling something about Big O-Pie, as an amused Akeno continued poking him in the cheek with a stick. That's a great idea, she decided at last. Red hair was flung about as Rias turned her head back to look at Naruto. Would you care to help me get dressed? Not at all. Like he would ever turn down the chance to get some up-close and personal time dressing Rias up, especially since she had offered. He was respectful to women, but he was still a guy. Catcharp. It wasn't long after breakfast finished that Graphia came back. Before Naruto even had a chance to emit any form of protest, the silver-haired woman proclaimed that she would be taking Naruto shopping for some clothes and left within a magic circle. She also told Rias that her father and brother expected to see her in the underworld and that the young woman should head there as soon as possible. Several hours in a whirlwind of having some strange woman with a needle fetish sticking him with pins saw Naruto pulling and tugging at the new suit he was wearing as he and Rias walked down an extravagant-looking hallway. Damn that woman, Naruto complained, his loud voice ringing down the hall. Why the hell do I have to wear this stupid thing? He tugged at the collar of his tuxedo, or tried to. His hand was swatted away by Rias. I'm surprised she even managed to convince you to wear it, Rias informed him, shaking her head. And stop doing that, you're going to ruin the collar if you keep tugging on it. Yeah, well, that Graphia chick can be scary when she wants to be. Naruto shuddered, much to Rias' amusement. Yes, she can be pretty frightening. But then, there is a reason she is called the strongest queen. I guess. Anyway, Rias continued, wrapping both of her arms around one of his and walking a little closer. Just try to relax. This party is very important to Devil Society, and as a member of my peerage, and the one most responsible for beating Riser, everyone's eyes are going to be on you. I need you to be on your best behavior. That's right, Naruto thought with a grimace. The whole reason Griafia had kidnapped him and forced him to endure the needle fetish lady was because of this party. It had originally been meant to commemorate the marriage between Rias and Riser, but with Riser's defeat in the raiding game, had been changed to commemorate Rias' victory and subsequent release from the marriage. Naruto remembered asking why they were still having the party when its original purpose no longer applied. According to Griafia, the reason was because the invitations had already been sent out and they couldn't afford to cancel without losing face. Thus, Rias' family had been forced to change the reason the party was even happening. It was pureblood devil politics at its finest. He hated politics. I gotcha. Don't worry, I won't do anything to embarrass you, Naruto assured, even though it was clear that the idea had no appeal for him. For too long, Naruto had been forced to act serious and intelligent. His brain was being overworked. It felt like it had been overcooked in an oven set on high. Good. Rias nodded. Now put on a smile. We're here. Indeed they were, entering through a pair of large double doors that were being held open by some unknown force. Naruto and Rias found themselves standing in a room that was every bit as ostentatious and pomp as one could expect from a family that was richer than sin. The room was expansive, larger than any single room Naruto had ever been in. Black marble floors were polished to a shine beneath his feet. The walls, decorated with dozens of expensive paintings, contained ornately crafted windows whose frames were created in the symbol of House Grimori. Ornately decorated Corinthian columns lined the walls, spaced evenly at several feet apart. And the ceiling above them was arched and rose high over their heads. Filling this space were hundreds of people, all dressed in clothes that made Naruto think of those paintings he'd seen of those European people from the Renaissance. Long-tailed tuxedos, dozens of ruffles, colorful dresses that poofed out for no reason whatsoever could be seen among the crowd of obviously rich and snobbish nobles. Among these people, a few stood out. Naruto could see his friends, the other members of Rias' peerage. Asuya, Akino, and Koneko were wearing more modern dresses, and they looked damn good in them too. Koneko looked adorable in her black sleeveless dress with the plunging V-line in the back and shoulder-length black gloves. Several meters to his left, Naruto made note of a mountain of a man with black hair and violet eyes, grinning as he spoke with some people. Come on, Rias said, snapping him from his thoughts and guiding him across the room. Father and brother no doubt want me to introduce you to them. They've been wanting to meet you. As Rias guided Naruto across the room, he noticed that all eyes were on them. He could see the rich, well-off and likely prickish nobles staring at them and whispering to each other. The large man, who didn't look much older than him, also took to observing the pair. Naruto saw that he was grinning, and when their eyes met, the grin widened. Okay, so that guy was probably cool. Anyone who could smile like that while in a large party filled with douchebaggery could only be an awesome person. Naruto, led by Rias, eventually found himself face to face with the people who could only be Rias' mother and father. They were standing next to two other people with blonde hair and blue eyes. The Lord and Lady of House Phoenix, Naruto assumed. Rias' mother looked almost identical to Rias herself, except she had shorter hair and its coloration was brown instead of red. That didn't mean much to Naruto, who felt surprise course through him. The woman looked so young that Naruto would have mistaken her for Rias' older sister instead of her mother. She wore the elegant white dress quite well, and the Uzumaki could appreciate the way it conformed to her figure, which Rias had clearly taken after. Only the knowledge that devils were incredibly long-lived kept him from actually showing his shock. Lord Grimori, to Naruto's surprise, also looked really youthful. He'd not been sure what to expect upon meeting Rias' family, but a man who didn't look a day over 30, with long, straight red hair, bluish-green eyes, and a trim beard was not it. Like his wife, Lord Grimori was dressed to impress, with a long white overcoat hanging on his shoulders and a stylish if simple white shirt and dress pants underneath. Father, mother, Rias said, her voice respectful. I would like to introduce one of my servants to you. This is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, this is my mother and father, Lord and Lady Grimori. Naruto felt himself twitch. Great, so even Rias was showing incredible respect for customs. That meant he had to as well, at least for now. It's nice to meet you both, Lord and Lady Grimori, he said, nodding towards them. Lord Grimoire smiled while his wife watched him, her eyes sizing him up. So this is the young man who defeated Riser, Lord Grimoire said, smiling. That was quite the display you put on. Those strange techniques of yours, that barrier in particular, were very impressive. Naruto, despite himself, grinned. I know. They were pretty awesome, right? He then narrowed his eyes. I suppose I should actually be thanking you. If you hadn't been stupid enough to arrange that marriage for Rias to that douche Riser, I would have never had to come up with that technique. Rias gasped. Actually, everyone around them who was blatantly eavesdropping on their conversation gasped, too. Guess they weren't expecting him to insult the host of this party like that. Truth be told, Naruto was surprised by his own audacious actions. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Rias hissed. I thought you said you'd behave. I did, but I also have something to tell your parents. Naruto didn't take his eyes off Lord Grimoire the entire time. He also ignored Rias tugging on his arm to make him stop. Instead, he stepped forward and proceeded to point an accusing finger at Lord Grimoire. Listen up right now because I'm only going to say this once. If you or anyone else even thinks of trying to put Rias in another loveless marriage, I am going to kick your ass into the void. I don't care if you're her father, her grandfather, or even her goddamn ancestor. Put her through that again and I'll fuck you up so bad your own mother won't recognize you. He ended his ranting with a glare, and a pout, but mostly a glare. Got that? Silence permeated the room at Naruto's loud and reckless words. No one spoke. Most of the devils there even forgot to breath. All they could do was stare at the brash young man who pretty much just gave several of the most influential devils the proverbial middle finger. Even Rias could do nothing more than gape, though her face had also turned as red as her hair. Foo foo foo. Naturally, this surprise consisted of everyone except Akeno, who just giggled demurely into the sleeve of her dress. Ha ha ha, I like this guy's style. And the tall man with the violet eyes. Lord Phoenix was the first to recover. I believe we just got told off by your daughter's servant, Lord Grimoire, he said, amused. Yes, you seem to be right. Lord Grimoire shook his head, still reeling. I must confess to feeling a little shocked. I don't think I ever expected anyone to dress me down like that. Not even my wife has given me a dressing down like that. That is because I have more tact, Lady Grimoire said. She looked at Naruto and smiled. Though I will admit that I've wanted to let you know of my disapproval over that marriage for a long time. HMPH. Indeed. By this point in time, Rias had recovered enough to speak. I am so sorry, father, she said, bowing her head, her cheeks lit like a flame in the night. My servant does not mean any disrespect with his words. He is just very protective of me. It is fine. Lord Grimoire waved away her concerns. I know that my actions were not approved by the other members of our family. Your brother also protested against the marriage. Ni-sama did. Rias looked surprised. Of course. I believe his exact words were, you can't let my Rias-tan marry someone who doesn't love her. What kind of father are you? Or something like that. Rias' right eyebrow twitched. That man. You seem to be a very forward-thinking young man, Lord Phoenix interrupted. Naruto turned to look at the Lord of House Phoenix. He looked like, well, kind of like a stereotypical noble. His hair was blonde, his eyes were blue, and he was decked out in clothing similar to everyone else there, meaning it looked so stupidly expensive that he probably could have used that money to feed a small family for life. I also gather from your calling my son a douche that you are not very fond of him. Naruto snorted. That would be like saying I have a strong disliking of ramen haters. While Lord Phoenix looked confused, Rias face palmed. Ramen haters. Really? Usually, I try to be an understanding individual, because I believe that everyone deserves a chance, but your son's very presence sets of every douchebag alarm in my head. It had started when Riser first made that flashy entrance in the school. Naruto could appreciate a flashy entrance as much as the next ninja because real ninja weren't stealthy and preferred loud, flashy ninjutsu, but the timing of his appearance was suspect. Then there was the display he put on afterward, showing such disrespect to Rias, the way he'd introduced his peerage, the way he'd made out with Yubeluna in front of the woman he was supposed to marry for no other reason than to make Issei jealous. Everything about the way Riser acted made Naruto feel an intense disliking towards him. And of course, there was also the fact that Riser had been set to marry Rias. Now that really upset Naruto. He might have been willing to let sleeping dogs lie had Riser actually cared for and loved Rias, but he didn't, so Naruto had not been willing to put up with Riser's crap. Yes, well, your strange and crass vocabulary aside, I understand why you would feel that way. Lord Phoenix sighed. Truth be told, I think this defeat will do him some good. Due to our Phoenix powers, we are all but immortal. However, that does not mean we cannot be killed, or that our powers are the pinnacle of a devil's strength. Riser has grown arrogant and become complacent. Hopefully, now that he has been defeated, he will learn some humility. Naruto stared at Lord Phoenix for a long time, before smiling. Anyone who can accept his son's defeat so well and hope it improves their child's qualities as a person has my respect. And fortunately for you, you're in luck. Naruto grinned and jerked a thumb at himself. I've made it a pastime of showing douches the error of their ways with my fists. You could almost say teaching asshats like him humility is a specialty of mine. Along with saving princesses and priestess, but that's another story entirely. Lord Phoenix chuckled. Really? Then I hope your unique abilities work with my son as well. So, I hope you guys don't mind if I ask a question here, Naruto said. He didn't give anyone time to say anything before asking regardless of their wishes. If you people knew that Rias didn't want to get married, why would you continue the engagement with Riser? I am afraid it was our greed as devils acting up, Lord Phoenix said, his voice wry. Both Lord Gremory and I have a pure-blood grandchild, a rarity these days. Having achieved that, it was only natural that we would want more. Our inherent greed as devils blinded us. What the hell kind of excuse is that? Naruto exploded, shocking everyone yet again. Inherent greed as devils. What a load of bullshit. I've been a devil for months now, and I haven't felt a goddamn thing. Ignoring the pain jarring his forehead as he spoke God's name, Naruto continued. And just look at Rias. She's one of your vaunted pure-blood devils, isn't she? And yet, aside from her wanting to get out of this marriage and marry for love, I have yet to see any of that devil greed you people speak of. Fucking hell, I don't even think wanting to marry for love is all that selfish. Standing by his side, Rias both felt elation and shame. Elation because of how highly Naruto thought of her, and shame because she knew that his biased opinions were incorrect. She knew that among the devil community she lacked the greediness others displayed, but she also wasn't above manipulating others into doing her bidding. She'd done that with Naruto, getting close to him and befriending him so that she could pry into his personal life, and she'd done that with Issei, taunting him with promises of seeing her breasts if he did well during training. Despite this, elation won out. Naruto might not see her faults, because that was just the kind of person he was when it came to his friends, but the fact that he thought so highly of her still gave her feelings of incredible warmth that spread out from her chest. And it was in that moment that Rias began to truly realize just how much Naruto meant to her. That didn't mean she would allow him to act so crassly in front of her father and Lord Phoenix, especially when he promised to behave. Lord Phoenix, I am terribly sorry about my servant's words, she apologized, again. Please accept my. Rias was cut off from saying anything else as Lord Phoenix began to laugh. Not chuckle, but outright belly laugh. The entire hall was filled with the sound of his jolly laughter, and tears of mirth fell from his eyes. Ah, it has been a long time someone has called me out like that. I should have expected it to happen eventually, but I never expected it to be done by a low-class devil. Despite the term, low-class devil, generally being used as an insult by Riser, Naruto sensed no negative connotations coming from Lord Phoenix, so he let it go. What an unusual turn of events, Lord Gremory said, a sly grin on his face as he looked at his blonde counterpart. It seems we've become a lot like those old geezers we once criticized for the exact same reason this young man is doing now. I wonder if this is irony, or if we're just getting old. It's definitely irony. I've still got a few centuries in me. Still, perhaps we should take this as a lesson of our own infallibility. I guess we should. While Lords Gremory and Phoenix chatted and laughed, looking almost years younger than they had several seconds prior to Naruto verbally abusing them, Naruto and Rias stared at the duo, blinking. Lady Phoenix must have sensed their confusion, because she began explaining the actions of her husband and his friend to them. Back when they were younger, those two were among the first to turn against the old ways. You might not believe me, but back when they were teenagers, they would get into a lot of trouble with their parents for thinking the same way your young man has expressed. In fact, back then, they used to say very similar, if slightly more respectful, things to their parents. You mean our grandparents? Rias looked confused. Come to think of it, I don't believe I've ever met my grandparents. With good reason, Lady Phoenix said. Even the Grimoire clan, which is known for its affectionate devils, held to the same beliefs as everyone else from the old faction. They might not have raised arms against the anti-Satan faction with the original Mao, but they did not approve of the new faction's actions either. Because of this, the members of the anti-Satan faction forced their parents into retirement and refused to let their children meet them in order to prevent their corrupted ideas from spreading and influencing the next generation. I see, Rias said, looking shocked. I knew about the war with the old Mao faction, but I had no idea things were that bad. That's because none of us who were old enough to fight in that war want to be reminded of it. The words, spoken in a voice that was decidedly male, caused Naruto, Rias, and everyone else to turn their heads. The person standing before them, who looked similar to Lord Grimoire, smiled congenially as he spoke. Standing behind him, Naruto recognized Graphia, who was still dressed like a maid. You have to understand, those were dark times, Rias. Devils were not just fighting against other devils, but were also fighting against their own kin. Clan members fought against other clan members, brothers fought brothers and so on. When the fighting finally ended, the anti-Satan faction simply didn't want to be reminded of how they'd been forced to fight against their own families and did everything they could to forget. Ni-sama, Rias greeted, somewhat surprised. Of course, Lord Lucifer would be expected to make an appearance. He might be a Mao, but he was also her older brother, and this party was to commemorate her first rating game victory. There was no way he would have missed this. It's you. Naruto pointed at the older man, much to Rias' shock and Lord Lucifer's amusement. You're the guy that made me go to school. Oh, you remember me, Sirzex smiled. I'm glad. I was hoping you would. And I see you've become a member of Rias' peerage. Don't act like you're so surprised, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. That was the whole reason you made me go to school, wasn't it? Because you wanted me to meet your sister. Is this true? Asked Rias, her eyes wide. I always look after my little sister, Sirzex said, still smiling. I simply couldn't bear the thought of my Rias Tan being forced into a loveless marriage. It's only natural that I would try and find the person who I thought would give her the highest chance of success against Riser. Which meant that Sirzex had known Rias and Riser would fight in a rating game with her freedom on the line long before it actually happened. Naruto had been going to Kuo for at least a year before he and Rias even met. That was an incredible amount of forethought, and Rias felt heart-warmed by her big brother's desire to protect her. She did twitch at the Rias Tan comment, though. And you, Uzumaki Naruto. Sirzek's smile became more sincere as he looked at the blonde former ninja. You have exceeded all of the expectations I placed on you when I sent you to Ku Academy. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be that strong. That strange power of yours surprised me. It almost broke the barrier we'd placed around the dimension created for the rating game. He grinned. I actually had to personally help them strengthen it. Strong. Maybe by the standards of Rias' peerage, but Naruto knew his strength was lacking compared to what it used to be. So what was this man? He must be talking about Kurama's energy. Which would make sense. Kurama was power incarnate, especially now that he'd apparently become the Jyabi. Yeah, thanks, Naruto said, not sure what else he could say. That power hadn't been his, but he would never tell anyone he didn't know and trust that. Rias would learn soon, if it ever came up in conversation. Koneko too. But so far, no one else, not even the other members of the peerage, had earned his trust to the point that he would tell them about Kurama. Now then, Sirzex clapped his hands together. I wanted to formally introduce myself, since we only spoke briefly before I sent you to Ku Academy. I am Sirzex, the current Lucifer, and Rias' older brother. Most people call me Lord Lucifer, but you can call me Oni-san. Rias, despite standing still, tripped over something, air probably, and fell on her face. All around the room, every other person there also fell flat on their faces. Why don't we just call it devil synchronicity? Naruto's eyes grew wide. You want me to call you Oni-san? He whispered. Yes, Searsex said, you are a member of my little sister's peerage, which practically makes you family. It is only right that you be allowed to refer to me as one might a brother. Can I call you Aniki? Now it was Searsex's turn for his eyes to widen. However, a second later he was smiling again. Yes, you can call me Aniki. Such a brilliant idea, truly. Why hadn't he thought of that? And I shall call you Ododo. Okay, Aniki, Ododo, Aniki, Ododo, Aniki. Rias, Graphia and everyone else in the room could only watch in horror at what happened next. Naruto and Searsex began hugging. Yes, hugging with manly tears streaming from their eyes. If it were just a hug, maybe they could have dealt with it, maybe. But on top of hugging, something else happened. The world around them vanished. The marble floor became replaced with a craggy, desolate landscape filled with cracks and pits. Fire rose from these pits, shooting into the air like geysers, causing everyone to sweat from the heat they emitted. The walls and ceiling also vanished and was replaced with a purple sky, very similar to the sky of the underworld. And in the middle of this desolate, satanic landscape, Naruto and Searsex continued hugging. Rias could only watch on, her wide, horrified eyes staring at the scene before her like it was some kind of unfathomable eldritch horror, a terror so great nothing in this world could possibly be more sickeningly gut-wrenching than this. Lovecraft who? What is this? What's going on? Where did the mansion go? By the Mao, my eyes, they burn. All around her, chaos reigned. People shouted in terror and pain, their eyes, mouth, nose and every other orifice on their bodies bleeding. Some devils even tried to gouge their own eyes out in order to escape the sight. Rias wanted to do that as well, but like a train wreck happening in front of her, found she couldn't look away. Koneko, her face still bland, though her right eye was twitching, bent down and picked up a rock. She threw it into one of the fiery geysers. Real fire, she said as she watched the rock disintegrate. Yufufufu. What an interesting technique. Akano licked her lips as she saw people screaming in terror and confusion. How fun. I should try and create something like this with Aiz-kun. And speaking of Issei, Issei-san, Issei-san, please wake up, Issei-san. Asuya was trying to wake Issei up to no avail. The poor young man lay there, gurgling, his eyes rolled up into the back of his head and saliva trailing down his mouth. Graphia. Rias snapped out of her shock first and shouted at her sister-in-law who, for once, appeared flabbergasted. We need to separate those two. Quickly. Graphia looked at Rias, and then nodded. Together, the pair ran over to the still-hugging Searsex and Naruto, and then proceeded to pull them apart. They did this by grabbing onto Naruto's and Searsex's cheeks and yanking, hard. Naruto and Searsex cried out simultaneously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Graphia. Wet go. Dat hutes. I am afraid I cannot comply, Lucifer-sama, Graphia said, her eyes twitching. For the good of devil kind, and as your maid, I must ensure that you desist from your current actions. But Ria-tan has a wet go of Ododo. And Ria-sama is far nicer than I am. And do not call Naruto-sama, Ododo. It's disturbing. What am I going to do with you? Rias asked as Naruto rubbed his sore cheek. It had turned a rather vibrant red. Hehehehe. Sorry, Naruto apologized, grinning. But at least I'm getting along with your brother, right? Isn't that a good thing? I'm beginning to think it might be a terrible thing, Rias said dryly. Graphia. Stop queuing. Ododo. Hupe. Naruto, Rias, and every other devil in that room watched as the great Satan, Lucifer, was pulled towards the door by the cheek like a spoiled child who'd just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Sorry Aniki, but you're on your own with this one. Ododo. Ria-tan. No. The doors to the party slammed closed behind Searsex and Graphia. Everyone remained silent for several seconds. Wahahahaha. Until that one man, you know, the dude with the violet eyes, started laughing. I like him, Naruto said, hooking a thumb at the fool letting out belly-aching laughter. He's got an awesome personality. Rias just sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead. Of course you would. It's only natural that someone like you would think Sarorgog Bale has an awesome personality. Catcharp. After Searsex was unceremoniously dragged out of the party by his wife/maid, things returned to a semblance of normality, sort of. All the devils minus a few were still shaken by the whole ordeal. Who knew there was such a deranged and powerful technique? And just what kind of technique was it? An illusion? Some kind of reality-distorting spell? Had they been sent to an alternate dimension? They were so disturbed that the vast majority decided to simply forget about what they saw. It was safer for their sanity that way. The floor also needed to be cleaned of blood, but that was a minor footnote compared to everything else. Among the crowd of devils, Ravel Phoenix stood alone. With her brother not there, no one else in the peerage had shown up aside from her. Ravel wasn't even sure if she wanted to be there, but someone had to make an appearance with their parents. To not have anyone from Riser's peerage show up would be seen as a weakness and cause people to question the Phoenix clan's power. With Riser's loss against Rias, they couldn't afford to that. They had to show that this loss didn't mean the Phoenix clan was losing its power. And with no one else willing to accept the invitation to this party, Ravel had been the only option left. She sighed as she brought the glass of alcohol to her lips and took small sips of it. Even though it had scarcely been a day since the raiding game, things had been rather hectic for House Phoenix. A frown soon marred Ravel's face as she thought about the raiding game. Her brother, who she knew to be a powerful devil in his own right, had lost. He'd been defeated, not by another high-class devil like Rias, but by a lower-class devil. That blonde boy with the light tan and the cerulean blue eyes who? Steam began pouring from Ravel's ears. She could feel her face burning. It felt so hot that for a moment she began to fear she'd lost control of her powers over fire. As a still maturing devil, the possibility was there. But no, her powers weren't running out of control. She was just embarrassed. That he-man. Pissed. Hey, princess. A familiar voice whispered in her ear. Ravel's eyes widened. Her mouth opened to yell, though no sound came out. Mainly because a hand came up to cover her lips. Ravel was just about to try and use her fire to burn this person when they spoke again. Hey, easy now, the voice whispered. It's just me. Look, just relax, calm down, don't scream, and I'll let you go. I need you to keep quiet or everyone will notice us. Can you do that? Ravel thought about her options, but there weren't many of them. If she caused a scene and burnt this person behind her to a crisp, she would embarrass her family. She nodded her head, but did so reluctantly. Okay then, I'm letting you go. Just remember to be quiet. Ravel frowned at the command, but as the hand let her go, she did as told and kept silent. And then she turned around. It was him. The one they called Naruto. The blonde devil who defeated her brother. And the one who who did, and her finger, Shish. Naruto held a finger to his lips, a gesture for silence. Remember, you said you'd keep quiet. What are you doing over here? Ravel hissed, covering her embarrassment with anger. Beyond the anger, however, was confusion and shock. How are you even over here? I thought you were with Rias. She looked over at where the scene between Searsex and Naruto had taken place. Rias and Graphia were still there. Lord and Lady Grimori were still there. Her own parents were still there. And there, attached to Rias' arm, or rather, Rias' arms attached to him, was Naruto. She looked at the Naruto who stood behind her. She then looked back at the one Rias had a hold of. She looked back and forth several times, before settling on the one standing in front of her. How? What? I replaced myself with a shadow clone, Naruto said, explaining how he could be in two places at once. Ravel didn't understand it. She didn't even know what a shadow clone was, but guessed it was some kind of magic spell that created clones. I see. Okay Ravel, just calm down. The one who beat your brother and sucked on your, healed the cut on your finger with his mouth was standing right in front of you. But that was no reason to lose your cool. Remember, you're a member of the House of Phoenix, a high-class devil in your own right. You can't let a low-class servant like Naruto see you sweat. Even if he made you feel all hot and strange inside. Her pep talk to herself done and over with, She gave Naruto what she hoped was a superior look. And what is it that you wished to speak with me about that was so important you replaced yourself with a shadow clone? She asked, testing the word out. What a strange name for a technique. I want you to come with me. See, come. He wanted her to come with him. How could he say such a thing to a highborn lady of her stature? And without even asking for a date first. Her face turned red, and her brain felt like it was melting out of her ears. Ravel was so shocked by his words that she didn't even respond when Naruto grabbed her hand and snuck out of the great hall with the stealth of a ninja. It wasn't until they were walking down the empty and deserted hallway that she managed to come back to herself. What do you think you're doing? Ravel shrieked, jerking her hand out of his grip. She couldn't afford to let him touch her, because she felt all weird when he touched her. Naruto turned around. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're what's wrong? You can't say that to a lady like myself. Have you no shame? Naruto scratched the back of his head. He looked genuinely confused. What are you talking about? I just wanted to know if you'd like to ditch that party and spend some time doing something that you might actually enjoy. Ravel's mind screeched to a halt. What? You didn't enjoy being that party, right? I could tell. Naruto grinned at her. It was boyish and joyful and made Ravel's heart feel like it was smashing into her chest with the strength of a Norse god's warhammer. You looked really uncomfortable in that place. It's because you're all alone, right? That party was originally for Rias and your brother's wedding, but since the wedding was called off, no one else from his peerage showed up and you were forced to come on your own to save face. I'm right, aren't I? How did you know that? Could he read her mind? She'd been thinking those exact thoughts just a few seconds ago. I may act like an idiot, and I probably am an idiot, but it's not because I'm stupid. I just choose not to think about all the complicated stuff because it's boring. Or at least I try not to. I've had to do a lot more heavy thinking than I've ever wanted to these days. Naruto paused, then shook his head. Anyway, I could tell that you weren't comfortable in there, and to be honest, I'm not a fan of big, ritzy parties like that. I thought I'd do us both a favor and get us out of there so we could actually do something fun. This boy, had he really gone out of his way, taking her out of the party and asking her to come with him, to help her out? Why are you being so nice to me? I don't understand. Once again, Naruto looked confused, and Ravel knew there must be something wrong with her because she couldn't help but think he looked adorable. Why wouldn't I help you out? I idiot, she muttered, though her voice lacked heat. How about because we're enemies? Correction, we were enemies, Naruto said, smiling. And now we're not. The rating game is over, so there's no point in being enemies anymore. I'd much rather be your friend. Friend. She squeaked. Ravel had never had a friend before. Even the members of her brother's peerage weren't her friends. They treated her well, because she was Riser's sister and always gave the other peerage members respect despite being of a higher station than them. But, just because they respected her didn't they were friends. Why you want to be my friend? Of course I do. Naruto's bright, cheerful response had her body acting up just as surely as that time he'd stuck her finger in his mouth. You can never have too many friends. So, how about it? He asked, holding out his hand. Friends. Well, Ravel would like to say she thought about his words thoroughly. That she looked at it from every angle and decided on the best course of action based on the pros and cons of each decision. She would like to say that, but she couldn't. Very well, Ravel said, regaining her previous composure, or at least a modicum of it. I suppose it would not hurt to befriend a low-class devil such as yourself. You had better be grateful that a high-class noble such as myself has become your friend. Yes, I'm very grateful that a beautiful Uho-sama such as yourself has graced me with her friendship. As well you should, Ravel said, nodding her head decisively. It's not every day that a member of the nobility like myself becomes friends with a peasant. Right. A large drop of sweat traveled down Naruto's face, leaving a thin, glistening trail. Anyway, just grab my hand and we'll be off. Ravel did as told, grabbing the hand. It was surprisingly soft, she noticed. It was also much larger than her own delicate hands. The appendage practically engulfed hers, casting it in a cocoon of unimaginable warmth. Somehow, despite her face feeling like the sun, Ravel managed to maintain her haughty exterior, or so she hoped. Alright, let's go. Naruto began moving back along the hallway. Ravel moved as well, doing her best to keep up. Her legs were shorted, so she had to walk faster. I'll be counting on you to guide me, princess. I don't know where anything is in the underworld. Oh, of course. I'll wait, princess. Ha ha ha. Yosh, let us be off. And just like that, the two left the Grimoire mansion, and then left the estate altogether. Ravel had no clue why she decided to go along with this man. She couldn't even think about that. Her mind currently only had one thought, and it focused on that solitary thought and nothing else. She had a friend, her very first one. Cacharp, why you want me to go in there? Naruto turned back to look at Ravel. They were in a city, the one closest to the Grimoire estate. He might have been willing to ditch the party and take Ravel with him, but that didn't mean he was stupid enough to travel far. They would have to head back eventually, after all. What's wrong with this place? Asked Naruto, ignoring the stares and whispers coming their way. It was probably due to their clothes. His tuxedo and Ravel's gorgeous pink dress, which made her look every bit the fairy tale princess, were quite obviously above the pay grade of everyone there. Well, nothing, really. I guess. Ravel, despite her words, looked unsure. She stared at the place with wide, wondering eyes. The girl had obviously been sheltered for most of her life. He wondered if she had ever been out of her estate for more than social events like that party they just left. It's just that for a high-class devil like myself to go in there is. It'll be fine. Naruto grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. Come on. We're friends now. And as your friend it is my duty to show you the wonder that is ramen. Yes. Upon entering the first city he'd ever visited in the underworld, Naruto had taken Ravel to a ramen shop. He'd smelled the place almost as soon as they entered and knew it would be their first stop. It seemed even the devils knew about the divinity that was ramen. The ramen gods were surely smiling upon him. Naruto guided Ravel over to the small booth and sat them both down. The ramen stand looked like any other ramen stand. Small, a little dingy, but containing a warm and inviting atmosphere. The fragrant aroma of ramen hung in the air, invading his nose with its amazing scent. Ravel must have smelled it too, because her stomach began rumbling. Naruto grinned while Ravel blushed. You must be awfully hungry to make such an unladylike sound. Are you making fun of me? Asked Ravel, too self-conscious to be angry. Maybe a little. Naruto placed a hand on the girl's head. Her hair was really soft. Just what he expected from a high-class young woman like her. Each strand felt like silk. Not even Rias' beautiful hair was this soft. But as your friend it's my right to tease you. Is that so? Besides, you look adorable when you're embarrassed. His words just caused Ravel's blush to deepen. Oi, old man. Naruto shouted to the old-looking devil with the wrinkly skin and white hair standing behind the bar-style counter. Give me 4 bowls of your miso ramen and 1 bowl of your vegetable ramen. Coming right up. The old man didn't even turn around to look at them. He just got busy working and made the food in record time. He put the ramen in front of them, only now noticing that he was apparently serving high-class customers. Ravel stared at her ramen. What kind of food is this? Naruto gaped at her. You mean to tell me that you've never seen ramen before? Ravel shook her head, seemingly unable to speak. She looked like she wanted to hide in her dress. Ramen is the food of the gods. Everyone who has ever tasted ramen will tell you this. The very heavens themselves tremble before this dish of divinity. God himself turns green with envy every time someone even mentions ramen. Ravel looked both odd and skeptical. Is it really that good? Why don't you try it yourself and find out? Raven did exactly as Naruto suggested. The spiky-headed blonde watched as, like any proper Uho-sama, the young woman with drill-like hair picked up the fork offered, foregoing the chopsticks, and twirled a small strand of noodles onto it. She stuck it in her mouth, the action somehow looking both sophisticated and delicate. Her eyes widened. This is really good. Why do you look so surprised? Naruto laughed, snapping a pair of chopsticks and bringing one of his bowls before him. Of course it's good. Ravel gave Naruto an uncertain smile. It's just that I've never tried peasant food before, so, the girl trailed off uncertainly, though whether this was due to embarrassment over her admittance, or shock because Naruto had somehow finished a bowl without her noticing even though she was staring right at him, would remain forever unknown. The food was eventually finished. Naruto somehow managed to polish off all 4 bowls before Ravel even finished her one. After Naruto paid for the food, the two of them left. Eventually, Ravel and Naruto found themselves sitting on top of one of the many buildings. "I'm surprised," Naruto commented, looking out at the small town from their overhead view. "Surprised by what?" asked Ravel. "By how normal this town looks. Maybe it's just because of my preconceptions about the underworld, but I didn't expect a town in hell to look like a normal human town. It looks just like a regular city." "Well, of course," Raven said, frowning at him. "What were you expecting? Something with fire and brimstone. And burning corpses too. Ah, and skeletons." A small drop of sweat trailed down the side of Ravel's face. "The underworld isn't like that, you know. Our cities are designed to emulate human cities." She turned her head to look at all of the buildings. "It's because the vast majority of devils are resurrected humans that they look like this. My brother said it before, didn't he? Pure blood devils are becoming rare in this day and age. Each year, there are less and less of us being born. Devil births are almost unheard of now, due to our longevity. I guess that would explain why everyone thought that wedding was so important." A pause. "What do you think about all that? About Rias and your brother's wedding getting cancelled, I mean?" "Honestly, I don't know." Ravel's face appeared lost and uncertain. "I mean, I understand why our families originally wanted it to happen, and I respect my brother a lot. But, well, maybe it was just seeing how Rias fought so hard against it, but I can't help but think the wedding being called off was a good thing. That reminds me, how is your brother doing?" Ravel gave him a slight glare. "Why do you care? I thought you hated him." "I don't hate him," Naruto said, "I just feel an intense dislike towards him. I don't like the way he acted when he first showed up in the clubroom, and I don't like the way he treated Rias. She's a wonderful person, but Riser treated her like some kind of commodity, like an object for his personal pleasure. She wasn't even a person in his eyes, just a set of legs and a pair of tits." Just thinking about the way Riser looked at Rias upset Naruto. Sure, Issei was a pervert. No, Issei was the pervert, but Issei had his good qualities. He was kind, loyal to his friends, and actually wanted to be strong enough to help out. He was a good person. Riser, from what Naruto had seen thus far, was just an arrogant jerk who thought he was entitled to do whatever he wanted because of his heritage and powers. At least people like Neji and Sasuke, who had also been from powerful clans, worked hard to gain the strength they possessed. Their arrogance, while annoying, hadn't been unwarranted. They trained and bleed and sweat for the abilities and strength. Naruto doubted that Riser had truly trained a day in his life. "You must really like Rias-sama, huh?" Ravel's voice sounded kind of depressed, causing Naruto to look at her. "Well, of course, Rias is one of the most important people in the world to me." I see," Ravel whispered, before looking at him with big, blue eyes. Then why are you with me and not her?" Confused by her words, Naruto said, "I thought I told you. I didn't want to be stuck in that stuffy party, and when I saw how uncomfortable you were, decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get us both out of there. So this was done in pity." "Huh, pity, okay." Now Naruto was really confused. What the hell was going through this girl's mind? "Why would I pity you? You don't really seem like the type who would need to be pitied." "Then why? I guess you could call it empathy. You looked as uncomfortable as I felt, so I thought to myself, hey, why don't I grab her and hightail it out of there? And now here we are, enjoying some time away from all the pomp and circumstance that surrounded that party." Naruto grinned at Ravel, making her look away again. "I've enjoyed getting to know you a bit." As he continued to stare at Ravel, the image of another woman overlapped her own. "And, well, you kind of remind me of someone I once knew." "Really?" She looked at him again. "Who?" "Someone who was very important to me," he said, nostalgia and a bit of sadness warring within him. "She was the priestess of a country far from my home. I was hired by her for a mission to protect her." He chuckled. "When we first met, she acted almost exactly like you. I think the only difference was that she kept pushing everyone away. You haven't done that. From what I've seen, you're really a kind and caring person. Out of some old instinct, Naruto gave Ravel a thumbs up. I like people like you. Ravel stared at him for several long, silent seconds. Then she turned away. Why was there steam pouring out of her ears? I idiot, she muttered. Just then, Naruto felt something, almost like a bucket of ice-cold water be dumped on his head. Oh crap. Naruto shot to his feet, startling Ravel. What is it? My clone just dispelled in the middle of the ceremony. This was so not good. Rias was going to be pissed now that she knew he'd ditched the party. Damn that Aniki. Why'd he have to slap my back so hard? Can't he control his own strength? I don't understand. Ravel was confused, naturally. She didn't have the ability to know what happened to his clones when they dispelled. Ceremony. What ceremony? Never mind that, Naruto declared. We need to head back now. Before I get into any more trouble. Wait, what are you? Ravel squeaked as Naruto scooped the girl into his arms. His wings shot out of his back and, with a powerful leap, he took off into the sky. What are you doing? Put me down this instant. No can do, princess. We've gotta get back and this is the fastest way. I can fly myself. And my name is Ravel. I know what your name is. I'm calling you princess because you look like those princesses in the fairy tales. His words stunned Ravel into silence. And I am well aware that you can fly. I saw you using those fire wings of yours, which are very pretty by the way, but trust me, this way is faster. Now shut up and let me carry you. Ravel, still stupefied by his princess comment, said nothing and let herself be held in his arms as he flew towards the estate. This man, he was just like, she shook her head. Now wasn't the time to get lost in fairy tales. When they arrived, Koneko, Rias, Circex, Graphia, Lord and Lady Grimori and Phoenix, along with the rest of Rias' peerage were there to greet him. Ototo, I'm so glad you're okay. I grew so worried when you popped. What happened? Where did you disappear to? Ototo. Circex looked like he wanted to rush over and hug Naruto. Actually, Naruto realized that the man was trying to do just that. His arms were outstretched, as if to give him a wide hug. His legs were also moving in a frantic jogging motion, but he wasn't going anywhere despite trying to run towards him, and the reason for that was obvious. Graphia was holding him by the back of his expensive-looking armor. Yufufufu, it seems Kitsune-kun has been enjoying himself with the young Uho-chan. Blonde bastard sensei, how could you betray me by going out with that with the enemy? Only you could sneak off in the middle of a party to spend time with a cute girl, Naruto-san. While several voices spoke to him at nearly the same time, Naruto found most of his attention focused, not on those three or Asuya who was trying to calm a crying Issei down, but on Koneko and Rias. The two stood in front of him. Rias had a sweet smile on her face and an angry-looking vein pulsing on her forehead. And Koneko was glaring at Ravel, who didn't seem to enjoy the hostile attention. Hi Rias, fancy meeting you here, he. Yeah, Naruto knew he was in trouble. Naruto. Rias' smile twitched. Could you explain why you decided to replace yourself with a shadow clone? Do you know how embarrassing it was to try and explain why your body disappeared mere seconds after being promoted to mid-class devil? You were promoted to mid-class devil? Ravel asked, shocked. When did this happen? I thought you were recently turned. I am recently turned, Naruto assured Ravel. The comment earned him glares from Rias and Koneko. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Well, Rias crossed her arms under her bust. I'm waiting for your answer. Well, you know that I wasn't really, comfortable in there with all those people and, well I thought that it would be fine if I left after speaking with your family so, yeah. Yes, that does make a little sense. Rias nodded and Naruto thought he might get off without making her really angry. But that doesn't explain why Ravel was with you. Why you mean the princess? When Rias glared at him for the princess comment, Naruto squeaked. Funny story that. You see, it was sort of like munya and, well. It was my fault, Ravel said quite suddenly, startling Rias out of her glare. Not Koneko though, Surprisingly, she was still glaring. You see, I wasn't feeling very comfortable at the party, because I was the only member of my brother's peerage there, and felt out of place. Naruto noticed this and decided to help me by taking me with him. Rias stared at Ravel, who tried to remain confident but couldn't keep from squirming underneath the older devil's gaze. Finally, Rias sighed. That does sound like him, she said, and the tension of the situation left, allowing everyone to relax. Naruto's shoulders slumped. He sent Ravel a grateful look and mouthed, "Thank you," to her, which elicited more blushing and steam. What a weird girl. Catcharp. After Naruto and Ravel returned, Lord and Lady Phoenix both left with their daughter in tow. Ravel had given Naruto an awkward goodbye, and also asked the blonde Uzumaki if he would be willing to have tea with her. While he wasn't really a tea person, he'd agreed to have tea with the young woman. She might be weird, but he liked weird people. Plus she was really cute when she kept stuttering like that. He would have been incapable of saying no on her cuteness factor alone. Koneko had not been pleased by his acceptance of tea with Ravel, though, and Naruto knew there would be a lot of head-petting in his future. Upon the Phoenix's leaving, Naruto found out that the party had ended some time before he arrived and that everyone had already vacated the premise. With nothing keeping them there, Asuya, Akeno, Hiba, Koneko, and Issei all left. Naruto would have gone with them, but Rias had said she wanted to show him around the house. Much as he had expected, the mansion that the Grimoires lived had the same ridiculous size as a daimyo's palace. The place had more rooms than they had people living there, even if you included all of their servants. The hallways were all made from expensive-looking marble that had been polished to a shine, with a red carpet containing the Grimoire clan crest running down the center. The walls were made of a type of rare ore found only in the underworld, and lining these walls were all manner of expensive, original artwork from both the human and devil worlds. In short, the place was every snobbish prick's dream home. Which is why it surprised Naruto to learn that every member of Rias' immediate family was so nice. Naruto eventually found himself being led to single door with a sign on it. The sign, hanging from the doorway with a string, had the words, "Rias Room. Keep out," written on it, and a chibified version of Rias underneath the words. "Cute drawing," he commented, chuckling. Rias blushed. "Are you sure you want to see my room, Naruto? I've already showed you the rest of the house. We can just skip this one if you want." She sounded hopeful. Naruto dashed her hope, "But this is the room I was looking most forward to seeing. I don't care about the other places. I want to see the room where my Rias grew up." Oh. Her eyes grew impossibly wide, and her face, was it possible for a face to turn that red? Well, I guess I can show you. With that, she opened the door and allowed Naruto to step inside. Rias' room looked absolutely nothing like the room of a noble. Oh sure, it had all of the things you'd expect to see in a rich girl's room. A queen-sized canopy bed made of some dark wood, furniture that looked like it cost more than most houses, and rich carpeting that looked soft and delicate enough that most beds would be less comfortable to sleep on. However, while it had all of the amenities of a rich Uho-sama's room, there was something in there that did not belong. Namely, the large collection of anime, manga, Japanese video games, and figurines that littered the room. The bookshelves, all 6 of them, were filled to bursting with anime and manga and video games. Figurines sat on her desk, nearly 6 dozen of them in all. Naruto even saw one that he recognized. "Is that the ZGMFX-20A Strike Freedom?" asked Naruto, pointing at the mecha robot figurine with the spread-out wings. Rias, her face hidden by her hair, nodded. Huh. He looked around some more before chuckling. Who knew that Rias Grimoire, the proper and beloved Uho-sama of Kuo Academy, was a Japanophile? "I know it must seem weird to you," Rias muttered, her left arm gripping the sleeve of her dress. "Knowing that your king is into otaku culture." "Well, I don't know about weird," Naruto said. "I mean, it's odd, sure. Certainly not something anyone would expect from one of the great ladies of Kuo. But, honestly, I think it's kinda cute." Rias' head snapped up so quickly that Naruto was afraid she'd broken her neck. Really? Yeah, it shows that you've got more personality than those other girls who think stuff like this is beneath them. I think it makes you unique, and trust me on this when I say that's never a bad thing." I see. Rias smiled at him, her expression growing more confident. Then maybe, perhaps you'd like to watch some of these with me sometime. She gestured to her collection of anime. That sounds like fun. Oh, I know. We could make it a movie night. Or, well, an anime night, but you know what I mean. We could stay up late into the night, watching anime, Rias added, her eyes sparkling. I'll show you some of the rarer anime I've collected, the stuff most people don't even know exists in the older anime. I think you'd like Vampire Hunter D. That one's pretty cool. I have no clue what that's about, but with a name like that, it must be awesome. He paused. They don't sparkle, do they? Rias blinked. What? Sparkle? Of course not. Why would they? Oh good. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, Vampire Hunter D sounds like an awesome anime. It's completely awesome. Vampire Hunter D is one of my favorites, just after all of the Gundam series and Magical Girl Kyoko. As they began talking anime, Rias remembered something. Naruto, she said from her place on the bed, having sat down sometime during their discussion. Naruto, who sat right next to her, tilted his head. I wanted to thank you for what you've done. You saved me from a loveless marriage, and I'm really grateful. Well, of course I did, Naruto said, clenching his fist, his eyes shining with a hidden fire. There was no way I was gonna let some jerk who didn't even appreciate you put his grubby mitts on my Rias. While Rias flushed from his, my, comment, Naruto continued speaking, his voice soft. I don't think you truly realize how much you mean to me. Rias' breath hitched in her throat. I don't think you realize this, but when you found me, I was adrift. I lacked direction, I had no purpose, there was no one important for me to protect, no great goal for me to achieve. When you resurrected me as a devil, you gave me a purpose, you put a goal in front of me. For that alone, I would have remained grateful to you. Is that the only reason you like me? Asked Rias, her voice a whisper. If he only liked her because of that, then she would. Ouch. Rias reeled as Naruto flicked her in the forehead. What kind of stupid question is that? Of course it's not the only reason, just the first of many. Didn't I tell you? The Rias that I know is awesome. She's kind and compassionate towards the people who serve under her, she's earnest and hard-working. She can be kinda manipulative at times, like when she bribes Issei with her opai. He gave her a knowing look, causing Rias to hide her face in her hair. But even that's kinda endearing. Look, Rias, what I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of reasons you're important to me, and no single one of them is any more important than the other. You're my king, my friend, and one of the most amazing women I know, and I hope that you'll continue to rely on me in the future just as I want to rely on you. Rias didn't know what came over her, but as Naruto continued to speak, something inside of her broke. Like a dam bursting, all of the emotions she'd been feeling since that night at her family's estate in the human world rushed out all at once. They were like an uncontrollable flood, washing over her with the strength of an unending tide. Rias surged forward. Before Naruto could even think of speaking another word, her lips were on his, kissing him. It didn't last long, and she moved back before he could even consider what to do. Despite that, Naruto marveled at the feel of her lips on his. They were soft and gentle and warm. A pair of perfectly kissable lips. That was my first kiss, Rias told him. She looked nervous. I heard that it's very important to girls in Japan. Naruto didn't know that, but then, he wasn't from Japan nor was he a Japanophile like Rias, so that was okay. Are you sure it was alright giving your first to me like that? Yes, She hesitated, her cheeks growing stained. Rias looked down at the floor, her hair moving in front of her like shimmering fire. I wouldn't want anyone else to have it. Wow, what could Naruto say to that? Would you mind if I kissed you again? Ask for another, apparently. Well, no one could say that Naruto lacked courage when it came to relationships. He proved that rather blatantly during his quest for Sakura's affection. You've got to have balls of steel to constantly ask the girl who punches you through walls to go on a date with you, especially when half of the time she put you through a wall was because you asked her on a date. Rias looked surprised. Her eyes were wide and round, and her mouth had formed a pretty little, O, of surprise. She calmed down, though, and then gave him a smile. I wouldn't mind if we kissed again. Naruto grinned and didn't hesitate to claim her lips with his own. And that was how Naruto and Rias got together, making out on the bed of her room, the door bursting open, and Sir Sex Lucifer rushing in. Wait, what? Rias-tan, I was wondering if you and Ododo had a moment. I wanted to. Oh. He paused upon noticing what position Rias and his new brother were in. Is this a bad time? Because if so I can totally come back. Sirzex has a terrible sense of timing. By the way, Ododo. The great Mao, Sirzex Lucifer, stood there in the doorway. And gave Naruto the thumbs up. Good job. He also doesn't know how to read the mood. He's an idiot like that. And this is the guy who controls the underworld as one of its satans. Talk about scary. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video be sure to like, comment and subscribe as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.